Force? Oh, shit. My bad. Yo. What's up, boys? Good morning, good morning. Cheers, boys. A little early today. Great infertile video. Thank you, Bruin. Thank you. I appreciate it. We're on a little early today. Slayer level goal by end of December. 87. Possibly 92. But I don't know if we'll get 92. Or 93 for a Colt. I think 95 and you're done with Slayer. 95 will be my official. I don't really care what my level is anymore. Because that's when you get Hydras. But 87 is what I need to take on Coliseum. And that opens up a good portion of the game for you. Is 87 Slayer. And then after that, I think I probably need to get my sailing level up. Which I might have to sail some laps. At some point to get my sailing up and unlock all the sailing locked Slayer stuff. Joker got a 4th synapse drop. Unbelievable. By the way, who said yo? What up, Wizard Tactics Healer? Barbaric, what's up, buddy? Don, Turtles, Yeehaw, Zolragoat, what's up, buddy? Zolragoat. Crane, Turtles, what's up, what's up? Bruin, Josh and Venom, Cabbage, how we doing? Glow, Ghost the Machine in the building. What's up, boys? Barcelona, how many Zenites? Guys, we got 2 Zenites. We got 2 Zenites. Did you guys see that I did after the stream last night, I did 8,000 buckets of sand? Anybody notice this? That's how many I need to get to level 90. At least according to the online calculator. It said 9,000. It said 8,000 buckets of sand to get 2 levels of crafting. So I hope that's right. Why early today? I'm going to Triumphant's house tonight for game night. So I wanted to stream early today. Calculators on the right side of the screen on RuneLight. Well, that one doesn't calculate seaweed. And it doesn't, I don't think it calculates when you're converting it from the lunar spell book where you get more. The online calculator is much better. I have a LAN party? No, we're playing board games, bro. What board games? I don't really know, man. I'm not like a board game Andy. Triumphant, he's the one that has like a family and a brother and shit. And like, their family like plays board games together. So he knows. My family doesn't do any of that stuff. I never really played many board games. I was always a only child who got gifted a computer for my birthday on my 12th birthday. And from there, I pretty much just lived most of my life online. In MMOs. And so I never really played board games with other people. Yeah. Luckily, my mom bought me a computer when I was 12. I built it myself with my, one of my mom's friends who was a computer engineer guy. And we went to Fry's Electronics. We bought all the parts for it. And ever since then, guys, we've been gaming on PC. It was my mom's friend's husband. Wild Healer, they even gifted that sub to Milsey. Them blonde guys. I know I'm late, but congrats on the Infernal Cape. I've been watching your journey. It's been insane. Love the videos. Keep it up. Time for the quiver. Let's go. I appreciate that, bro. Alpaca, thank you for the tier 1. We're on a hype train. Legends, boys. Give me my DSIM badge. Chat, how do you get the DSIMmy badge? What's going on here? How are you guys getting DSIMs? Let me see. A Twitch global badge. Type shit. Global badge is home. This badge was earned by subscribing or gifting a sub to any old school RuneScape broadcast in 2025 during the launch of Sailing. OSRS first ever new skill. Really? Can you still get this? When does this end? Pepe, thank you very much for the gift sub. It ends January. Oh, this badge is awarded between December 2nd and January 1st. Wait, it starts today? Wait a second. I need to discount can I discount my subs? Hold on, let me discount my gifted subs for everybody. Can I do this now or? DSIM. Hold on. Gift a sub to get a DSIM badge. This is so cool. Exclamation point. Add com. Okay. Yeah, guys, if you want a DSIM, you could gift a sub and get a DSIM. This is so sick. Katakuri, thank you for the gifted sub. Real I don't know how to say that. Real, thank you for that gifted sub. And X19. Legends, boys. The Badger. How cool is that? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. My own sub is up. Let's go. J1 Peach, Wild Healer. Let's go. I'll take that sim. I'm trying to see if I can do a promotion or something here real quick. Let me check. Okay. Guys, I just discounted the subs. Sorry if you just gifted one full price. Minus $2 or something. I just discounted the subs for y'all. So, on Twitch, I use one of my promotions. If you refresh, you should be able to gift a sub for a bit cheaper now if you want to get the DSIM badge. And I guess this badge, you'll be able to keep this badge forever on Twitch. I might need to gift a sub here too. I need this badge right now, ASAP, forever. I'm going to need this DSIMmy badge. This is so cool. So all you have to do is gift a sub. This is a sailing promotion. This is OSRS working with Twitch. W Jagek again for doing something really cool. And I don't know why my alerts are not working. My activity feed is not working. It's not showing me subs. Terry Blacks, thank you, thank you. I'm gonna have to just use Stream Elements today. Okay. Magic Sheep, Doobie, OSRS, Tarnish, Velenix, thank you guys for the gift subs today, boys. Get your D-Simmy badge in. Gift a sub to somebody. I guess it's Twitch only, right? Yeah. Unfortunately, it's Twitch only, guys. Shout out to my homies on Kick and YouTube. Y'all are legends too, okay? Primes don't count. Let me read it again. $10 gifted from SMB. Let's go. That's an earned D-Simmy right there if I ever seen one. This badge was awarded between... That's a bomb. We got to drop the bomb for that one. Thank you very much for that one, SMB. It says in the context... Okay. Prime doesn't count. Hashtag one prime at a time does not count, boys, for this. So you're gonna have to throw down some actual money to get this Simtar. It is pay to win. This Simtar is pay to win only, boys. Unfortunate, it is pay to win. I didn't even get it. Wait, what? Let me see if I have mine. Let me see if I have one. Well, it just started today, so I got to gift a sub too. I didn't get it either. Enabled drops. Guys, my drops are enabled. What the heck? Hold on, let me enable drops. Why would they not? No, my drops are on. My drops are on. You have to refresh like a 30 seconds to a minute later. Guys, just wait 1 minute. Refresh your client or your what is it? Your browser. Refresh your browser 1 minute later. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see here. Hold on. All right, I got the discount. The discount is working. I put the discount up for y'all. And that's working. So you should be able to get a discounted gift sub from my stream right now. If you want to get the D-Simmy. And badge, channel badges. So this is kind of what it looks like here. I don't think I have this badge. Use a custom badge for this channel. Okay, you have to enable your custom badges. And it should be right here. At the bottom right. Scroll up. There it is. Global badge. Okay, it's a global badge. Got you. Okay, it'll be one of these top ones. I don't have one. So I'm going to have to gift a sub. I got to gift a sub right now. Hold on. Chat, who wants a gift sub? I don't know how to gift, dude, I don't know how to gift a specific person. How do I gift a specific person? Gift a specific viewer. Okay. Who's got some positive logs in here? I think Zigzy, are you a sub? Zigzy got some positive logs. Gift a sub. Is my sale working or not? Did you guys get a discount on your gifted sub? Oh, it's 5 or more only? We got scammed. What the heck? I thought it was for all gifted. God dang it, Twitch. I gifted 1 and I got it. This shit says 35% off 5 or more. More like grifted sub discount. Because we're getting grifted right now. Alright. Well, I tried. You get the badge from 1 though. Alright, you're gonna have to do a full price gift. We're gonna do a full price gift. Alright, how do I gift to a specific person? Gift a specific viewer. Zigzy TV. I'm gonna give Zigzy TV. Are you gifted? Alright, I did it. Let's go. I did it. Zigzy, welcome. Enjoy the gift sub, brother. Appreciate you having positive logs in the channel, man. Appreciate you, just being a good guy. That's what it's all about over here. Welcome. Let's see if I get my badge now. Or if I got skamazed. Let's see if I get my badge. I'm gonna refresh. Refresh, and then chat identity. Oh, there it is. The Dragon Simi. Let's go. That's about to be my badge forever, guys. This is about to be my badge for life. That thing is sick. God dang it, pay to win is so freaking OP. Yeah, right, buddy. Okay. Okay. Nice one. This is sick. Okay. All right. I'm normally not a pay to win guy, but I had to get the D-Simi on Twitch. They got my ass, guys. They got me. They got me with the Skamaz promotion. W promotion. Moses with the 5 gifted subs. There it is. Moses taking advantage of that discount at least. I appreciate that, Moses. They got me too, brother. They're gonna get all of us. They're gonna get all of us with this. They're gonna get all of us. I already know it. You've earned a Dragon Simi badge. They got me to sub to Joker. Okay, that's how you know it's bad. Oh my god. You guys gifted a sub to Joker? Oh no. That's terrible. Wow. That's how you know they're getting them. I've never spent a penny in my years on Twitch until now. Oh well. Hey, they're getting all of us. They're getting all of us. You subbed to Joker for that too? No way, guys. Badge check. Type something in the chat if you have a badge. Type something in the chat if you guys got a badge. Let's see the D-Simis. Give me a D-Sim check. I'm gonna do a yo. There I am. Where's my D-Simi? Wait, what? I think I have too many badges on. I got global badge. Oh, global badge. Custom badge for this channel. Turn that off. Nah. Yo. There it is. There it is. Okay, I'm in there. I'm in there. That's what happened. I messed. I didn't put it on. I had to put it on a global badge. We're in there. You have to give 5 for the streamer tax. Stop the cap. Stop the cap. We got it. We got our badge. Hell yeah. How to get the badge? You can type in !DSIM in the channel. There's a promotion running. Oh, you get gift 1 sub. DSIM badge for 1 gift sub. That is the coolest promotion that I have seen where you actually get something that I wanted instantly. Twitch recap just landed. You crushed it. See your recap. Uh-oh. This year we came together like never before to stream, hang, and co-create. Let's recap. Streamer? Hours streamed. Almost 3,000. Damn. That's like 1 month for Jokered. Chat. I worked 307 days so far this year, and this year's not over. You were my most watched streamer this year? Let's go. Let's freaking go. Part-timer low-key. Distinct days streamed, 302. Guys, we still have 30 more days to go this year. Total hours watched, 2.2 million. Not bad. Top 10% of World of Warcraft and old school RuneScape. Guys, I played 1 day of League of Legends and 1 day of Oblivion. And I must have accidentally went live in the Just Chat. No, I did 1 Just Chatting stream. For Emeru's housewarming party. That's it. I streamed 2 games. Your top stream reached 10.8k viewers. Man, we fell off, guys. Damn. 2.7 million chats received. Top emotes, Grats, Daco Bagel, Hype, 07, and the dance. All right. The boys right here. It's crazy because a lot of these are my WoW viewers. And half these guys don't watch anymore. I miss these guys. I miss all these guys. Ubi still watches. Trix comes by every now and then. Some of them are Seagotch, Sleepy. Yeah, I mean some of them kind of pop in every now and then. This is Tasty's alternate account right here. This is Tasty's alt. I'm just kidding. That's somebody different. Crossovers. Number of streams together. I mostly collaborated with Savix this year. And Ozzy, even though I only played WoW for 6 months this year, I still have a lot of collaborations with Ozzy and Czar. Damn, guys, Zaryu is a real homie. 27 raids from Zar, Ampi, and Simon I Show. Look at that. Guys, I rated people 285 times. All right, we are rating somebody after every stream. 2,000 clips. Your top viewed featured clip, Arcane Scroll. 78,000 viewers on this clip of me getting the Arcane Scroll with a 0.18% chance on our very first Cox run where we had no idea what we were doing. No way. That's crazy. Same shirt. All right, well, maybe we get spooned today. Maybe we get a sit-apps. Hype happenings, new subs. Points spent on the channel. Damn, we got some gamblers. 500 million points used. 500 mil points. Did I get 60,000 new followers this year? That's not right. Is that right? No. That's a lot. Share. Twitter. Wait, it doesn't just show it? Is it not going to show my... That is the worst share ever. Delete. I just want the screenshot. An amazing... Thanks for an amazing year, boys. Boom. Post it. I watched your stream for 386 hours. There's no way. Guys, we could find out who the biggest Sard lurker is right now. Everyone can post their screenshots in the general chat in the Discord. I got some people with 5.3K hours watched. Ubi. Valador, 17K hours watched. Guys, Valador is my biggest lurker. 17,000 hours watched. Barcelona with 21 days. Damn. 21 days? You haven't streamed for 17K hours? Is that because he's been watching since I started 2.5 years ago? That's 700 days? Damn. There aren't even 17K hours? Oh, that's his total watch time on Twitch. My bad. All right, he got 2,400 hours. $2,400. What's the 2 next to my name? We got to pay out the prediction. Will I get a synapse by 350 was a no. Now you can do watch time in the chat to see your watch time. That's pretty cool. Who had the most watch time? Barcelona? Gone Soft had 24 days. 24 days, 21 hours. That's the most, right? Damn. Damn, boys. 26 days? Carno with the 26 days. New high score. New high score, boys. All right, this was the coolest Twitch promotion. Twitch and Jagex are doing a promo to get a badge on, get a DSIM badge on Twitch. So sick. Coolest promo. One of the coolest promos I've seen. World of Warcraft used to do some stuff like this where you would get like a mount or something like that if you subbed. But this is something totally different. W to Jagex and Twitch working on a promotion together. That is awesome. All right, let's get the day started. I did my seaweeds. I've honestly been here so long, seaweed might be ready to go again. Let me check real quick. No, it's not. Okay. I think I had the highest watch time in chat. Slappy had the highest. Let me see. What was yours? I saw 26 days. Carno had 26 days. Virtus had over a month. 1 month. 1 day. Dang, Virtus. He did. He does. That's the highest I've seen. 1 month, 1 day. Sheesh. That's crazy. Okay, boys. Let's lock in here for a second. Let me deposit everything. We're gonna withdraw a Slayer list. I'm gonna do TDs. Okay. Rate the fit, chat. 1 out of 10. How am I looking? I can't wait till I look cooler than this one day. Real Sard? I'm 100% real. Guys, would the real Sard say I'm 100% real? I'm not sure if he would. I think the real Sard probably would have just not seen that guy type anything. And just accidentally ignored him. That's probably what the real Sard would have done. Number 1, Bushy. Number 2, me. Number 3, Ndako. Bushy's the number 1 watch time. 1 month, 27 days. Well, to be fair, Bushy has been watching the stream for a very long time. He watched World of Warcraft as well. So he's probably got twice the amount of watch time. Bushy might be the only viewer from WoW that's still around. Most of them are long gone now. WoW viewers don't count. Okay, guys, listen, they count. All right. You gotta salute some of the real ones that stuck around. Virtus from WoW as well. That's true. Virtus is from WoW. They definitely do not count. You guys are fried today, huh? Absolutely fried, mate. I watched a bit during OnlyFans, though, a little. Okay, so that's why. Okay, that's why you guys got a little higher watch time then. Alrighty then. Let's get a prediction going. Will I get a synapse by 400? 30-minute prediction. Send it. Guys, I'm this favorite bald streamer. There you go. You heard it here first. Take that, Oda Block. I was an OG Alfie viewer many years ago, so y'all OSRS viewers can shove it. OG Alfie viewer. What's crazy is in OnlyFans 1, we had some OnlyFans guy, some OSRS guys that came over to play RuneScape play World of Warcraft that were raiding with me. Alfie was one of them, and Perp. And I didn't know where these guys came from. I didn't know they were OSRS streamers. But I've known Alfie and Perp for a lot longer. And then when I came to RuneScape, I was like, oh shit, Alfie and Perp are over here from OnlyFans, because I met so many people in OnlyFans and I didn't know where. I couldn't keep track of where everybody was from because there was probably 100 people in the guild. I couldn't keep track of where everybody came from. Yeah. Perp is low key hilarious. I think Perp's chat is funnier than he is. I don't know how he found the funniest chatters on the planet, but dude, the TTS over there goes crazy. It's just like nonstop. It's hilarious. It's Will Chatter's got to be the funniest. He could say shit that would get other people banned, but because it's Perp, nobody bats an eye. That's a good thing to have. It's a good thing to have going on for you, I think. I might have to just use ultimate strength. So I don't run out of prayer pods all crazy. All crazy like. He eats his boogers on stream. Please tell me he doesn't do that. There's no way he does that. Oh, I forgot to punish. Rip. Boys, thank you for all the gifted subs today. Get your DSIMI badges out. Let's get another DSIM badge chat, guys. One's in the chat if you got a DSIMI on Twitch. Billy, how are you the first one to type 1? You don't even have a DSIM, bro. Are you sure you got yours on, man? Caught! Oh, there it is. You didn't have it selected. Damn, dude, I'm like nerding out over this DSIM badge. I love this thing. Hell's Diplomat, thank you for the gift sub. Synapse, please, I beg. Dude, guys, if you think I'm getting a Synapse today, Gamba's up right now. I'm gonna close the Gamba here soon. Just in case I get one right now. $90K on no. Let's go. Are you flaunting the doubt? Can we not flaunt our doubt today, guys? Let's flaunt our support. That I'm probably going to be getting something right now. Joker has 4 of these things. Can I just get one? Can I just get one?
Level up completed.
What did I level? Slayer! Let's go, guys. Y'all see me out here? 78 Slayer. All right, are you the WoW guy? Hey, yes. This guy got the peg Asians? Nice. Found a pegger. Giga Chad. Swap it up. Insane, you got the Infernal Cape? Dude, it's... Appreciate it, brother. Chat, I'm just gonna say it. Everyone's been a lot nicer to me since I got the Infernal Cape. I'm just gonna say it. Okay? I don't know what it is. I should have got this thing quicker. $82! The Punisher. You finally got rid of that damn bone necklace. Guys, the bone necklace is awesome. I should be wearing it right now to say prayer, actually. Guys, thank you very much for the gift subs. Get your decent badges in while the promo lasts. Awesome promotion from Jagex. An actual good reason to finally gift a sub. Why am I hitting zeros? Spec him. Brother changed his name to Dragon Simi? Dragon Simi, thank you for the gifted sub. Ain't no way you did that. There's no way. That is funny, bro. All right, I'm about to end the predictions right now. About to end the predictions. We're at 355. I'm going to end it right in 30 seconds. I'm going to end the prediction if you want to gamba. Will I get a synapse before 400? Before 400 kills. That is the that is the prediction for today. I watched the Inferno vid. It was lit. Dude, thank you guys. Hey, listen. Chat, I need some feedback. So, my Inferno Cape video so far was the least viewed video that I made. I'm trying to get some feedback. What was bad? Like, why wasn't it good? What could have been better? Do you think that too many people already knew about it, so they weren't interested in watching the journey? Maybe everybody was tuning in live, so they weren't interested in watching it back again. Yeah, that might be what it is. I didn't really think about that. I'm gonna drop the chaos runes. Time to stop streaming. Damn, should I stop streaming, guys, and just go full-on settled with it? I can start a new character every month and lock myself to each town. Yo, Artemis! Thank you for the 5 gifted. I think you need some streamers. I think you want some streamers and you want like some YouTubers as well. Brother, time to get the Rygor or the Augury? Wait, are you telling me to get one thing that I already have? Come on, brother. You already know I got Augury. Of course I got it on my first KC. It's not like I wasn't going to get it on my first KC. You kidding me? Oh no, I'm wasting my darts. Pick them up. Ashes, scatter. Yo, we're gonna level up our prayer like this too. This is gonna be sick. Bro, what a great time. W to the Dragon Sim badge, man. I'm gonna have this thing forever. That's what I love about it. It's very old school. They've never done a promotion like this before. Badge promotions are a great idea. Why didn't I think of that? DSimmy, yeah, you get a DSim badge forever on Twitch with one gifted. And it's usually, these promotions, they usually do 2 gifted for like drops and stuff like that. This one, you only have to gift 1. I like that. Swap. This community is tired of clout goblin money milkers. Are you speaking for the entire community right now? You gotta be careful when you do that, because people will like start an argument with you in the chat. Unless you get like a bunch of people on your side, then you guys can start a little riot together. You guys can all have your pitchforks out together. I try my best like not to speak for an entire group of people anymore. You know what I mean? I try to start off saying things like, in my personal opinion, and then it's like, no matter what you say, everyone could just be like, well, you're an idiot or something like that, you know? And then that way you avoid all the, no, we don't think that. Like, you avoid those guys. You know what I mean? I try to speak from like my perspective only, or like my opinion only type of thing. I try not to speak for others. I hate when people speak for me though too. Because there's people that will come in here and they'll tell me what I'm thinking by what I'm doing with my content, and I'm like, that is not what I'm doing. Like, what are you saying? There's people that just come in here and just speak for me. I'm like, brother, what? Like, it's okay if you were like, hey, in my personal opinion, I think that this is why you're doing this. Like, that's okay, but you come in here and tell me like what I'm doing? That's weird. We got to speak for ourselves. I think it's better way to go. That's at least what I do. This dude just shows up and dons the Slayer helm like he loves OSRS. Yeah. Is the DSim badge permanent? It's permanent. You get to keep it forever. Generalizing and assuming people's motivations is what has collapsed society and interpersonal relationships over the last 10 years. That's the most intellectual sentence of the day right there. True or not, doesn't matter. It was well put. Okay? And we can all salute that. Yo, RM Job, thank you for the bomb in the stream. That's a fat D-Simi right there. That's a fat D-Simi. Sorry, do you want to farm Noxus Halley at Araxor? We'll help you learn Calo. Lil Skeeves, talk to me. What Slayer level do I need for Araxor? $9-2? We're gonna have to get that 9 too. Grab my darts. Little plate body, let's go. Even Joker isn't 92 Slayer yet. Yeah, we're hitting that Slayer month, boys. We're hitting that Slayer month. Heavy degen grinding. Some people ain't built for it. Chat, can you believe that people said I wouldn't get an Infernal Cape on my Iron Man the very first time playing the game within 6 months? Can you believe people said that I couldn't do that? And on the first try where I actually knew what I was doing? I can't believe people said I wasn't going to be able to do that. And now they're saying I'm not going to be able to do 92 Slayer. Yeah, right, buddy. Yeah, right. Lil Pup, go get a quiver? Okay, buddy. I'll get the damn quiver. I'll get it. I just don't feel like doing it right now. Okay, max cape is crazy. Nah, I ain't getting no max cape. Ain't no way. That's the one thing I probably won't ever get, guys. The max cape is crazy. What spell you keep casting? Demonic offering. Forgot to use thralls. Bro, Thrall's about to tank my, prayer pots. I'm a boba this guy real quick. Only because he asked. You guys see that? It's okay. It's okay to aboba if people ask. I feel like he appreciated that, you know? Oh, you know what's cool about using thralls is sometimes the thrall will hit and he will pray magic. And then you could use whatever type of damage that you want. It's pretty sick. Actually, let's do this. Has Infernal with no Emberlight. I skipped Slayer. I skipped over Slayer because we got the blowpipe from Zulrah, so I went straight to the Infernal. Inferno. Okay. You didn't even use the blowpipe though? Shoot, I used it. I use it to heal. It's good to use a blowpipe spec to heal. Other than that, you don't need it. If you have adamant darts, guys, I'm just going to say it. I would not use a blowpipe on the healers. After doing both, it is infinitely easier as a new player to click, move, brew, move, attack, brew, move, attack, or attack, move, brew. Attack, move, brew is so much easier with the Bofa. Adamant darts are ass. Like, I would not recommend, after doing the Inferno, if you have adamant darts, bro, like, I would use the Bofa on the healers. Let me stop the prediction. And subs. As a new player who's not using the blowpipe that much, a 2-tick weapon does not leave a lot of room if you need to brew in between each attack and move and not lose any tick loss. The most important thing is not losing tick loss and keeping your health up. So, like, for me personally, the Bofa was a much better option. Who's you giving advice to? I'm talking to myself right now. Like, if I had to go back and do it all again, I wouldn't even think about using the freaking blowpipe. Maybe to tag the first two and then just for the spec. That's it. And then I would immediately swap back to Bofa. And when I did that, guys, that's when I got the kill. Bofa completely shreds the healers. I was two-shotting them. No, I just lost my ashes. This is an issue at the it's a bit of an issue here, boys, is the inventory. Inventory is a bit of an issue. I have a herb sack, but they usually don't drop very many herbs. I guess it could be worth bringing it in case I get 2 herbs like this. You do Zuck on task? Yeah, I'm down to do it. I'll be down. Guys, thank you for those gift subs. Enjoy the DSimmy badge. Permanent badge on Twitch forever. We're getting that DSim life. I kind of want to listen to the theory-wise interviews where he interviewed all the WoW players. I might put that on in the background here while we're killing some, while we're slaying out on some monsters right here. Why WoW players are quitting old school RuneScape? Put it up here. Oh, okay. Okay, buddy. Not the first day of boba, huh? The day one of boba throwback right there. Okay. Why are WoW players quitting old school RuneScape? Is the title of the vid. Oops. Okay. Let me mute the music. Let's watch this bad boy.
RuneScape. It quickly became one of my most watched as players and content creators alike peeked behind the curtain
with the
of
10
a different
gifted
kind
subs.
of
Thank you for
MMO
dropping 10
and
on the stream,
discovered
Tricks.
something worth playing.
Holy crap. Give me 1 second. Tricks, enjoy that Dragon Simtar badge. Absolute legend. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Let's go. Tricks, you are one of my most watched people on the recap, brother. It's been a long ride, man. Thanks for hanging with me.
It even got an Asmongold reaction. See? Right there. Between why young men don't like Democrats and migrant mob attacks courthouse, ICE deports entire building. So, that's nice. In this space, Asmongold reactions are pretty rare. I'm not even a guy in front of a green screen. Take that, Idol, Jimmy, others. And he even said this.
I really think this is a great video. I was glad that I watched this, and I think that I pretty much agree with everything he's saying.
Okay.
Clearly, this video is going to age perfectly. Anyway, let's check in on some of our favorite RuneScape streamers.
I'm playing both, my friend.
Guys, 07's in the chat for Savix, man. The music's making me all sad, bro. What the hell? I missed this guy.
All y'all bitch asses.
Oh,
I'm
Showback.
out of that Gilnor shit.
07's for Showback.
New world style. New world.
The return to hardcore WoW.
Oh, Guzu.
I lost interest. I was addicted to the game, and I feel like I completely lost my touch with the game. I have no interest in doing dailies in a bullshit game.
Oh, no. I'll be 07's.
Bullshit game.
New World style. God, that Showback clip, it aged terribly. It aged terribly. God dang it, Showback. Oh, he was just so confident. I'm leaving OSRS for New World. Oh, God. They canceled New World like the next day.
Oh, okay, let's talk about that. I promise I'm not joking when I say that I think that video has remained relevant. It outlined elements of OSRS that are appealing to fans of the MMO and explained why so many WoW players, particularly those who played a lot of Classic, have found themselves enjoying RuneScape. In no small part because of a massive content drought in WoW. While I think that WoW is still within a content drought, Blizzard has announced a re-release of its first expansion.
But wait till that re. That shit gonna be lit. You remember the last time that we played TBC when it came out again? Oh, that shit gonna be fun again. We gonna be lit.
The Burning Crusade, which naturally is garnering some attention, especially due to Soda Poppin's ability to create another OnlyFans event, wherein all these streamers can once again collaborate and have a great time. Ever since that video of mine, many a WoW
Guys, what's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result?
player has came and went, etching their mark on the world and the content creation scene that defines it. Some more than others, but ultimately the flock has become but a few remaining creators that continue on, and even that feels short-lived. Why? The answer is simple. These creators played a lot of old school RuneScape. In fact, most of them played more OSRS than they did Classic Anniversary during OnlyFans a year ago. While their adventures were short-lived from the perspective of an old-school RuneScape player, these aren't your normal old-school RuneScape players. Their career is streaming video games. They likely played more RuneScape in half a year than most of you have in the past year. Just look at their stats. It's no wonder that many of them—
Actually, I get a lot of people that tell me all the time that I've played more in 6 months than they have in 2 years. It's like a very common thing. They're like, man, I've been playing for 4 years and you're already past me. But we're playing the game 10 to 12 hours a day. Like, so yeah, we consume video games. So my 6 months is a lot of people's 4 years. So you got to keep that in mind. Like, I've actually played this game a lot longer than 6 months in an average amount of person played time.
Them have burned out having grinded so hard.
Brooks!
Also, there's more WoW
Dropping the
content
bomb
coming
on the
out.
stream. Yo, Bud Brooks, thank you very much for the 5 gifted. Enjoy that Twitch badge, my boy. I appreciate those 5 gifted. Thank you.
Something that wasn't happening back when they started. There's no reason to look at this in a black and white way. You aren't just an OSRS player or a WoW player. In fact, if I had to guess, most streamers want to just be players, MMO and otherwise. I doubt that they won't dabble in OSRS in the future.
Damn, this is recent footage, bro. This is Slayer Day 1, I think. This is recent footage.
Especially if Blizzard messes something up again. Finally, some may not have stopped playing at all. As Savix put it, bouncing between 2 separate games confuses viewership and negatively impacts a streamer's career. But that's the broad answer, and we will talk about this broadly. But there are all—
Yeah, okay. Listen, guys. As a streamer, I'm going to tell you guys something. The best feeling as a streamer is when you feel like you could play any game you want and people would still watch and hang out with you. That is such a rare thing. Most streamers end up being tied down to one thing. They don't have the freedom to do like what Guzu does, where Guzu can kind of like play every game and still make enough money to pay his bills. That is like not even the top 1%. That is the top 0.1% of streamers. It is the top 10% of 1% that are able to survive and make enough money to like do whatever they want. It is very, very difficult to achieve that status. Not even Zaryu was able to come and play RuneScape and like be happy with and content with the amount of like money and stuff that he was going to be able to make playing RuneScape. His viewers just wanted to watch him play WoW. He doesn't do well with variety. And it's like, it's tough, man. Not a lot of people are able to do this. And so if you are, you're super lucky. You are super lucky.
Also specific answers, specific to creators, their motivations, and their goals, as well as some important takeaways for prospect players, content creators, and even game developers. So let's get into it. As I see it, burnout is one of the 2 main culprits that causes departure. I'm sure most of us know what burnout is, but in my perspective, burnout is achieved through certain environments. What causes—
Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, guys. That's another back-to-back bomb on the stream. Thank you for the 5 gifted, Mr. Villain. And enjoy that Rune Simi, or Dragon Simi. Rune Simi would have been a downgrade. Dragon Simi badge forever on Twitch, my man.
Causes an individual to burn out is a feeling of stagnancy, a lack of movement. So if your journey through a game is like a long, winding road trip, burnout would be gridlock.
Sardako hair win. Right after this 10-minute timeout. How about that, Sir Gavin? Yeah, enjoy that.
Endless traffic. When you feel like you aren't making progress, then you end up perceiving time spent in the game as wasted. OSRS mitigates this by having loads of different goals to incrementally work toward, but also brings this upon itself by having certain pitfalls in its progression. Incredibly rare drops that gate a huge swath of content such as the Bofa and its respective crystal armor obtained through the Corrupted Gauntlet is actually a great example of this. While the content is great, it also acts like a bottleneck for Iron Man. Until you complete it, you feel restricted from breaking through.
Did you guys notice that every single WoW player quit when they got to the Gauntlet? Every single one? You guys think that's a coincidence? Or a game design issue? Little bit of both? Little bit of both? I don't know. If I'm Jagex, I'm looking at that, scratching my head and saying, is there anything we could do differently? Is there anything we could do better? What is the reason that a lot of Iron Men quit right here? Are some of the grinds too brutal for Iron Men? Do we want people to quit there? Is that the goal? Is the goal for people to quit? How do we make people keep playing the game? Is there anything we can change? I'm asking myself these type of questions. You know what I mean? That's what you got to do.
Through into the end game, even if that's not always the case. No surprise then that quite a few of these WoW streamers quit around this time. Shobek, for example, got his enhanced crystal seed relatively early, but at that point clearly felt the weight of burnout pushing him away. The same kind of issue exists.
To be fair though, Shobek was playing 12 hours a day every day and he doesn't ever take a day off. How do streamers stream every single day? I would lose my mind. I have to take a day off. I take 2 days off a week. Like, I love playing video games. And sometimes I play on my day off. Sometimes I stream on my day off. Because I'm like, fudge, I'm not doing anything else today. Might as well just hit go live. Because I'm going to play video games anyway. Because I'm having fun. But at a certain point, like, dude, you need a day off. And you know who else doesn't take days off? Peekaboo. That guy's insane. He's been doing it for like 10 years straight. I'd already lose my mind. I would lose my mind.
With specific skill grinds in OSRS, skills that feel singular in their purpose and have very limited output, like agility in the later levels.
Where's my
It's
sim
not
refresh?
rewarding to train because it provides so little. The same applies to smithing, mining after a certain point, firemaking, runecraft, hunter, thieving. Wow, there are a lot of skills in this game that need some work, but that's a subject for another video. To lay out the issue, these are people who play games.
5 gifted subs from Toby. Yo, thank you, Toby, for the 5 gifted, guys. Holy, another one. 5 bombs flooding in. We do have the discount on the gifted subs for 5+. I thought it was going to be gifted subs for everyone. It's actually only discounted for 5 or more. I used one of my Twitch promotions on that so we could get people some discounts. So thank you guys for throwing on the 5 gifted subs. You guys are legends. I appreciate that, boys.
As a career, their jobs rely on them being entertaining, and that is difficult to do when experiencing a level of burnout. Burnout stems from long hours, a lack of diverse content, i.e. being stuck in the Corrupted Gauntlet, and slow progression. Gridlock. The impression of immobility can also happen thanks to setting far-reaching goals that you don't make meaningful progression toward every day.
Yep.
So if you just started the game and decide, I want to get the Inferno Cape, every day won't feel meaningful in your journey to achieve that. Old school RuneScape does rely.
Yeah, that is true. Okay, I was about to say maybe not true, but that is a good take because some days I had regression and some days I backtracked on my prog. It was like 2 days during the Inferno grind where I didn't make it back to my previous wave. So there was 2 days where I backtracked, and those days, yeah, like you're gonna have those days. And even Foe and like Bodhi and all these guys are like, yeah, regression is like a normal thing. So don't be too hard on yourself.
On setting goals. That's the only way to get invested in the game, but they need to be curated goals, balanced around your current place. If you're new, think Dragon Slayer, Dragon Defender, Dragon Scimitar. If you're in the mid-game,
Dragon
think
Simi,
Bofa,
baby!
Quest Cape, Osmumten's Fang. If you're in the endgame, that's when Inferno, Colosseum, and the Theater of Blood become possible. This all comes to a head when there's also some misunderstandings of the game's purpose. I'm not trying to imply that these WoW streamers were playing the game wrong. That's the beauty of OSRS, you can play however you want, just that expectations may have birthed gridlock. I've said this before, but World of Warcraft is very much combat-centric. Combat is 70%
all
of
combat.
the game. It'd be
90.
90% if we're counting the time spent
More.
traveling between the next combat encounter.
90%.
95% if we're counting waiting for groups to fill for combat. It's singular in its purpose, and that also applies to Classic WoW, even when it had a broader, slower-paced goal in mind. Not a
combat.
problem, but also not anything like OSRS, which is maybe like 30% combat-centric, certainly when playing an Iron Man. If that is your preferred game mode, you simply can't only be doing combat. I say this often, but RuneScape isn't just a point-and-click adventure game, and it isn't just a rhythm game. It's also a management game.
Yeah.
You are managing your supplies, your inventory, your loadout. These are micro puzzles being solved every single time you do just about anything in the game. It's what creates so much engagement in the most minor action because maximizing efficiency.
Your inventory is part of your combat. And that is something that I think WoW can kind of take if they wanted to and make swapping your gear and things like that, the gear that you bring to the fight, and the gear swaps and stuff like that matter a little bit more. And the only person that really matters to a lot in Classic WoW right now is warriors, especially warrior tanks. They will swap their gear a lot. They will also swap their spec if dual spec is available, which it is now. And I would swap between Fury or Deep Prot or Fury Prot and regular Fury, just depending if I was main tanking or off tanking or not tanking at all, and I would just do DPS, and then I would swap my gear. This is why I like Warrior. This concept needs to apply to everybody in the game, and it would make the game more interesting for every class. Making your bag part of the fight is such a great idea.
Is part of successful management. Every time I see people balk at efficient players, how can you have fun doing that? Well, for the same reason you have fun playing Factorio, RimWorld, and Stardew Valley. Aggregating resources
Stardew Valley shout out
is satisfying. And then having content to use those resources on for impactful account progression is the best feeling in the game. But that only happens if you enjoy that part of the game. For example, if you only join RuneScape to do the PVM because that's the most immediately fun element.
This is kind of me. I think he's kind of talking to me here. That's what I want to do. I just want to do all of the difficult PVM stuff to see if I have what it takes or not to get a Zuckhelm. Everything else, I don't really care about. I actually view it more as a chore than I do a game. And that's why I feel like I made a mistake on the selection screen picking Iron Man, but also it's a lot more interesting to watch an Iron Man. So now at my point in my journey, I've realized that I have a sunk cost fallacy. I can't go back now. We just got to send it. And I got to do all this other stuff now. I just got to man up and do it. And so now I'm just fucking. I'm like, fuck it. I'm an Iron Man. We're already this far in. But I think he's kind of speaking to me right here.
And the most viewer friendly, well, shit, that's going to make your overall journey feel really bad. You're doing things you hate.
However, if you do get, to an Infernal Cape, you do get the Bofa, you do get these grinds on an Iron Man, it feels infinitely more rewarding because you sacrificed way more to get it. So, more work, but more reward. That's Iron Man.
For the off chance that you'll eventually get to the parts you don't. And that's broadly what I think happened for a lot of WoW streamers. The OSRS PVM is clearly very engaging. If you've never played, you may look at the screen and scoff at the colored squares and simplistic graphics, but OSRS has more mechanical depth for the individual player than just about any MMO. I say this as someone who rated cutting-edge content in WoW for many years. The mechanics in OSRS are not only harder, more punishing, and require more attention, but the game itself has more depth to its moment-to-moment gameplay.
True.
That's not to say mythic raiding in WoW is easy, just that it taps into a different skill set. It's group-centric, meaning that simplistic mechanics are made far harder when 20 people need to be doing them flawlessly and in tandem. But
Right.
individual mechanics in WoW rarely exceed that.
Right.
Moving left, moving right, standing there, hitting that, interrupting X, pushing P. The difficulty is in coordination. In OSRS, the difficulty stems from anything but. So if you don't like the management aspects of RuneScape, then you likely won't connect to the game. And if you only want to do the PVM, don't make an Iron Man, right?
Damn.
That's the other broad
Okay.
criticism levied at these streamers. They shouldn't have made Iron Man.
True.
And I wholeheartedly disagree. There are only two kinds of people streaming non-Iron Man in the OSRS space. Very talented PVMers like No Monkey, Mulgold Kirby, and so on, and very talented PvPers such as Odablock, Dino, and West Ham. Otherwise, even if you're a new player, Mainscape is just kind of fucking boring to watch, especially when you have
He's
viewers
spitting
capable
right here.
of giving you anything you need. While you can say just don't accept handouts, not only is that easier said than done, it also doesn't dispel the myth that it happens regardless. Similarly, the journey of Iron Man, the need to do the wide breadth of content in the game, both good and bad, is what makes for compelling streams. Recently, Sardako went for the Inferno Cape, one of the hardest items in the entire game to obtain, and after 70 odd attempts, he got it. I don't think this would have hit as hard if he was rocking full Biss, range, and mage
Absolutely
with a
not.
3-bill setup. The setbacks, the failures, mechanical and material, is what made the effort engaging to watch. That's what connected the viewers to the stream. They're not always fun, but it makes for the better story, the more exciting overall
It's a better story. That's
experience.
100% true. Iron Man's a
mode
better
is
story.
the de facto story
Guys, that is a bar right there. Iron Man is a better story. Only real ones will get it. Only real ones will understand what that means.
of old school RuneScape. It's not just for those who love grinding, and that hasn't been the case for like 8 years. It's there to give incentives to explore every part of this game and gain value from those parts. It's meant to be a natural form of progression. If I were to say anything in hindsight, it's that I wish there was more consideration for some group Iron Man between players who stuck around for longer, as that can alleviate the mid-game resource grind.
That's why
I
group
can
Iron
say
Man
that
is the
from
best mode in the
experience, as
game.
my first time with OSRS was as a group Iron Man, and look at me now. Now that we've covered the broad reasons, let's dip into specifics. To perform a good analysis, I wanted to reach out to some of these streamers and get their perspectives. I couldn't communicate with all of them, but those I did helped me a ton, so thank you. I
is a good
sat
video,
down
Third Wise.
virtually
It's a good
with
video.
Jokered last week for an episode of my Fireside podcast. If
We-
you're
I might wanna listen
wondering
to
what
that.
that is,
I might
it's
wanna
a
listen to
show
that
where
after
I
this.
bring on all kinds of wonderful content creators to yap about games,
See what
content
Jokered has to say.
creation, and more. You can find it on my second channel with the full Jokered episode uploaded. I've had Alien Food, Josh Isn't Gaming, the CEO of MMOs, and even a Jagex developer, Mod Grub, on to chat, with lots more coming in the future. As a thank you to my channel members, they also gain early access to future episodes of Fireside on my main channel. So if that interests you and you want to support these projects, feel free to become a member on this channel. Anyway, Jokered was the world first max level in Classic WoW during its release in 2019. I remember watching his gameplay at the time and genuinely being in awe at how much of a grinder he is. So it shouldn't go as any
Actual
surprise
gamer.
that he is one of those streamers that got incredibly invested in RuneScape. It kind of hits the elements of an MMO that speak to him. When I asked him about the departed streamers, those who left, he had this to say.
One of the worst things that I can think of as a streamer is you go live and you don't know what you're doing. You don't have a plan. You don't have a task to do. You're just like kind of like grasping at content, right? Which is something that I have many issues with WoW because I've played WoW for so long. I've made so many characters. It's just like at
Damn,
some
Joker's
point
spitting right
you're
here.
scraping the bottom of the barrel. There's just not that much left.
There's
right?
just nothing
I
left.
feel like with RuneScape, it's just like a bigger barrel of like a almost like a never-ending ocean in it, right? So
Yeah.
like I really like that about the game where there's just so many ridiculously long grinds, and I feel like I could just never run out of things to do. So that's kind of what keeps me playing, as well as just trying to like, you know, do stuff, get things done, like level up the skills. Like I've been working on the achievement cape since I finished my quest cape, right? Which is a while back now, and I still haven't even probably done half of it. So it's
Crazy.
just one of those things where that's kind of what keeps me going and playing the game. Maybe for the other content creators, it was more about like doing the quests, maybe just checking out a bit of the mid game, right? They started playing before me as well, to be fair, right? So maybe they had their fill. I'm not sure. Like I can't really put myself in their shoes that well, you know.
A core reason why Joker not only stuck around, but went on to achieve some genuinely awe-inspiring things,
99
such as
sailing, by the way.
maxing sailing in under a week, as someone who has only been playing for like 4 months, is because he connected with the management side of RuneScape. His first 99 was farming. Doing herb runs and stacking up resources for PVM grinds was satisfying
Yeah, the thing that made Zaryu quit is the thing Joker and Max first.
content to him. He didn't hate that side of the game. He actively encouraged it, recognized that without it, the game would fail in its goal of being a long-term MMO. After all, he's no stranger to grinds. He did over 2,000 solos of a dungeon in Classic when farming a dagger. While for most Classic WoW players, the longest grind in the game is the Journey to Max, for OSRS players, that would be nothing. Breakfast. That's not to say that WoW Classic didn't have insane grinds such as rank 14, but that they weren't mandatory or done by most players. And in the case of rank 14, no longer exist in the way they used to.
And then I saw like a lot of other WoW content creators were playing it for like a month or so, right? And I was like, I just tried the game out for a few days right before Mists of Pandaria launched, and I ended up liking it. It was fun. I ended up stopping playing MOP, played for like a couple days only, and then I went back to RuneScape. Definitely the early game wasn't like the best compared to how it is now, but it's just like you gradually unlock.
The early
quality of
game is
life.
like
And
mega confusing, no quality of life. The mid game, it's so much better because you have fast travel. And then now, my favorite part of the game is where I'm starting to get to, which is the difficult challenges. The difficult solo challenges in particular, best part of RuneScape. And what makes me sad is so many people that play RuneScape will never get to the best part of the game. I would say at least half of all RuneScape players will never get to play the best part. And that makes me a bit sad. But this is not a game for everyone. And what makes old school RuneScape so special is they don't bend the knee to casuals. This is a game for grinders. You grind or you get the fuck out. Type shit.
and it just makes the game feel better over time. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of like the game design of it, right? Like where you unlock like traveling with fairy rings, and you can use law runes to teleport around. So it's just kept getting better and better. And I'm still playing. I've like, what is it, 80 days now on my own on my account.
Love
which is
that.
ridiculous.
Meanwhile, other WoW turned OSRS streamers took an entirely different approach to the game. Guzu is likely the most well-known convert, as his guideless Quest Cape journey created some truly memorable moments. It captured the same feelings that early episodes of Alien Food's Unguided series did, wherein a player discovers the wonders of the world unbegotten to metas and viewer demands. While Guzu didn't connect with the management side of RuneScape as much, he did resonate with an aspect that most streamers didn't: the quests. Arguably one of the most, if not the most distinguishing feature of this MMO that most people overlook. Quests in RuneScape are single-player adventures filled with challenges, puzzles, and quite a lot of dialogue. While you can use the Quest Helper plugin to simplify them, just the sheer fact that a RuneScape quest can kill your character in a boss fight distinctly separates them from other MMOs. You may be facing an existential, strangely barefooted threat in World of Warcraft, but it clearly isn't doing much to damage you, to hurt your character. So
Right.
why should you care or believe in that threat? On the other hand, in OSRS, you are not only dying to certain quest bosses, but sometimes are doing so repeatedly. It's unique that quests aren't there to be repeatable chores to slop through on your way to max level, but are a separate side of the game. They benefit your character's progression by granting great rewards and act as goals to achieve in and of themselves. Out of all of these players, Guzu's journey felt the most insular and compact. Most viewers likely understood that after the quest cape, he would explore different avenues or return back to WoW. But along those same lines, I think most players know that when OSRS receives a new quest, or a set of new quests, he may be the first back in line to experience them.
Guzu might come back.
Soda Poppin's initial interest in OSRS
God,
is
Soda
likely what popularized the meta
Temporaz,
after
boy.
Guzu jump-started it. While I don't have much to say about Soda Poppin, as he didn't play the game enough to understand it or take something away from it, he
My Temporaz locked Iron Man. A diary by Soda Poppin.
is an influencer that now is responsible for some of the most memorable events in both games, WoW and RuneScape. In WoW, he played a role in orchestrating OnlyFans, which contributed a lot of publicity to Classic WoW's anniversary release, and in
Dude, what's crazy is some of the WoW players came over and they started making a settled video. They literally locked themselves to Temporaz and Wintertot, like Graze for days. Like, what are you guys doing? Like, play the game first. Idiots.
OSRS, he played a role in putting together the OTK event, pitting streamer against streamer in one of the most bizarre and funny crossovers in recent memory. His influence was felt, even if not in-game. Zaryu is an interesting case. He didn't play as much OSRS as some of his peers had, but his takeaways were fascinating. His adventure into RuneScape felt like a fact-finding mission. I never got the impression that he would quit WoW, but rather explore an alternate world and then apply that world's success to WoW.
Right.
Out of all these streamers, Zaryu spent a lot of time post-OSRS thinking about the elements of the game that would apply well to Classic Plus, the version of Classic WoW that fans are eagerly waiting for, a version that would turn Blizzard's penchant for re-releasing old content on its head by having them create actually new content for Classic WoW, and potentially set it on a separate path to the main game, much like OSRS did to RuneScape 3 all those years ago. As a WoW player, I'm excited to see what Classic Plus looks like. As a RuneScape player, I'm incredibly skeptical. I made an entire video about why, one that not only became my most controversial, but was also reacted to by Zaryu and gave me the opportunity to reach out and ask about the topic of this video. This is what he said. In my eyes, it came down to two things mainly. The first reason is that most WoW creators/streamers are streamers, meaning they need to do what's best for them, but also for their communities. And when they were originally playing OSRS, they had an influx of 2 times or 3 times normal viewership. So as a streamer, it's a no-brainer to play more of that game. But once that falls off, it becomes harder to justify even if you're enjoying the game. The harder question to answer is, why did the viewership fall off? Novelty wearing off or mid-game too grindy? I believe the masses get bored of the repetitive nature of the mid-game, even if it is good game design. My suggestion, mains can easily be cheated by being given some of the best loot in the game, making them not as good to stream because it undermines the entire journey of obtaining items when everything is given to you. And Iron Men have an insane grind that is tough to stream to a super large audience because of how grindy it can get. Although I believe Irons to be more fun to watch than mains for the most part, the journey, I think a Bronze Man of sorts, minus the PvP
Bronze
portion,
Man hype!
No lootable items in PvP, would solve this. This would cut farming down by a ton and also allow for an authentic journey without handouts. This type of game...
In short, guys, me and Zar talked about this a lot, and we were on the same page about this, but Bronze Man would solve a lot of issues for streamers, which is we don't want to... We want to stream a lot of like the cool, interesting stuff and the best parts of RuneScape, but streaming the grinds... you can only be a just chatting streamer for so long. And if you want to be an entertaining streamer a lot, it's a lot of grind. It's a lot of grind to try and, you know, be an entertaining, just chatting streamer for. And to be able to skip some of those grinds, like 30% or 40% of the grind, but still have the glory of the Iron Man, a Bronze Man would be the happy medium in between, and it would be the best streaming mode. And that's why a lot of streamers want this mode, at least from like talking to me and Zar about it. So that's kind of what Zar's saying here, summarized.
Mode, I believe, would have appealed the most to nearly every WoW streamer, but it didn't exist officially. After returning to WoW, Zaryu created a spreadsheet of all kinds of different ideas that could be added to Classic Plus, and then polled his viewers on each one using the very same polling breakpoints that Jagex does for OSRS.
Yeah.
70.
I personally wouldn't mind hardcore normal accounts either. I'm not really sure why those don't exist, but for whatever reason, Jagex thought they wouldn't be a good idea. So you got to trust Jagex. They know more about game development than I do.
% to pass. I also spent a couple hours discussing this very spreadsheet with resident OSRS chunkman Josh Isn't Gaming on an upcoming episode of Fireside, my podcast. So look out for that on my second channel within the next week or two. Anyway, Zaryu's takeaways are very important to understand because they will help us tie things together in this video's conclusion. I think it's fair to say that Sardako went hard. He, alongside Jokered, spent more time than anyone else in RuneScape, and has the achievements to prove it. He got the first Bofa and the first Inferno Cape. RuneScape's PVM clearly resonated with him. I also spent some time speaking
only thing I want to do
about OSRS, Classic Plus, and the topic of this very video. He had a similar takeaway to Zaryu. An official Bronzeman mode with restricted PvP would have kept more WoW streamers playing. I'd be hard-pressed to disagree, since adding new game modes doesn't damage OSRS at all. You really don't need new servers or to split the player base to include them. While I know there were other streamers checking the game out, I think my broad conclusions about Burnout apply to them well enough that I don't need to spend more time analyzing specific cases. But shout out to them nevertheless, you can see some of them on screen here. The final content creator I want to mention isn't a streamer at all. Mad Season Show is the most well-known classic WoW YouTuber. He has been making WoW content for over a decade and has made a brand out of his monotone voice, compelling analysis, and predictions over impending monetization. Told you so. Over a year ago, he checked out old school RuneScape and enjoyed it so much that he wanted to create an unguided series. It quickly became one of my favorite pieces of OSRS content ever. It tapped into that alien food unguided appeal while coming from a voice that has never touched the game before. Watching him stumble through without even the pre-existing context of how the game works is incredible. Seeing him discover how to splash on seagulls in Port Sarim totally through deduction, or spending dozens of hours grinding Wintertod for a dragon hatchet. Seeing him wrangle the game's occasionally obtuse systems is not only some of the best content, it's crucial for game design too. That's the benefit of having so many new players check out OSRS, and why it has seen so much growth over the past few years. While the jagged edges of the game are nostalgic and very important to keep in some ways, they aren't all winners. Over time, Jagex and plugin developers alike have alleviated many of the overbearing points of friction and created a much more palatable onboarding experience.
Friction mentioned?
In no small part thanks to content creators like Mad Season, who point out flaws that have been ignored thanks to a player base that hasn't made new accounts in many years. Since he started playing, the game added login tips, skill summaries, and slightly more guidance that made old school RuneScape more approachable without sacrificing its identity as an old school MMO. Many of these streamers have left, but not without making an indelible mark on the game we all love. RuneScape only benefited from their presence. They showcased the flaws and successes of the early game, allowing Jagex to continue improving aspects.
Wait, I think the viewership... Hold on, I'm reading a comment, but I'm also killing something. I think the viewership went down a lot because a lot of streamers were lazy, not doing anything fun or new. We needed more stuff like TOA Fridays. That was bomb when everyone was still there. I'm glad to hear you guys like the TOA Fridays. I tried my hardest to get the streamers together and rally every Friday to do stuff together. And then we ended up doing Cox and stuff like that. And I feel like the viewership was good. I feel like you guys come out and watch those things, which is amazing. We should do more collabs and stuff like that. Here is why we don't do more stuff like that. There is so much grinding that you need to do on an Iron Man that it's like, feels like a waste of time sometimes to stop what you're doing and actually go have fun. Because there's so much grinding. And it's a shame that it feels like that. But for Iron Man, it's like, you need to get to a certain point before you can go and grind and do things. And a lot of people are kind of stuck in their own element. Like they have their goals and things they want to accomplish. And then there's some of us are EU and some of us are United States. And it's tough to like sometimes meet in the middle and run those things together. And ultimately, RuneScape is a game where you want to like have good gear so that you can farm stuff quickly. And you just really don't get to that point very fast on an Iron Man. So even though you're getting like, 1 or 2 KC here and there, a lot of times it's better to like not do that and wait till like a few months later and then come back and farm that content quicker later on. So there's a reason why like Slayer is the meta, because Slayer gives you some really good items without a ton of effort once you get the Slayer level, right? And so, we'll farm these raids a lot faster once everyone has a BOFA, right? But it takes a long time to get a BOFA and a full crystal set. Right now, only me and Joker have that, and everyone else is in CG farming. And for a while, we had to wait for everybody to like Greenlog Perilous Moons. And that took a while. And so it's a lot of waiting on your friends to like catch up to you if they started later or they didn't play. And so it's just a lot of grinding. There's nothing that can compare the amount of grinding and prep that you have to do in RuneScape to any other game that I've ever played. And so it can just get to a point and it's like, yeah, we'll do like 1 or 2 TOAs, a week, but even a week of grinding doesn't really put your account in a much better position than it was a week ago. You need months to progress in this game. And so that's why it's tough it feels tough. Like I want everyone to, once everyone gets a BOFA, then I feel like we could do more content, but even then they're going to need another 6 months before we can start efficiently clearing TOBs. Because I'm trying to put my account in TOB status right now, but I'm still far away from it. I need 87 Slayer, then I've got to grind stuff, and then we can maybe get into some TOBs, but it would be better if I waited until after the Yama grind, which I first need to get a Synapse so I can get a Scobo so I can get into Doom and start grinding Yama, and then maybe I'll have a decent enough gear to where we can farm TOBs. And then by the time I get that, maybe Joker will be ready, but like nobody else will be there for like 6 months. TOB status, unless we're carrying them. So it is tough to do stuff like that. Now we don't have to do raids. We could do other content, but that's something I got to think about. I don't really know the game well enough yet to start planning around and doing other content. And I think that is something that I need to start thinking about and doing. So I appreciate you bringing that up.
That aren't criticized enough. They personally experienced an entirely different subgenre of MMO, and most importantly, they created amazing content for all of us to watch. The one thing that didn't benefit yet is World of Warcraft. In fact, this is where things become complicated. Many streamers and viewers that play both games or just WoW have settled on a single takeaway: make Classic Plus like old school RuneScape.
Yeah.
They love WoW, they want Classic Plus to be successful, and OSRS looks like the kind of paradigm to apply. My controversial video on this subject essentially took the counter to that, arguing that WoW does not have the systems, backend, and community necessary to translate old school RuneScape success, and in addition to that, doesn't have a company running it with a vision for the game's future. You can't just—
Guys, anybody saying D-Iron? D-Iron is not an option. If you guys aren't listening, maybe you guys weren't here for the beginning of the video. People don't really care about mains. As a streamer, de-ironing is not an option. So we either get a bronze man mode or we stay iron. Those are the two options. And as a streamer, I think most streamers would agree with that. That's just the way it is.
Just cherry pick parts of OSRS you like without acknowledging how crucial the parts you don't are. The management side of OSRS, the herb runs, the farming, the fletching, the crafting, that is what breeds longevity. That's what makes RuneScape a long-term MMO, and why even classic WoW struggled to retain persistent activity outside of its patches. For example, many WoW players look to OSRS and say, I wish WoW could make the kinds of solo challenges RuneScape has, without understanding that it can't. Not really. RuneScape isn't driven by the holy trinity of tank, DPS, and healers. It doesn't
Right.
have classes or respective
I love that about
specializations,
RuneScape, by the
meaning
way.
that every player has access to the same utilities and offensive
perfectly
approaches
balanced game.
as any other.
Perfectly
there
balanced.
are no limits to
'Cause
what you
everyone's the
can
same.
and can't be based on choices you made during character creation. The roles and specializations associated with the Holy Trinity are crucial for WoW's identity. They aren't conducive to solo challenges. The only method through which this would be possible would be if Blizzard dedicated an inordinate amount of time creating challenges for specific specializations, like 30 of them. It's untenable from a content creation standpoint. And we know this because they've kind of tried it before. In the Legion expansion, there was a patch that added an activity called the Mage Tower, which was a solo challenge that awarded a unique cosmetic for your specialization. It was actually a collection of 7 challenges, with each individual one encompassing a certain grouping of specializations that had the utilities required to deal with those specific encounters mechanics. It was really good, actually. I loved getting the appearances back in 2017. But that was in a version of the game where classes are already homogenized. Most already had interrupt, self-heals, and other forms of CC. That is
A lot of people prefer the restriction being placed by the game and not by a self-imposed one. Yeah, that's why I said if Bronzeman was an official mode, then it would be perfect, especially for streamers, because they could get past some of the grinds a little bit quicker, but still have the validation from the game officially that they earned everything that they have. But they maybe just didn't do as many farm runs as an Iron did, right? So that's kind of where we're at. You either play Iron, where I'm at least, I'm gonna just speak for myself. Where I'm at, I'm either an Iron Man, a Bronze Man, or nothing. Is where I'm at right now. That's what I've decided.
not the case in Classic.
And it has to be official.
Specializations are very different from one another. Some tanks, like the Protection Paladin, don't even have a taunt button. Utilities are separated, with only some classes and specializations able to do things like solo dungeons. You wouldn't be able to create 7 encounters, you'd need to create over 20. The only other solution is to apply the same level
Would
of
you try a
homogenization
UIM?
that would
No.
kind of ruin
And I'm
the
gonna time you
spirit
out for
of
asking
Classic
that.
WoW's classes. So while it is easy to say just do what RuneScape does, they can't. It doesn't map on. And when one quits RuneScape because of the, say, overbearing management grind, only to turn around and say, man, I hope Classic Plus copies RuneScape. No, you don't. And it can't. WoW players aren't going to like that. You won't like that. The game doesn't have the infrastructure necessary for long-term horizontal progression. The only way OSRS achieved this is by not being as combat focused.
Yeah.
Much like my takeaway in that one controversial video, it's a ship of Theseus.
Damn. He's cooking, man. He's really cooking with this. You can't really have a horizontal progression game mode that's purely combat. What strings out the horizontalness of this game is that it's like 90% skilling. That's what makes it take so much time. If it was all combat, I mean, I don't know if they could have enough design in the game in WoW to like string it out and make it take as long as what RuneScape does. I just don't think that, I don't think the game design works like that. And there's so many different classes and specs. Imagine you have 24 different classes. You got to keep all of them balanced and make gear for every single one of those classes and specs over the next 20 years. So you automatically need 24 times the amount of gear that you would have to design for like an old school RuneScape. And you have to keep it all balanced. And now you're struggling with balance. And not only for PVM, but also for PvP. And it's like, dude, it is a structural nightmare to try and do this in a classic game design. It's too much. My brain starts to explode when I think about it.
To create a sustainable future for Classic Plus, you'd need to perpetually strip it of elements that define World of Warcraft. And while I would personally like Blizzard to swing for the fences and truly try something different, I fear that a lot of WoW players may not want that at all. It's part of the reason why many of these streamers played more OSRS than they did Classic Anniversary, even though many of the former systems didn't appeal much to them. This is RuneScape's identity. It's not that WoW or Blizzard shouldn't take it, it's that they probably can't. I asked Zaryu what he hopes Classic Plus takes from old school RuneScape. He said this: "My final takeaway is that every game is different, and you can't one-for-one copy everything for other games like WoW because it simply doesn't work. Skilling doesn't exist in WoW, and it doesn't need to necessarily. Things like WoW having classes, larger raids, etc., these are staples of WoW and make it so that you can't just copy-paste all things from RuneScape. So the idea is to honor that the games are different, but still gain inspiration from some things that work, mainly systems.
Collection
the biggest
logs.
by far in my eyes are 1. The voting
Achievements.
system, 2. Honoring the tradition of the game, and 3. When adding new content, it shouldn't completely invalidate all of the old content." It's easy to see where he's coming from, and I generally agree. Our views do differ slightly though, such as my perspective that I don't think polling would work in Classic because the player base doesn't have a general broad vision for the game and haven't yet been put in the position to need to
Damn, Theory-Wise just said Classic players don't know what's going on. They don't know what's best for the game. You think you do, but you don't.
consider its longevity in the future, which could lead them to vote in things that seem appealing in the present but detract from its future sustainability. The success of polling in OSRS first stemmed from the community's fear of change. This allowed the developers to prove themselves, create a vision for the future, and only then pitch ideas that are larger, greater, evolutionary. If this collective detour into old-school RuneScape improves another world that I love dearly, then that's nothing but a win in my book. I don't think World of Warcraft is cannibalizing RuneScape's player base. It's not similar enough of a game, but I do think it can learn from RuneScape's successes. And the first place to start, if not the developers, is the influencers that can create the necessary conversations to make that happen. If I am to wish for something, it'd be for all of these talented content creators to—
You heard it. He said World of Warcraft, Blizzard needs to listen to the influencers. So Blizzard, whenever y'all are ready to fly me out, let me know. I don't need first class or anything. And we can have a nice little round table discussion. I do like coffee with 2 creams. But other than that, that's all I require. And I will be ready to fly out and talk to you guys at any point in time. Just let me know.
to lay the foundation needed for Classic Plus, not for it to exist, but for it to thrive. So, why are WoW players quitting old school RuneScape? Well, I'm not sure if they are, because they're taking just a little bit of RuneScape back with them.
Bars. This is the best damn video I've seen in a long ass time. Chat, W3Wise. W if you enjoyed that video in the conversation today. I think he absolutely nailed it. And he interviewed a lot of different creators here about the situation of WoW versus OSRS. And Theory-Wise is a WoW and OSRS player. He absolutely nailed it and collected the data and spent the time and articulated everything and really, really thought about what he was saying. And I thoroughly enjoyed this video. Like, this is the most interesting topic right now, is how can we make Classic Plus more like OSRS? And there's not a lot of areas and things that work. There's not a lot of crossover, but there are some things that you can do. And it was cool hearing a lot of other people's perspective. And I like the way Zaryu usually has, how do I say it? Like, Zaryu is not an extremist. He's about in the middle as it gets when he says his takes. And he's very quickly, he's very, very usually like with the majority of people when he gives his thoughts. And so when he says things, it's usually with critical mass in mind, where he's trying to incorporate the most amount of people and what would work for the majority. And so for me, I'm kind of selfish with my takes. I say what I like and what I want, where Czar's kind of like, he wants what the most people would probably want. You know what I mean? It's like a selfless taker, or giving his take. Yeah. He's a man of the people. Yeah. He's got the dad wisdom. Yeah, the dad wisdom is crazy. All right. That was the Theory Wise video. I did want to listen to his interview with Joker. We can kind of just have that on in the background. Let's hear what Theory Wise. I want to hear the full interview with the man, the myth, the legend, Joker himself. And we'll just kind of throw that on back here, the fireside chat with Theory Wise and Joker.
Fireside. If you enjoyed this podcast, consider liking and subscribing to be notified when
All right.
future episodes
I'm
release. Enjoy.
Something
Hello
like
and welcome to another episode of Fireside. Today, I have a very special guest with me, someone who I've been following for many years, thanks to their status as the first
Think of that
level 60 in
6-monther,
Classic
Colorado.
WoW, all the way back in 2019. Now, they've been playing old school RuneScape and have made some truly insane progress in less than half a year's time.
Hell yeah, he has. Joker's insane. Guys, I want to say thank you. I know I haven't shouted out every single person who's gifting a sub. There's far too many. Thank you, everybody who has gifted a sub to get their Dragon Scimitar badge on Twitch with the limited time Jagex promotion that's running right now. Exclamation point DSim in the chat if you want to learn more about it. But everybody who gifts a sub gets a Dragon Scimitar badge. Everyone flex your Dragon Scimitar badge right now in the chat. If you did it, I'm going to type a little 1 in the chat so you can see mine. Even though I don't know why it doesn't. Oh, because I'm broadcasting right now. But you can see everyone that got this Dragon Simi in the chat right now. Thank you guys for gifting a sub. You guys are legends. I appreciate you guys.
Welcome, Joker D. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Joker D, right?
No.
It's actually Joker, but it's fine. You can say it like that as well. Doesn't really
Joker
matter.
D.
I've heard it
What's
both
up?
ways, but thank you so much for joining. Thank you so
Sorry.
much. Great. How you doing today?
I'm doing great, man. I'm just chilling a little bit right now, doing some motherload mine. So this is like perfect, actually, to just talk a little bit while I'm, doing some like.
Of course, he's
AFK
grinding
grinding,
during
you
the.
know?
Oh, for sure. And I'm the same way. I'm also doing some AFK
Yo, Jason dropping the bomb on the stream. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, Jason.
salvaging right now, so I can definitely relate to that.
Nice.
Yeah. I know, by the way, congratulations on 99 sailing. I saw you hit that yesterday.
Dude, this is why I love
Thank
the
you,
OSRS
thank you.
players.
I was gonna ask what you're sailing.
Always grinding, bro.
Right now I'm at 83, about to be 84. So
Ooh, that's pretty good.
a little bit
Always
far behind,
grinding.
compared to how hard you've been gaming on your Iron Man. Because I've also been doing it on my Iron Man. But
Nice.
I'm just curious, actually. Let's just start off rip. How was sailing for you? How was the launch?
It was a lot of fun. I'm gonna be honest. Like this was my first launch in RuneScape, right? Because I've never played a league or something like that, and it just gave me that like adrenaline of like a WoW expansion almost launching, where everyone's starting at like the same level and no one knows what's going on. Like I had that feeling, which is like really cool, right? Like seeing all the people just like doing the port tasks early on and like trying to figure out the quests and like then seeing the bigger boats. It was a lot of fun. Like that first like few hours was like amazing.
100%. And I'm actually the same way. So I'm not sure if you're aware of my background a little bit, but I come from World of Warcraft as well. I've been playing for, my God, too long, honestly. I don't even want to say too long. And I've been originally from retail WoW. I did a lot of cutting edge raiding there. And then I played a lot of
Nice.
classic WoW as well. So I played through the first 3 expansions. Not all of them. I played a lot of classic, a little bit of TBC, and even less Wrath, but played through some of them too. So I completely agree with you there. I was so excited to see how old school RuneScape handled it because, new content updates in old school RuneScape are very additive to the rest of the game. But like Varlamore,
Mhm.
people go in there and they know what they're expecting, right? New skilling methods, new bosses that are like using the pre-existing skills that you have. But sailing is kind of like everyone starts at ground zero, right? Kind of like a WoW expansion.
Yep.
Super cool, honestly. And what do you think
Nah,
of
it
the
was
skill
sick.
overall?
Like the skill, I've been liking it. I
Mhm.
think it has like a bit of variety with like how you can skill it. Like you have the trials, which are like very click intensive, like skill based. Then you have like salvaging, which could also be skill based if you like tick manipulated
I'm a
or
skill
just
based
go full
salvager that doesn't
AFK
tick
route
manipulate.
where you're like clicking
Yeah.
every few minutes. Like, and then you have also the
I'm a
port paths
skill
and
based
boundings. Like,
AFK
it's kind of nice,
salvager.
like charting as well. They definitely have like more work to do on the skill for sure, but I think it's like off at a good start already.
Yeah,
Like I had a fun with it at least.
it's great, like as a baseline, you know, to build off of in the
Very-
future.
very
about
skillfully
content and all that
AFK.
kind of stuff.
That's how I play the
What do you
game.
want to see, like in the skill? Like if you were to choose one thing that you're like, I really want to see this in sailing. Is there a specific thing there?
I mean, I like to see like more interactions with like the skill with like the other skills in the game, right? Maybe also like some cool thing where you have like superior mobs like in the world as well. Like you're fighting krakens, and you could potentially get like a superior kraken. And if you kill that kraken, you have like a big XP drop, and that has like better loot as well. I think it could like do a lot of cool stuff like that.
So kind of like what you see with Slayer with their superior mobs, but kind of integrating that
Yeah.
into for
Exactly.
sure.
Yeah.
And that kind of makes
Like
sense.
build on that like shipping slayer, you know, like saving slayer that got going on.
Yeah, 100% agree with that, right? Like because courier tasks, the ones that are for combat, the combat.
Oh, chat. If you gifted a Twitch Prime, if you use your Twitch Prime in the stream, thank you very much. You did get scammed. That does not work for the Dragon Simi. So, I apologize in advance if you got scammed.
That ones are very similar to Slayer, right? You go in there, you kill a bunch of things. So yeah, seeing some big, you know, seagulls or whatever.
This particular scam does not have anything to do with me. This is 100% Twitch. This is not a Scam Daco event. Okay.
Would be pretty interesting. Would be pretty cool.
It would be really cool, yeah.
And the progression was smooth to you, like upgrading your boat and all that. You like that?
There were a few things that like kind of messed me up a little bit. So like I didn't know that if you upgrade you could like skip upgrades. So I thought you had to upgrade tier by tier, and I was always upgrading my boot as soon as I can. And then I learned you could just skip a tier and like save hundreds of materials. And it's like an Iron Man. I was like, damn, like I could have saved all those like adamant bars or mithril bars, right? And I would definitely like to see them give an option to move things in your boat. Like if you build something in the wrong spot, like dude, you gotta spend like another 2 million on like magic stones, like on the extractor. Like in my case, I built it on like the corner instead of next to the salvaging station. So I was like, oh, I have to go down and click it every time, you know?
Oh yeah.
But yeah, it was still nice though.
I completely agree with that though. I actually just left a big long comment on one of No Monkey's videos about that, where I'm like, they need to find a way to make it so you can move your utilities on the boat, because I put my crystal extractor in the area where, as you said, you can't click it from the helm, and it's just like, oh my god, like I gotta move it. And
Oh,
it's
you
like
did the other way around. You
Yeah.
did the mistake where
Oh.
yeah, so like on the small boat, you want it next to the helm, right? And then
Yeah.
on
It would
the
be
big
nice if
boat,
you could
want it
move
next to
your
the
stuff around on the
salvaging
boat,
station. So
yeah.
I did the small boat right, but the big boat wrong.
Yeah, exactly. And now
That
I'm
was my
like, well, I
mistake.
don't want to do my Marlin trials without the extractor there for the bonus XP. So I'm like, that's like 3 million more gold because I got to move the
Yep.
Yeah, it's just I hope they fix that. I really hope they fix
Minus 3
that.
million.
And I know
I
they're
think they
aware of that.
will.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I think they're really working.
Chat, shout out to everybody that is beta testing sailing for me. You guys are all legends. Thank you for getting after it and just getting out there on the high seas, wasting your money and your time. I just want to say thank you in advance for just getting out there. All the beta testers in the chat, W's for all the beta testers. You guys are amazing. Thank you guys for just putting in all the hard time and work. And I will be reaping the benefits of all of your hard work here in just a few weeks. So thank you very much.
Working hard right now to like integrate a lot of the immediate changes, like some of the bug fixes, some of the things that feel kind of weird, like some of the ship combat elements. I'm sure we'll get to that for sure. But I'm glad it worked well for you. I mean, first of all, obviously you got 99, so I doubt you'd do that if you were having a terrible time. But also, I'm glad that
Exactly,
like,
yeah.
it was fun overall. I'm sure it was just like a blast to experience that for the first place. But something I want to bring up, right? So you're obviously in a unique position, but to pull back just for a moment on just the WoW content creation scene, the RuneScape content creation scene, and this like connection that we've been seeing over the past few months. you obviously came in a bit late, actually, like a week or two later than some of the other ones, but now you're just steamrolling ahead. You are super far ahead. How do you feel about the past 4 months or 5 months of your time that you've spent with this game? Have there been some major takeaways? What's been your favorite part, your least favorite part?
Wiz,
Kind of an
what's
open
up, buddy?
question here.
Okay. Well, definitely, like, when I started playing RuneScape, I think it was like almost 4.5 months ago. It was like mid-July. I was just trying the game out. I always wanted to try the game. A long time ago, like when I was a kid, friends in my school were playing it, and I asked my mom, like, can I play? Can I get a membership? She was like, no. Like back then, like, it was very weird to pay online, especially a subscription for a game. Like, there's just no way that's happening. And I was like, dude, I don't want to play and not have a members account. And all my friends have a members account, so just never ended up playing it, right? And then probably about a year ago, there was like OnlyFans. So there was a lot of RuneScape creators in the guild.
Yep.
And I heard
Alfie
I was
be
like,
the
damn,
victim,
like
perp.
these guys are saying good things about the game. It sounds interesting. I would like to try it out at some point, but it's just very hard to like branch out of WoW, especially if you like only stream WoW, right? I remember talking to Guzu about it at TwitchCon earlier this year, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna try out RuneScape." I'm like, "Yo, that might be fun, actually." Like, I was thinking about it as well. And then I saw like a lot of other WoW content creators were playing it for like a month or so, right? And
You know who was actually the very first person from WoW to play hardcore RuneScape? This guy did it 2 years before everybody else did. Does anybody know who I'm talking about? Let me see if anybody can guess it first. This is before Mad Season. Before Mad Season. Can anyone guess the WoW streamer that played hardcore RuneScape? Damn, no one got it. He actually played it for a good bit. It was Stay Safe. Guys, Stay Safe played hardcore RuneScape for a long time. And I was like, what the hell is this guy doing? He played for a few weeks. And he seemed like he kind of liked it, but it didn't stick. He ended up coming back to WoW.
And I was like, I just tried the game out for a few days right before Mists of Pandaria launched, and ended up liking it. It was fun. I ended up stopping playing MoP, played it for like a couple days only, and then I went back to RuneScape. Definitely the early game wasn't like the best compared to how it is now, but it's just like you gradually unlock quality of life, and it just makes the game.
Dude,
feel
unlocking
better over
quality
time,
of
you know what
life
I mean? Like, it's just
is
it's kind of like the game design of
such
it, right?
a cool
Like, you
thing.
unlock, like,
I don't know if it would
traveling
work
with
in WoW,
fair and
but if they
you
can incorporate
use
quality of
walrus to
life,
teleport around.
if they can incorporate unlocking quality of life in Classic, it could be an amazing gameplay. Obviously, you can't do flying mounts, but maybe more flight paths, something as simple as that. I don't know what else they could do in WoW. They're so limited, but maybe they can figure it out.
So it's just kept getting better and better, and I'm still playing. I've like, what is it, 80 days now?
The housing system could incorporate some POH,
Love that.
ridiculous.
quality of life.
Yeah,
rather.
I mean, no, I'm in the same boat. Obviously, I started in February of last
Shorter
year. And
Hearthstone
looking
CD.
At my time played right now, I have 234 days. That's insane, right? Of playtime over the year and a half, year and 8-9 months now. So it's pretty addicting.
Run
but it's
speed,
interesting, right?
maybe
You
like-
bring up like the amazing progressions.
What if you got like a burst of run speed cooldown? What if you unlocked a 5-minute cooldown burst of run speed that gives you 20 seconds of 100% increased run speed when you're out of combat? Like stuff like that. But maybe it could work.
System of old school, right? Like coming from WoW, where a lot of the progression is just linear. It's like combat, you're getting stronger, it makes things a bit easier with combat. There's some like side progression, like speeding up your mounts, maybe unlocking some portals here and there. But overall, most of the progression in WoW is combat driven, combat centric. In RuneScape, it's a lot less, linear. It's very, horizontal, as people say, right? Horizontal progression systems, a lot of utilities. That's why I love the construction skill and the magic skill so much. But what's interesting to me is that, you came in with this influx of WoW content creators. Now you are kind of like, I want to say, one of the last few remaining. And that's kind of a difficult question there. Like, why do you think that is? And I feel like I have an answer there in my own mind. But before I say my answer, maybe you should give me your rundown of what connects you further with this game than maybe some other content creators in the WoW space.
I think for me, like what works really well with RuneScape is I like grinds, like things that take a long time. First of all, it gives me something to do on my stream.
Yeah.
One of the worst things that I can think of as a streamer is you go live and you don't know what you're doing.
Tylenol
You don't have a
confirmed.
plan. You don't have
Tylenol confirmed.
a task to do. You're just like kind of like grasping at content, right? Which is something that I have many issues with WoW because I've played WoW for so long. I've made so many characters. It's just like at some point you're scraping the bottom of the barrel. There's just not that much left, right? And I feel like with RuneScape, it's just like a bigger barrel of like almost like a never-ending ocean in it, right? So like I really like that about the game where there's just so many ridiculously long grinds, and I feel like I could just never run out of things to do. So that's kind of what keeps me playing as well as just trying to like, do stuff, get things done, like level up the skills. Like I've been working on the achievement cape since I finished my quest cape, right? Which is a while back now, and I still haven't even probably done half of it. So it's just one of those things where that's kind of what keeps me going and playing the game. Maybe for the other content creators, it was more about like doing the quests, maybe just checking out a bit of the mid game, right? They started playing before me as well, to be fair, right? So maybe they had their fill. I'm not sure. Like I can't really put myself in their shoes that well,
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like it also stems from just the and this is not anything against them at all, because I was in the very same boat as all of you guys too, just a bit earlier, where it's a very since WoW is so combat centric, it's a little bit strange going from that kind of game where everything you're doing is just to facilitate a singular purpose of like killing things and getting stuff from killing things, to a game where like combat is probably like 30% of RuneScape, right? Like 30 to 40% maximum at most, I should say. And so it's a bit weird, and I can see that with some of the streamers coming in and prioritizing combat a lot, but then also like being like, well, now I got to do all these farm runs for all the utilities there, like the herb lore supplies and all that stuff. And man, I don't want to do that. I just want to kill stuff and get loot,
I don't think that's a bad thing, though. I feel like the way it is in RuneScape is really good. Like, I like the balance. If you're only fighting, only doing combat, it gets a bit tiresome. If you're only skilling, it's the same thing. Having a mix between the two is like pretty cool.
Yeah.
Like in WoW, like in vanilla WoW, right? Like classic WoW. It used to kind of be like.
I know that I'm going to like Iron Man once I finish all of the minimum skills. I know that now, because I'm okay with like 80% combat, 20% skilling. But until I get to that ratio, I'm a whiny baby. And that is just how it is.
Like that, where you would farm gold. And that being said, like most of the time with combat, but also you could do like, what's it called? Herbalism, I think? Yeah, herbalism, where you pick up flowers and stuff, right? Mining, whatever. Not combat driven. And then you make gold, and that way you can afford your consumables for the raid, right? You don't just raid, or dungeon, right? But over the years, the game has turned more into combat, like you said, like mostly combat. Even though, like, even in the modern expansion, they do have like events that might not be combat driven necessarily, but it's still like mostly combat, right? So I don't think it's a bad thing in RuneScape that they have a lot of skinning. I do like the skinning personally.
Yeah, I think that it's kind of part of what makes RuneScape so long term, right? Like I think the further a game becomes nichified into a singular, like narrow purpose, and the shorter the game's entire like lifespan becomes, right? Like classic WoW, as you mentioned, has a lot more different elements to it, but even still, it's more focused on combat than old school or RuneScape is.
It is for sure, yeah.
But like,
if it's just combat, you don't have much of
even just
you don't have, you have a seasonal game.
Longer.
That's why it's a seasonal game, because it's just combat, really. I mean, how long can you just go in and do combat every single day? Eventually you beat it. And that's what retail WoW is. PoE.
Your journey there means that you just play it for more than you would a season in retail, for example. And the more of of that like broader gameplay style, the longer the game ends up feeling and having more opportunities to explore and diversify, as you mentioned, the gameplay. And that's kind of what I wanted to ask you, right? So we have content streamers, right? And they left, quite frankly, because of burnout, obviously, right? You play a game for a long time, you kind of get burnt out, and it depends on your own, expectations and perspectives. And for you, it's like,
is that true, chat? Do you guys think that a lot of the other WoW players burnt out from... I don't think they burnt out from the combat. I think they burnt out on the skilling. Am I out of touch, or is that it? Or maybe the grind for items? Could have been the grind for items. They burnt out from CG. Ooh, they burnt out from the lack of getting items, huh? Or just the repetition of doing the same thing over and over and over. So it was skilling and CG.
I should have guessed, coming in, just looking at all of you guys from the outside perspective here, I should have guessed you would be the one to stick around for a long time, because I've been aware of your content and your streaming and all that for a while now.
I was aware of how much Tylenol that your mother consumed, and I could very clearly tell that you were going to be a fan of this game based on the double dose nature of your playing habits.
And I remember, the grind to 60, the multiple characters, right? My friend brought this up the other day when I mentioned that I was going to have you on the show. And correct me if I'm totally misremembering here. How many kills of Therazane did you do for that dagger in Classic?
It was 2,685 for the first one.
Exactly. Yeah. So
and it's a 1 in 400 drop or less, or something like that. 1 in 500, I think.
That was like playing RuneScape before playing RuneScape, And
it was fun. It was great content. Like, honestly, like, people loved watching it. Like, I almost felt sad when I got it, because it was like, now what? Like, there's not that many ways in RuneScape and WoW to chase items like that.
I've always said, guys, the SGC farm is one of the best farms in WoW. It takes 5 minutes per run. You could do 5 runs an hour, and it takes about 200 runs to get the drop on average. And there needs to be more of those type of grinds in Classic WoW.
Mostly items and raids, you have 1 chance a week, and then you gotta roll on
it's
the
basically
item.
the closest thing to
it's
RuneScape.
Very different,
Yeah, exactly. Like, that lockout really prevents you from doing a long-term grind.
Exactly.
At endgame.
Even dungeons have lockouts. So when I was farming that dagger, I did it on 2 mages on different accounts simultaneously, so I could like do 4 runs on one and then 4 runs on the other.
Lockouts
so that way
is
I
just...
didn't have as much downtime, and I still had downtime because do 4 runs an hour.
I don't know if lockouts are...
take a few minutes.
I have some strong opinions on that.
I think what really kept me playing, I played a Hunter in Classic. What really kept me playing Hunter,
waiting equals content
in general, wasn't the raid content. I thought it was fine. Not even the dungeon content, because that kind of becomes irrelevant once you get your pre-raid bis in some cases. What really got me playing, or kept me playing, is the
lockout is
runs,
an outdated
right?
system.
Ooh, okay.
I don't know if you've done those, because I've
think never done them, but I know they're fun. Like, I know, like, that's, this is the thing. I'm gonna pivot a little bit here, but like, what's cool about content like this in WoW is like when you're soloing Tribute, or like I'm soloing Marathon, is any gear upgrades you get in raids, you really feel them in that content.
Exactly.
Like, it's like solo content. So like that upgrade you got, you're getting 100% value.
Lockouts are Blizzard telling you to go touch grass.
Raid,
I don't want to go outside.
Divided amongst 40 people. So I get like really
Stop
excited
making
like
me.
getting some upgrade. Like, dude, I'm gonna go and do this like solo content now. I have a bit more health, bit more mana. And like with Tribute, it's the same thing. You have more agility, you have more dodge chance if you mess up, right? Or you have more damage. It just feels good, right?
100%. Yeah. And I agree, of course, here. I think the part that's also worth bringing up about this is that all of this was very unintentional on Blizzard's side, right?
Yep.
Like, everything we're talking
You're
about
not meant to do it.
is all emergent gameplay, which makes it awesome. And I'm really happy.
It's the same with RuneScape,
Yeah.
like with the tick system, right? And flicking, it's not meant to happen, but it makes the game way more interesting.
I think a big difference between the RuneScape
Accidental game
developers, the old
design,
school RuneScape
W.
developers, and a lot of Blizzard's modern development philosophy, I guess, would be that Blizzard would see that and patch it out. Well, RuneScape sees that and embraces it and like really makes it a part of the game. Like so many bosses now
100%.
rely on the tick system and understanding it to work well. And this is actually, you know, I want to talk about it a bit later, but this is such a perfect segue actually.
Best badge, let's go, Dobro.
Classic WoW and Classic Plus, which I'm sure will come about within the next year or two. This kind of poses that follow-up of, well, how is Blizzard going to do something like this when they've, I guess, proven time and time again that their philosophies, their attitudes toward the game is still very much within the retail headspace of making sure that things are linear, simple. There's not that like quote unquote great game breaking emergence like solo Marathon and tribute runs and all that kind of stuff. How do you see Classic Plus? Like what are the chances in your mind that it's like something truly great for more than like a couple months or a year?
None.
I mean, I think
I'm beating
I would
chat.
say-
I'm beating everything in Classic WoW within 2 months. Guaranteed. I am beating every single thing. And more than likely, I'm beating it in 2 weeks. More than likely, I'm clearing everything that Classic WoW has in 2 weeks. That's just the sad reality of it. That's the sad reality.
play it for sure, right? I'm excited about it, but I feel like
too.
it probably wouldn't be that great early on, and they would have
In Classic
to
Plus, whenever it comes out.
hopefully listen to the community and then improve the game, right? Because it kind of like reminds me of old school RuneScape, where if you look at old school RuneScape early on, like the player counts and stuff, it was like kind of dwindling down. And then once they started adding new content to the game and polling and stuff like that, that's when it grew, right? Like that's, and maybe it's like copium, but maybe this could happen with Classic WoW, Classic Plus as well, right? Where
For
like,
sure.
there's a lot of hype, everybody's playing it, people play through the content as always, they consume everything, and then like people just kind of like move on. And then the way you bring people back is by adding like new content that people are actually interested in seeing, right? Based on feedback. That would be the ideal scenario, I would say. I would not expect the game to be like perfect. There's never going to be a perfect game anyways, but like I wouldn't expect to be a home run off the rip, you know?
Oh, for sure. I guess my concern is, and I don't want to be a downer here, because I, just like you, I am excited for Classic Plus and I want it to be great. And I want, you know, a lot of my videos about the topic might come off a little bit negative, but at the end of the day, it's only because I really, really want it to work and be great and work for more than a little bit of time. So to me, the I guess issue is that old school RuneScape on launch was a very small investment for Jagex.
396 KC,
right?
boys.
It had like 4 or 5 developers at most upkeeping the game, working with pre-existing assets until they got access to the development or creator kit. So like, it was very small. It probably didn't cost much to keep going. So when the player counts were really getting nuked, they were like, you know, it's not that big of an issue for us. And eventually when they started growing again, it's like, perfect. You know, now we can invest into it. Now we have a reason for it to grow. Well, for Classic Plus and just the game in general, the Blizzard's World of Warcraft, the game is still a theme park. So it needs more content to sustain like,
Sard, we need a retrospective video from you about your Inferno journey. It was honestly some of the greatest content tuning into your streams and seeing the prog. Really think that moment you had should be discussed and share how you felt during your MMO as a gamer. Well, I made my Inferno video already. It's on YouTube. I appreciate that though. Unless you're talking about making another one and you already watched the one that's up and you didn't like that one, or you thought that there should be more. Then yeah, we could talk about that. That's something that could be discussed.
The demand, right? Because of the more linear progression, the more vertical progression.
I thought I said what I had to say, though.
A bigger investment off rip. It can't just be like 4 or 5 developers keeping it going, and then the Blizzard's like, maybe we'll invest more if it sees growth. It kind of needs that like to hit the ground running, because it needs to be a multi-million-dollar investment just to fund the creation of. And that's my concern, where it's like, I don't know if they have the opportunity to almost
2 hours
fail,
of CG,
like old school RuneScape, before
2
Blizzard
hours
is like gets scared
blood
and gets cold
runs.
feet and like, you know, divests from it.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I mean, it is very, very much true what you said. Like, you need a lot more work, and I think part of it is also, I don't feel like anyone ever brings this up, but like, RuneScape doesn't have a class
Wait,
system.
Path of
right?
Exile? I'll think about
But
it.
WoW does. And like, when you have a class system, you have to, whenever you're adding content to the game, you almost have to consider the class system always, because like, how does this class affect this content? You have to balance it around this class not being too good at it and this one not being too weak. And it's also why in WoW we don't have things like the Zuck helmet, right? Like you can't have these like super challenging achievements when you have to balance everything around every class.
Right.
So like it's a lot more work, and
that's
it
why
kinda
RuneScape
sucks, right?
Biss.
Like, I come
RuneScape
from
Biss.
games where there's always classes.
Same.
That was one of the things that
Classes
put me from playing even RuneScape.
I didn't realize that classes was the thing that kind of like is hindering most of the game design for MMOs, because they spend all of their effort trying to balance the damn game instead of adding fun and engaging content. If your game is always balanced, you don't have to think about that. Classless MMO. It's goated. It's been here the whole time. It's so good.
Because like there's no classes in RuneScape, right? I'm like used to it. But playing RuneScape now for like a few months has really opened my mind way more on this. Like, damn, like you don't need a class system in a game. It's crazy.
No,
it's
you
so
don't.
weird, right? But I'm not saying like they shouldn't have classes in Classic Plus. They definitely should. It's just a core part of WoW identity to play a mage.
Yeah, they should. It's just going to make the game
But this makes it a lot harder of a job.
harder to
for
balance.
Blizzard. Especially if they want to do more solo content, because people love solo content.
You can't
I
have
don't know
solo
if you ever
content in
played
WoW.
Legion,
It's
and
just-
you
Yeah,
had
of
like
course.
the mage towers. Remember
Of course.
that?
Yeah.
It's tough to make it
yeah,
work.
Legion is,
Love
is
that,
one
you
of
know?
my favorite WoW expansions. My hot take
Same.
is that Legion is
It is my favorite,
It is
period.
my favorite. Oh shit!
Yeah.
Awesome. I'm
It
glad
is,
we
yeah.
can both agree on that. Yeah, I
Don't get me
love
wrong.
Legion.
If Legion came out tomorrow, I wouldn't play it.
No.
But like at the time when I played it, because no
Absolutely
one knew what was
not.
happening, right? That was like my favorite time in WoW, because like
Yeah.
that was like, you know, first time doing Mythic Plus, you know, all that stuff, the Mage Tower, right? Like it was a cool moment, right? So I always say it's like my favorite when I played it. But like as a replayable expansion, I think Classic Vanilla has the best, because it's the most replayable one.
Yeah,
if you ask me.
I mean,
You know?
I wouldn't, classify
Yeah.
Classic as an, that's just the base game. Classic is my favorite.
Yeah,
version
you
of
get what
WoW.
I'm saying.
Yeah,
Yeah,
100% agree
yeah.
with you. Like, Classic is my favorite version of World of Warcraft, but Legion is like my favorite expansion, because to me, like, as much as I
Yeah.
think TBC is good,
Mythic Plus
and
got
Wrath of
added
the
in
Lich King is
Legion.
good, all these just kind of, I mean, it sounds bad because I know a lot of people love them, but it's like they just make the stuff that's already in Classic, but just kind of a little bit simpler, a little bit less crazy, a little bit less.
I never played
Reduce the
Legion, guys.
content in the game.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
never played.
And
I have the same take. Like people hate it when I say bad things about TBC and Wrath, but like in my opinion, they're just scam expansions where it's like you have all of this content and now it's irrelevant, and then you just go to like 6 zones and that's it. You know, it's like kind of weird, right? Like, and that's what sucks about it. You know, like
Yeah.
imagine if those things were added to the game and it didn't.
What if you
make
stayed
all
level
the
60
older
and all the older
irrelevant,
content wasn't
right? And then you just
irrelevant?
have a bigger game. You have more things
Yeah.
to do, right? Versus actually less things to do.
Yeah, that
know,
like
it's just-
horizontification, that's not a word, but
Dude, Joker's spitting right here. Is like, yeah, these expansions come out in WoW, and they're like, here you go, guys. Now you have less to do. How does that make sense? It's just new stuff, but overall, it's less to do. You have less world, less content. You have a little bit of leveling, which is like 3 days, by the way, of like leveling. And then that's it. And then you have like 1 raid. 3 days of leveling, and then you have 1 raid and a couple of dungeons, which, by the way, you can only do that raid once a week. That's a WoW expansion. It just, when you break it down like that, it's not good. Like horizontal is just so much better because you keep everything relevant. You have so much more game.
let's pretend it is. That element of adding that to World of Warcraft, or like really emphasizing that in World of Warcraft, is an interesting, topic in and of itself.
Yo, thank you for that. I appreciate that, Mr. Pyro Donkey. Hashtag bankrupt Bezos. By the way, guys, if you do use your Prime, it does not give you the limited time Dragon Simtar badge on Twitch. Do not fall for that scam. You have to gift the actual sub. It's not my promotion, by the way. Jagex and Twitch. That's just the way it is. I tried to use a discount, my limited time discount, to get you guys discounted gifted subs, and that also only works on 5 or more, unfortunately. So I did everything I could to try to get you guys discounted one gift sub, but it's out of my hands at this point. You have to gift a full price sub to get the Dragon Scimitar badge
itself, because like, how do you do that in WoW? Like something I've seen being mentioned by people that are like, oh, just make Classic Plus, but make it more horizontal. Well, what does that look like in World of Warcraft? And that's always been like an interesting topic for me to think about. Like, well, okay, you have resistances, right? Like maybe you can emphasize those more in raids, but at what point does a raid come out and it just doesn't offer enough upgrades to facilitate all 9 or 8 classes in the game, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely hard. It's easier said than done. Right?
Yeah.
Insanely hard to do.
But it's doable though. Like, I'm not sure if you played Seasonal Discovery, but like, you still did all the raids. You know, like obviously the newer raids gave better loot and they had more best items, right? But you could still have raids that give specific things like enchants. Like for example, Saffron drops an enchant on your shoulder, and that was best in slot even when the next raid Scarlet Enclave came out, right? So we still went back and did next Ramas. Like the new raid did not invalidate the old raid. I think no matter what, this is like the bottom line for me. Never increase the level cap.
Yeah,
Classic Plus,
never.
Level 6, that's it. No more. The moment you increase the level cap, all old content is invalidated. It's
over.
just by default, right? So they would have to at least not do that and just add content where, like, yeah, there's better loot, but you still want to do the old stuff as well, right? It's really hard to do though, because like people want to see new tier sets. They want to see
Ooh,
new
combat level
trinkets, new
112,
weapons,
prayer
right?
level 78.
It's kind of the same with RuneScape, to be honest with you. Like
Yeah.
people want to see raids 4. Raids 4 is gonna have power creep, whether you like it or not. There's gonna be some new mega rare that maybe is gonna make some other item not that good anymore. It's very hard to do this, right? I always like bring up Avernic Treads as like an example.
Yeah,
Where like
best
these
game
boots are,
design.
like omega crazy.
Best game
But
design.
at least they made it where the older boots
You
are
combine
needed for
3
it.
of the
So, like,
old.
you still want to farm.
Dude, this is such a good call from Joker mentioning the Avernic Treads. You take 3 of the old boots and make them into the new boots for the Bis boots. And they can combine old gear. If you had to collect all of tier 1 in order to get tier 2, it keeps the old content relevant. Boom! Don't just let people loot tier 2. How sick is that?
It's a Cerberus. I don't have an item slayer for him, but like the dog boss. Yeah, you want to farm the dog boss to get the prims, right, and stuff like that. You just want to get ranger boots. You want to get infinity boots. So they, even though they added an item, in my opinion, that's a bit too good, they still included the old boots into it, which is so clever. So like, what if, right? In WoW, they kind of did something like that, where like a new raid comes out, and maybe you need gear from the older raids in order to be able to actually fully acquire the loot.
You
in
need
some way. I
full
don't know,
tier
it'd be
1
kinda weird,
before
though,
you
'cause of
can
how you roll on
start
loot and
turning it
stuff,
into
but,
tier
like,
2.
It's definitely interesting if it worked that way.
Yeah, I'd love
And I feel like
to
they
see
have
Blizzard.
maybe done this a few times, you know?
Yeah, I'd love to see Blizzard play around with that. I think I didn't play all of Season Discovery. I honestly only played 2 phases, but
And then that way, you could take off the weekly lockout because people would need to run the raids more in order to acquire all of the gear, because all of their tier 2 gear would be useless until they got the full tier 1 set. Boom! Now we're talking game design. Let's go.
I'm not even. I say like a phase and a half, honestly. But I think my main, well, first of all, my main issue with Season Discovery has nothing to do with any of this. I just didn't like the fact that they, like, their idea of, and some of them were really creative, but their idea of like enhancing classes was just adding abilities from future expansions. Like, I was like, really explosive.
It's
No
already
synapses
late,
yet,
you know?
boys.
Like,
Yeah.
so as soon as I saw it on my hunter, I'm like, ugh. But that's likely because of a smaller development team making their own stuff. So I understand that. But beyond that, you know, Season of Discovery had some really interesting elements, had some issues as well, obviously. But
New prediction
had
up.
some interesting elements based on what you're saying here. And my I guess my not even concern, just my hope is that Blizzard recognizes that the itemization in the classic WoW, the original classic, is really interesting and clearly very accidental, because in future expansions they kind of narrowed itemization down, made things a little bit more of like a stepping stone rather than having molten core have gear that's really good until Nax, right? Like it was kind of accidental because clearly Blizzard's developers at that time didn't fully understand how their stats worked, but Now they do, and now they make it very linear. So maybe taking a step back and instead of balancing items to be scalable or very meticulously, they can just kind of make every stat useful for every character. Something I really hate about retail WoW, and this started in Cataclysm and Wrath, where now there's just the primary stats and all of them are just specifically associated with like one kind of class, right? Strength for warriors, intellect for mages, blah, blah, blah. I wish that like every stat had use for every class,
Okay.
but just in a different way.
Oh yeah. Oh,
and,
yeah.
it was already kind of like that
I agree with you
in
on this.
Classic, you know? Like,
It's kind of like that in Classic, yeah.
Yeah,
for
and
sure. Because like Warriors want agility as well. is
Exactly.
what you
Sure,
get,
sure,
right?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly,
And they
I mean, it would be nice if they could somehow make every class be like Warrior. Warrior is the best class design in Classic, and then I think Paladin, Tank, and TBC. But keeping all of the gear and keeping it interesting to where everything could help you in a different way, and you need to have all these different types of gear in your bag to like make your class play differently depending on the boss. That's how you can. That's the horizontal progression of the game. How do you keep WoW horizontal? The stuff in your bag. Make what you bring in the bag matter in the fight and give you an advantage. And the more gear that you bring, the more advantages and unique situations you can create by having stuff in your bag. That's where the secret is, in my opinion, for horizontalness of Classic Plus.
They removed all of that, and I hated that they removed all that because they really
Yeah,
flattened.
because the game became boring.
Mhm.
That's interesting. Items are not. No one cares about items now. Like it's like no one's gonna remember an item from like a retail expansion unless it's like some crazy weapon or trinket with a cool effect, right? It's
Yeah.
just the random gear like helmets, chests, like fees, rings. They just don't matter anymore.
Exactly.
you know?
And I think
But like, people remember the rings from Molten Core, like the Onslaught. What's it called? Like Onslaught ring or whatever.
yeah,
right?
Onslaught bracelet, right? Or brace or something.
The Onslaught girdle is a belt. What? The Band of Acuria? Is that what he's talking about? With the 2% hit? This guy's a WoW player.
Like that. Maybe I'm misremembering.
Yeah.
But I remember the ring from BlackRock, this tank ring that would reflect damage was so cool on Protection Paladins.
Nagel ring, yeah.
Yeah, Nagel ring, exactly. Yeah, I love that. So like there's so many unique items in Classic because there was no concern for having them be perfectly itemized or scalable. They
Maybe
were just kind of
QSR, yeah,
stacks of
maybe
items,
maybe QSR
and
dot.
people discovered really unique items that worked really well for specific classes and builds.
Yeah.
And that's what really gave
It was
them a lot
ridiculous
of identity.
back then.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure if you know this. Like, you know, the BlackRock devs have like a trinket in the end, like Hand of Justice.
Yeah, of course. Hodge
Or, like-
farming was crazy.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So the original Hodge had like twice the chance of proccing, and it would proc 2 attacks
Yeah, it's
instead
nuts.
of 1, 2 extra attacks, and it was
That's
bugged on the
OP.
beta, and it would proc 4 attacks instead. So like some of these items were like more ridiculous than the versions we got because it shows like the devs didn't really know what they're doing, right? They just were messing around. And that's what makes the game cool. All these like accidents, these like imperfections of the game is what makes it like fun. You know, not everything being like completely simulated in a way where things have to be within a few % of each other. Otherwise something's wrong, right? All like if you look at retail itemization, all items have the exact same stamina.
Yeah.
The same exact like crit strike and haste. They're just itemized like that. It's just not interesting.
So boring.
And that's like my issue. I mean, I just actually, my most recent video had a whole segment about itemization and how it's been super flattened to just be permanently scalable. And this is thanks to Mythic Plus in part, but also because of the way raids work. I remember back in the day, you know, in TBC, even they really stopped doing this at the end of Wrath, but specifically Cataclysm, when itemization was ruined, in my opinion, was like TBC heroics and normals had completely different items, you know, which I thought was really cool, right? Like heroic dungeons versus normal dungeons, totally different. Just everything's different, right? And that just made them more exciting to get into and find items that work.
I think you're right about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So in TBC, so you're saying in TBC there's items from heroic that just did not exist in normal.
Yep. It was just
I think
super
you're right,
exciting.
yeah.
And I really loved
Yeah, that's cool.
I played Protection Paladin in TBC when I played TBC. And
Abyss.
that's to this day my favorite itemization of
You're
any
gonna bring
game.
up the trinket, are you?
Oh, well, not even just just the fact that it's a tank that uses holy damage, or like spell power, I should say, for holy damage, because that's how you generate aggro.
Nah,
and
it's so much fun.
Dude,
I love
it's
it.
so cool. And then on top of that, you're balancing your stamina and your
And your
defense,
defense.
rating. So it's like a
Yeah.
puzzle piece. You have like 30 pieces of
You're
gear.
puzzling all
and
your
you're
gear.
Play Arcane Mage. in
No, I
TBC?
haven't. I Hunter and
You
Propelli.
would love it. You would love it. Because like with Arcane Mage, man, it's like the coolest thing ever. So like I'm gonna go on a nerd talk here. So
Go.
with TBC Arcane Mage, right? You have like there's like a chart where the more intellect you have, right? The more mana per 5 regeneration you gain from spirit. So you reach a point with your character where spirit becomes insane because you have so much intellect.
That's cool.
So you're always gemming intellect on mage, and then you're trying to get items with intellect and spirit as well. And then you become like a mana like machine where you're regening your mana. You're not even depending as much on innervates and shadow priests, even though you still do. And it's just so satisfying to do that. It's so satisfying to like, oh my god, this has so much intellect. Like this drink has like 40 intellect from Karazhan. Like it's like one of the things that will consider me playing TBC again, which is coming out like in a few months. It's just how fun Arcane Mage is. Even though it's like the most simple rotation, the itemization on that class makes that class. It's just like I've never been so excited to gain intellect and spirit.
In TBC, whenever hardcore pops off, I'm thinking about Prop Paladin or Arcane Mage. Those are the two I'm thinking about. And I'm glad they confirmed it here.
Like Arcane Mage and TBC. It's like the most fun thing ever.
It's funny because that's like what was one of my biggest
Hunter would be my
takeaways
third.
from Classic, outside of just how incredible the 1 to 60 journey is. It's like my favorite leveling experience.
I feel like Hunter would be a good first time playthrough in hardcore TBC because I don't know TBC very well, and Feign Death is just OP. And you have a pet. So if shit starts to go south, you can send your pet, run away, Feign Death. And like then you can kind of learn the game. You can kind of learn what's scary if you play a Hunter without having so much like penalty if you do something wrong.
Of any game is the 1 to 60 of Classic.
I mained Feral Tank
obviously
in
they can't
TBC last time I played.
replicate that, ever, right? There's never going to be a time where Blizzard releases 30 zones that you level through, not even in Classic Plus. So like, it's just going to have to, this is all we get ever, right? That's why adding a new zone in Classic Plus doesn't really mean anything to me, because it doesn't have that level of like diverse pathing and like, oh, you got to do a quest in fucking Desolace and then go to Arathi Highlands afterward, and you're running across the entire map just to get 2 quests in, right? Like that pacing only gets worse the more quests Blizzard adds, right? The more zones Blizzard adds, right? And that it was so like weirdly perfect in Classic. And beyond that, the itemization is the other thing that really spoke to me, something I really haven't experienced in WoW in such a long time. Like even, we mentioned Legion, and I want to just bring up Legion here, because Legion to me, the reason it was so exceptional is because it felt like Blizzard actually had a vision for the future of World of Warcraft. And it wasn't the classic WoW version of the game. It was like this ARPG Path of Exile version of the game, where you get legendary items that are super rare that completely change your entire character kit. Like everything about you, the way you play, your rotation is completely changed just based on one item. And then on top of that, you have this like infinite grind, this super impactful artifact weapons. And the most frustrating part of all of that is that I love that kind of stuff. That's my favorite thing, because like you, I'm a big grinder. Yeah. But so many WoW players are so accustomed to just like doing a raid a couple times and getting everything they need that like that felt bad to them. It's like, oh, why do I need to grind artifact power? Why do I need to hope for a good drop for the legendary items? But it's like, because you're playing a fucking MMO. That's the whole point of this genre.
They didn't like the RNG of it, right? Like there were some issues with it early on, because there was like a hidden cap.
Yes.
The hard cap, right?
Defense
like,
83.
Well, I definitely think with some WoW players is their goal is to not play the game.
Yes.
They want to reach a point where they got all their pre-bis, they get their raid ready and just log in and raid, and that's it. Or they got all their raid gear so they can log out, not play until the next. It's just people don't want to be playing like how RuneScape people play all the time. It's just sad, But I get it, right? Like, but at the same time, I want to just
405
have
right
more
now.
Content in the game. I want to have more grinds, but obviously I'm
405
privileged where I can play this game 8 to 10 hours.
Chat, real quick. I'm about to take the prediction down. If you want a Gamba, if I will get a Synapse in the next 45 kills, I'll give you 2 minutes to Gamba your points. We are at 405, and I'm going, the Gamba is for 450. All right, so get your prediction, and then I'll take it down in 2 minutes.
A day as a job, whereas other people might not be able to, right? So it's always that like battle between the casuals that want to be able to keep up with the people that are sweaty, and then the sweaty wanting more content for themselves, right? So it's definitely like one of those tricky situations, yeah.
But it's also one
got
that's
you,
like
Zaku.
totally bred by Blizzard, in my opinion, where like if Blizzard wasn't operating on a 6-month reset cycle with seasons, I don't know if casuals would feel as rushed to compete with sweaty players.
Yeah.
Because they wouldn't need to. They can just take their own time and pace. The reason
This is a good point, yeah.
Yeah, a 60-hour grind in RuneScape doesn't feel as bad as a 5-hour grind in retail WoW, because that 60-hour grind is going to stay with you forever, while that 5-hour grind is going to disappear in the span of half a year, if not less.
Yeah.
And so I think Blizzard needs to, like, in an effort to cater, quote unquote, to casual players as well as the sweaty players, they've ended up fostering a community that just doesn't like MMOs that much. And that's my biggest concern with Classic Plus and a potential polling system, where I'm like, okay, you're going to be polling people that don't really like MMOs too much. And I'm very scared that the poll is just going to skew to like making the game easier, faster, more convenient, without acknowledging some of like the friction necessary, those jagged edges that we talked about to make it work. Because
slower
OSRS
long-term
community,
gains,
for as much as I may
the
disagree
better
with some of their
MMO model,
polling takes
in my
sometimes,
personal opinion.
that was why polling worked in OSRS. They were so conservative, so scared. I don't know if you know this, and I say this quite a few times now in my other content.
I give it a 5 gifted, Dusty.
When Jagex polled in 2014, the ability to turn your camera with the middle mouse button, that failed the first time.
Really?
Yeah, it had to be.
Way.
Yep. So the OSRS community was so conservative, so afraid that
That's
their game was
crazy.
going to die again, like it did with the EOC, Evolution of Combat update, that they didn't even want to turn the camera with the middle mouse button. That's how much they wanted to
insane.
preserve it. So it was only when the game was
the purists.
Yeah, exactly. So it was only when the game was kind of struggling to retain players, that's when desperation kicked in, and quite frankly, faith in the existing developers that they can do more with what they have.
That's
and that's
crazy.
when we got like Zulrah and all that kind of stuff. And ultimately what led and paved the way to Sailing Now, where that faith really was built up in Jagex after Jagex lost all the faith with their mistakes in the past. That faith kept building and building and building, where bigger and bigger updates could be pulled and would pass. And today, sorry for the ramble here, but today Jagex can really understands what the players want in their game, a new continent, a new skilling method, and they know it's going to pass a poll. So when people say, oh, every poll passes, that's not because players have become dumb or have become blind
Jagex
to
becomes smart.
content. It's because Jagex understands what the players want and what the game needs, quite frankly, to sustain and continue growing,
They know it's going to pass.
Yeah, they're not polling things that they know for sure won't pass, right?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. That's my concern with Classic Plus. I don't know if you agree with me there, but I'm like so concerned for Classic Plus because of that.
Nah, totally. Like you made some good points as well, and I was gonna like say something and I forgot it.
I'm sorry.
But like, it's kind of like the problem with some of the stuff is you were mentioning about casual players, right? I'm remembering it now, like how like WoW is. So like, okay, yeah, I remember this. I was watching Sardako stream I think that's like a week ago, right?
Mhm.
And he went on like a little tangent about how like RuneScape is not for casual players and WoW is. But I was like, dude, it's the other way around.
Yeah.
Because with WoW, even though there's less content, because like you said about the 6-month cycle, right, where they add new content, you feel like you have to keep up with the game.
Yep.
Yeah. But with RuneScape, even though there's more things to do, there's no need to keep up. You can just play the game at your own pace and not feel like, again, your content is invalidated, yeah? And this is the main issue with WoW. It's like, oh, you have to get all this gear, otherwise you won't be invited to the raid. It's like people in RuneScape complain about how it is to find a TOB
Chat, RuneScape the casual game confirmed.
raid. Everything is in WoW is like that.
Yeah.
you know, you're trying to get into groups, like it's hard. And if you're behind because you're a casual, then you get screwed, right?
For sure. And I just made a video actually about specifically grouping systems in either game, and how I do kind of want OSRS to adopt.
Guys, that's like what's crazy is there's 2 ways of viewing everything, and both of those views can be right. And that's what's so great about the English language is I could be like, guys, this shirt is black. And some of you guys could be like, actually, that shirt is the absence of black because it's the reflection of that shirt absorbing every color but that color. So it's actually everything but black. And then you would be like, true. So it's like, it's just the way that it is. That's just the way that it is.
The kind of grouping system that WoW ended up creating, not the LFG one, not the one that's like pairs you with random players. That fucking sucks. But I'm saying like the Mythic Plus one where you can list yourself and people can apply and you can like curate your stuff. I think RuneScape definitely needs that if it gets more group content, which it will down the line, because I think it needs to like a standardized way to kind of like list your group and find people.
It's definitely lacking that. I mean,
Yeah.
I've complained a few times, like the RuneScape, like social system and like with the friends and stuff.
His education went with his hair? I'll see you in 30 seconds after this timeout, Mr. Nello.
They need to update this.
Yes,
You know,
100%.
apparently you didn't even see achievements from other people at some point, so
Yeah.
I think they're a little behind on that. But I honestly, personally, don't mind that there's not that much forced social interaction in RuneScape. Like you don't have to make a group for everything, you know. You can just like play the game, right?
Yeah,
You don't have to make raids, you know. You could just solo some of these raids, right?
I always
That's
say that
nice.
RuneScape is a
Smitty, thank you for that
less
sub.
a grouping MMO, but it's a communal MMO where most of your like quote unquote
Yep.
interaction is just doing stuff around other people, which is really fun, right? Like it's really cool to go
Yes.
star mining and see 1,000 people huddled around a star,
Yes.
or even with sailing launch,
Absolutely.
seeing like hundreds and hundreds of people all sailing around.
Seeing
you.
all the boats.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that to me is lacking in WoW. Not in Classic, actually, in retail, was really lacking because everything's so phased. You go to a major city and supposedly there's a fucking billion subscribers in the game, but you go to a major city, there's like 3 people near the auction house and everyone else is God knows where, you know, maybe in their instanced player-owned houses now. But like,
Welcome
it's
back,
just-
Mr. Nello.
it feels so empty, even though the game is the most popular MMO on earth. While RuneScape is obviously very popular as well, but it's a smaller game, and yet it feels so much more populated, and people communicate with
Yep.
each other just for no reason other than, well, they're fucking around at Wintertod, you know? I definitely agree with that. I'm curious, like, so obviously the games have different kinds of social systems, but we both want more solo challenge in Classic. And as you totally correctly pointed out,
How?
WoW has the issue of classes to balance around. Even
Yep.
the Mage Tower, right? How much development time was put into that? Probably a lot.
Ooh,
And
it's so much more work.
that
How?
was in a version of the game where classes were more homogeneous.
What solo content are they going to put in WoW? How are they going to do it? I haven't figured it out. I'd love for somebody to tell me. Are they just going to copy paste the Mage Tower? That's it? RuneScape is 90% solo content. Like, and it works. It works really well, but it just doesn't work in WoW. It just doesn't work. And I want it, but I want something that doesn't work. And I really feel like that's what Classic Plus is. Everybody wants something that doesn't work. And that's why I don't think Classic Plus will be good. But I hope it will be. I have hope.
Homogenized than they are in Classic, right? Like that's when everyone gets an interrupt, except Warlocks. But everyone gets an interrupt. Everyone has like some kind of utility to heal yourself, to prevent damage taken, to maybe CC something. But my God, in Classic WoW, there are classes without taunts. How are you going to make a taunt-based tank encounter if you're a protection ballot? You know, like
Shaman tank hype.
what, like designing hard solo challenges that are specific to every individual class and spec is such a challenge. How is that possible?
It's insane, yeah.
Yeah, like and
It
that's
is
the big fear.
possible, but it requires so much more work. And if they had used that work to actually add more content to the game that every class could do, the game would be better. But
Yep.
unfortunately, there's a class system, and it's just one of those things where WoW will always have a lack of solo content because of it, you know? In fact, in like Season of Discovery, they had this like really amazing like challenge for warriors. Like if you want to get a rune, you have to fight this like giant Anubicid mob on top of a pillar that had a bunch of mechanics where you have to be like, I'm gonna say tick perfect, but it's kind of like that.
Hey,
in WoW.
Sod,
It's, like,
wait a second.
actual tick.
Wait a second. He's cooking with this. Sod did have some cool solo challenges. Like the Paladin, in order to get God dang it. What's the name of the freaking sword? Why can I not think of it right now? The Corrupted Ashbringer. In order to get the Corrupted Ashbringer, you had to do this epic ass solo quest line and fight 4 horsemen at the end. You had to fight Mograine. And that was a solo raid. And the encounter was challenging and fun. But they would have to make that solo, that they only made that raid for one class. So it was balanced around being a paladin. I'm not sure how it would go if you weren't on a paladin trying to do that same encounter. And so they would have to design 8 different solo encounters for every class, and then they would have to tune it for spec as well. Otherwise, everybody would just do the encounter as a shadow priest instead of a holy priest. And so I don't know how that would go either.
Perfect gameplay.
It's a lot of game design. It's a lot to ask.
If you did 20 kills in a row or like something like that, without failing, you would get cool sunglasses on your character. Like it was like a flex, you know. And they only did this for Warrior, right? Because it was just designed around Warrior, you know. So it's just one of those things where people have seen a glimpse of this like exciting solo content.
You talking about Khonsu?
So sparse because you have
Khonsu
to, like,
was for Paladin too. I don't
think about all the classes. You gotta like do it for this class and that class, and then we're gonna complain, yeah, but my priest is not good at it, or hunter is too easy for them. It's just such a mess, right? Like, and I'm not sure what they can do about it other than just put in more effort. But again, imagine if that effort was put into the actual game.
They changed it so everybody could.
For
Okay.
everybody.
To me,
I was about to
all-
say, I
This
remember
is
doing
one
it
of those
on
things,
my
you
other
know.
characters
it,
too.
it all really boils down, and it sucks to say because it kind of stems from an argument that specifically WoW players hate because it really sounds like you think you do, but you don't. But like, it needs to boil down to Blizzard having like a vision for the game and understanding what's correct in the long term, and understanding that the demographic that they've bred over the past 15 years is one that's not going to immediately appreciate it, but will ultimately kind of foster a better community that's going to last longer. You know, the game was, you mentioned like the comments that Sordako made, the World of Warcraft was its most popular and growing back in Classic, TBC, and Wrath. It hit its peak in the early Cataclysm, and then when they homogenized stuff in Cataclysm, it immediately started going downhill from a population standpoint, from a subscription standpoint. So when the game was less grindy, it was growing. Or sorry, when the game was more grindy, it was growing. And then when Blizzard started answering that
W grinds.
those complaints and criticisms,
Shout out to the grinders.
it started shrinking because players started playing for less time. They understood that, well, why invest that extra 50 hours at the end of a patch when next patch is going to have a catch-up system anyway? You know, and that's like this really, it's a choice that developers have between understanding that not all criticism should be responded to by just fixing it, right? Like sometimes people complaining is a good thing, right? When people complain about not having their best in slot legendaries, not because of the cap, I agree the cap was dog shit, but like when that was alleviated, when people complained, oh, I don't have my best in slot legendaries, if they're still playing and they're still going for that, that's what's going to make that getting that item super satisfying. It's only when people go apathetic to getting those items, when they start having no meaning, when getting them doesn't feel like anything anymore because they're the same item you've been getting for 10 years, as you've mentioned, just scaled up more. Well, that's when people fall away. And that was my feeling with retail in Dragonflight, where I kept getting the same item over and over and over and over again. At a certain point, I'm like, why am I spending all this time mythic raiding when I'm getting the exact same loot I've been getting in heroic?
Just a thought, WoW could treat every class like RuneScape skills. Let everyone level up each class individually on the same character and have a skill page with all the class levels, professions, etc. Let everyone swap between classes by equipping their weapon and dumb down the classes to have like 4 to 5 skills. Yeah, you're talking about fundamentally changing the entire core game design of World of Warcraft. At that point, I don't even know if I would call it WoW. It might need to be a completely different MMO at that point. That sounds like Guild Wars. No, I mean, it sounds like New World. New World, your class is determined by what weapon you have equipped. That's exactly how you just described New World, essentially. Or what was that? What was that Korean MMO? People were playing. Sony was playing it for a while. Me and Shobek tried it. Czar tried it for like a day. Throne and Liberty. That's Throne and Liberty. you're when you tell someone what class are you playing, you say I'm bow dagger, or I'm dagger greatsword. That's your class, and you level up that weapon. When you take that weapon off, you lose everything. You lose all your levels. When you put a new weapon on, you got to level that one. So eventually, you could level every weapon. It would just be slower. Yeah, class identity is everything in WoW. And if you think about it, a lot of the big streamers are known for playing one class in WoW. Zaryu. What class you guys think about when I say Zaryu? I think Zaryu is a mage. I always think Zar is a mage. That is class identity. If I say S-Fand, I think Paladin. If I say Asmongold, we all know he only plays warrior. So that's just class design. That's World of Warcraft. People get known for playing one class, you know? And if you change that, it's not WoW anymore. Unfortunately.
And a Mythic Plus. So I quit. So like, yeah, that's Blizzard, I think, just needs to have a bit of a spine. And I understand it's hard after Shadowlands and after all this shit happened.
Yeah.
Blizzard really feels like they need to cater to their player base. But like, there is a point where developers need to develop as well, be creative in their own way.
Absolutely. If you only are listening to people complaining, then you might end up making a game that no one enjoys, right?
Yeah.
It's just one of those things. But it's very hard, right? Like, obviously, sometimes the complaints are valid, but you don't want to make a game that's too easy, that's too fast. You know, like if you are able to get all your biz gear in like a month or two, it's just ridiculous. You know, and there's been expansions and patches like that, right, where people they get so bored that they make alts. They make like another
Joker
of the
made
same
7
class,
alts.
so they get to go and get the same gear again, so they can feel those dopamine
Simonize makes 3 to 5 rogues per expansion. It is insane.
hits again. But what if the way you feel that dopamine hit is by it being a way harder item to get, and it takes you more hours, but when you finally get it, you're just so satisfied, you know?
Yeah.
But again, the problem with this is like people are gonna complain that like, oh, you guys made these items too rare, and the people that are getting them are getting priority over me to join raids because everything is.
That's why if you remove the lockout and you make all the items a bit more rare, it allows people to run the raid as many times as they want per week. Just don't spoon everybody the items. And if you do this thing where you need the tier 1 to upgrade to tier 2, you need previous items in order to upgrade to the newer items, then it will keep the old content relevant. I don't think it's such a bad system. I wouldn't mind playing that. Some people would hate it, but I would like that.
Groups, yeah.
If it was like, oh, it's like solo content, then like it's a little different, right? But yeah, it's just
for sure. The fact that it needs to, and you know, again,
that would encourage Giga Sweat meta grinding. Good. The best part of World of Warcraft is when the people that played the most had the best gear. And you sat in Orgrimmar and you looked at their gear and you said, damn, I wish I had that. I don't like catering to the casuals.
Blizzard unfortunately kind of dug their own grave here. It's like, yeah, you create a time-based dungeon system where you're punishing your group if you're too slow or if you mess up a mechanic, like with Mythic Plus. You're gonna foster an environment where people are incredibly picky with who they choose. You know, they're gonna. Yeah, exactly. Like,
wait, did you hear about the protests?
Which ones?
Like, okay, so in the start of this expansion, the War Within, I think.
Yeah.
There were some classes that were like they weren't that good at Mythic Plus at high keys. And what's happened in retail WoW is there's a lot of people that have gotten pretty good at the game, and they're serious about their Mythic Plus score, their Raider IO score, if you know what that is.
Yeah, of course,
and
of course.
They want to get whatever 2K. Actually, 2K is not even good.
It's like 3K now. It's like over 3K now. Yeah.
3K or higher. Yeah, 3K or higher. Excuse me. And they were like obsessing on the fact that no one's inviting them to a plus 12. And a plus 12 at the time was like there was a jump. 11. I did some 11s, for example, right?
Mm-hmm.
I never did a 12. There was a massive jump from 11 to 12. You had to take it really serious, right? Because 12 had an extra affix.
Yeah, that's what is fortified and tyrannical together, right? Is that 12 or is that 10?
Yeah.
Okay, that's 12.
I think that was 10. And 12 had this Zalatat mechanic, which is an extra modifier. And it got nerfed eventually, but this is pre-nerf. So people were like, dude, no one wants to invite my demon hunter.
I mean, so that's a
my
0.
hunter, whatever classes weren't good. And they just made protests where they would make a group and just write protests like against people not inviting them. And the whole LFG was spammed like this, with just people making protests.
Oh my god.
It's just comedy,
I mean,
and that's what happens with a class system, like it's just one of those things.
I mean, for me, maybe this is I'm being too patronizing when I say this, but like, if you're not getting invited, make your own group. Like, I play DPS, and I've played DPS for many years now in retail, and for cutting edge, for climbing to 2.5k and 3k. When I did that, I've always just made my own groups, because yes, as a DPS, you're going to be one of millions and millions of different applications. Exactly. Just make your own group.
People
if
just
you have a good
don't want to make their own group.
Everyone's going to sign up. Like, if you have a good 10 or a good 15 back in Dragonflight, a 15, I'm forgetting the best keys in Dragonflight. You're going to...
You know what it is, guys? People just like to complain. People want to receive everything and do nothing. That's what I've learned about people. And if it's not that, then they have something to complain about. It's just like real life. And that's not going away. So they could make a perfect game, and people will find something to complain about. This is the nature of what we want. It's what makes us social. We want something to talk about. If everything is perfect, you got nothing to talk about. This is problems are not necessarily a bad thing, but talking about how to fix problems is just part of being human, I think.
You're going to get 100 applications in like a blink of an eye, just make your own damn group. But that's kind of the problem, right? You foster a community that is like, well, I mean, it's just a weird situation with retail where it's like, on one hand, it's such a lonely experience. You're leveling by yourself. Everything in the open world's by yourself. Now there's delves, which are dungeons by yourself. Like, everything's by yourself, except dungeons and raids, which are not only group content, they are hard group content eventually, like really hard.
And they are the only way to get gear in the game.
Yeah. So it's like this really weird situation where you're teaching players to play by themselves, and then you're not giving them...
Chat, what's the most important thing in an MMO? Number one most important thing. What is it? What is the number one thing? The number one most important thing in an MMO is people playing it. Nothing else matters. Nobody plays the game. Nobody cares. Okay? So every single time you make a change to the game, we should be asking ourselves a question. Are more people going to play it or less if we make this change? That should be the baseline of game development. Right there. So that's what we have to ask ourselves whenever we're making these changes.
The tools and the skills necessary to find people, not just skills like socially, but skills mechanically.
You have to also remember, sorry to cut you off, like in the latest expansion, there's a way for you to do dungeons while leveling, but with bots.
Exactly.
You know that, right?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
So you're making a really good point here where like they give you no tools whatsoever on how to interact with other people. And then you go from doing brain dead easy content to extremely challenging group content with the worst friction. The worst friction is you need to talk to people.
Yeah, like, that's the hardest part.
People in RuneScape that RuneScape is slow and it takes forever to travel. Like, bro, there's no social friction in this game. That's the worst friction. Like, I'm on vacation playing RuneScape, bro. That's what I feel like. I have to deal with making raids and inviting people.
No, the catering to casuals thing, guys. Listen. Catering to casuals is actually a short-term gain in players. It's a short-term gain, but ultimately it ends up being less people playing. So Blizzard has been catering to casuals for a long time in retail. And ultimately, I think it's made less people play the game. So we're looking at long-term players, not short-term, when it comes to making these changes. I got to TP out. I'm dead. Oh, let's go. I almost died right there.
People and then like not saying no to people, and then people get mad about it and being master looter. Like there's so many unnecessary stresses with WoW. They don't exist here, but it's also what makes WoW what WoW is. It's also what makes WoW popular on Twitch. People love to see these interactions between people, you know, like what did that guy say to that guy? This drama, this whatever, you know. But at the end of the day, it's like not a necessary part of the game, and I think most people don't like that stuff, you know. It just happens.
I love grouping in WoW. That's raiding is what kept me playing.
They're trying to see like who ninja'd who stole the Staff of Dominance, who took the shield. You know what I mean? That's what people want to see. That's why they watch WoW. Straight up.
I do really love it, but
same.
My huge issue with retail, and part of the reason the raiding scene is not growing at all, is because the overworld content, everything outside of raiding and high-end Mythic Plus is so easy, is so simple, it's so brain off, it's so like monkey-brained nonsense that breaking through to the harder content feels impenetrable. There's social friction, there's mechanical friction, and there's like external elements of friction, like managing, you know, your time and schedule and all that kind of stuff. Like
needing add-ons as well.
Yeah, needing add-ons, which I fully support them pulling back on combat add-ons in Midnight. I
it's
fully support that. I think it's become so ridiculous. But like, it's just so frustrating where I'm in the overworld of retail. I played the War Within in the most recent patch. I didn't play it on launch or anything. And I'm just sitting around. It's brain dead. It's so boring. You're just walking around doing these slop world quests for recolors and nonsense and bullshit. Nothing requires any attention. I can literally fall asleep at my keyboard and nothing is going to happen to my character. Same with leveling, same with everything. And then I do Mythic Plus and you're like, oh, now I'm actually have to pay attention to the game. And that's because I played for a long time.
Casuals make up a large portion of the player base, and companies should cater to some amount of them in hopes of turning them into long-term players like us. The only company I've seen that does this well is RuneScape. It caters to casuals because it's horizontal progression. You can play slowly and you don't lose progress. But it also caters to hardcore players because there's so much content that it's very hard to complete a character in RuneScape, even if you play 12 hours a day. And that's why the horizontal progression is the key to catering to everyone. At the same time, you need enough content for the hardcore players so they don't beat the game in 2 weeks. And RuneScape is the only game that I've seen so far that has the best of both worlds.
A player that hasn't done that, they're going to feel terrified of fucking up and ruining someone else's day, ruining 4 other people's or 19 other people's day. And that's what Classic WoW did so well, where the first 1 to 60, it's not that it's super hard, it's just a tutorial. You're learning every element of your class.
You learn how to use your character.
I need the whip and the trident for and the dragon boots for calling.
You have to like deal with
87 Slayer.
Use your abilities to survive the enemies that actually can kill you.
And now in retail, you get a boost just for buying the expansion.
Yeah.
You get, so it's fuck that, right? Like, so, I mean, I'm sure we can go on for a long time about this. And I know we're also close to wrapping up here due to the 1 hour limit, but like, I want to ask a question to you that I've asked in most of my episodes here, because it's just a fun one, especially for people that have played both WoW and RuneScape and have that perspective that you do. The first one, there's 2 questions. The first question is, what's been the best and worst part of OSRS? What's been your favorite boss, for example, and what's been like your least favorite element of the game? The element you're like, I hate doing this so much. Yeah.
So I think for me, like favorite boss that I've done has to be like the Doom boss. It's very, very engaging fight. Like I like that you delve deeper and you can like redeem the loot and leave or just risk it all. And then like there's new mechanics that happen at lower levels. So I think it's not even close. Like that boss by far my favorite boss, right?
Awesome.
And least favorite thing in RuneScape. I don't know. Like, there's not like a lot of things that like really stick to my mind, but like really annoying to do.
Mhm.
But maybe some of the quests, like there were like a few quests that were like very frustrating. Like maybe like one thing that I could say is like inventory.
Yeah.
I'm not used to having only 28. How much it is?
Yeah.
28 back slots. Yeah. I've gotten more used to it now.
Yeah.
But in the beginning, like people made fun of me. They're saying like you play like a UIM player where you're carrying everything with you. But like what I'm used to it, you know. I was carrying around my runeful helmet that I got from Temporos Caskets for like a month in my bag because I was so happy about it, you know.
Yeah.
And I would go fight a boss with gold in my bags and stuff like that, you know. So like that was very annoying. But now it's not that bad. Now it's kind of fine, you know.
I
But
think
that's what comes
the
to my mind,
inventory
I guess.
is such a beautiful part of the game. It's like this management game within the game itself,
It
right?
is, yeah,
But
it is.
initially, it is hard. Like as a WoW player, I'm like, when do I get my extra bag slots? Like, what is going on, right?
It's crazy.
Breach said
yeah.
that too.
It's super hard to wrap your brain around. But like when you get it, like when like the we talk about itemization in TBC and the fun puzzle game that it is.
Isn't that crazy, guys, that RuneScape is a game of unlocking quality of life? And one of the only qualities of life that WoW has is the bag slots and amount. And RuneScape has neither of those. RuneScape has no mount and no bag space and infinitely more quality of life unlocks than World of Warcraft Classic. It's kind of wild when you think about it. Like how much quality of life unlocks there are in RuneScape, and WoW Classic has 2 qualities of life. And RuneScape doesn't even have those 2.
What I love so much is that like in RuneScape, you're playing that game all the time, right? In TOA, you're looking at the best loadouts or whatever. Well, I don't have half these items. So you're like looking through your bank, finding little like, okay, well, I don't have the Grazi Rapier or the Fang at one point. So now I'm going to use the Karis instead and the DDS here and the Burning Claws there. You're playing that puzzle game with your inventory based on what you have. It's so interesting in that regard. I love it. I love that part of it so much. I've come just completely around on it. And man, I got another question, but it's fine. I wanted to ask you, like,
Go ahead.
Okay.
You should get the Ash Sanctifier. All right, listen. Vala. Listen, bro. I'm going to time you out, okay? Because, that is a bad boba. And I'm going to tell you why, okay? So 30-second timeout. This is why I gave you 30 seconds. I am using a spell called Demonic Offering, which gives you 3 times the amount of prayer when you bury your ashes. So I want to collect those into my inventory, then use my Arceus spellbook, Demonic Offering, to sacrifice 3 of my ashes at the same time, which then gives me 3 times the amount of XP. Every 3 tormented demons that I kill, I get 3 times the amount of XP by being on the Arceus spellbook and casting a spell called Demonic Offering to sacrifice those 3 ashes, which nets me 1.1k prayer every time I use the spell, which would make the Ash Sanctifier a worse option. So let's make sure, guys, if you are going to aboba in the channel, that you are giving the proper advice to the streamer, okay? So for that one, that was why I had to 30-second you. All right, back to the interview.
Okay.
Fine. I could do like another 20 minutes maybe.
Okay, cool. No worries at all. Yeah, and I appreciate that because I think it's fun to talk to someone who plays a lot of RuneScape, but also plays a lot of World of Warcraft. So my references, aren't lost.
Yeah,
Sometimes
we
I
understand each other on that stuff.
Sometimes I bring up like a specific WoW thing to RuneScape content creator. And
LMGD MMR! Thank you for the raid, LMGD!
It's fine, I get it.
Yeah.
So I'm
And I
curious.
played retail WoW as well, right? Because
Yeah.
like some creators might not know anything about retail or only know classic, but
Yo, if you're an LMGDer, boys, if you're an LMGDer with a dragon scimitar next to your name, let me see them. Any dragon simmies in the chat from LMGD raid? Guys, show them your dragon simmy, boys. Show the dragon simmies. Hey, there he is. Lajness. I see Lajness right there with the dragon simmy. One of the coolest promotions that Twitch has ever run. The little DSim badge. You can show people that you're a RuneScape player. if you gift a sub today. So W's if you gifted a sub to LMGD earlier and got that Dragon Simtar, guys. That is awesome.
I've played I played retail as much as classic, pretty much. So
Yeah,
So I'll
exactly,
get that
exactly.
stuff yeah.
So like, let me just quickly schedule. Okay, my computer's giving me a warning.
It's only
Okay,
today.
there we go.
It's for the next
I don't
2
wanna
weeks.
restart my
Next 2
computer.
weeks
Okay,
or so.
So my second question to follow up on that is actually like, so one of the topics, and I know this is a bit of a switch, but it's related, I promise, is one of the topics about, oh, why did the WoW creators leave and all this stuff? And I know that's the topic of my video, but like one of the main talking points I've seen is actually about the Iron.
Oh my god, what is this copy pasta? Let me read this. Y'all know I can't be reading these copy pastas doing tormented demons. I'm gonna die. I'm not multi-talented, guys. Hold on a second. Let me kill this one. Okay. Sard, I know a very obese streamer that also plays RuneScape and cries every day because he has no one to raid with. Could you please bring LMGD on Friday? All right, guys, I wouldn't classify LMGD as obese, but we are down to raid with LMGD. We can bring him to the raid if he's raid ready. If he's raid ready on Friday. I would love for him to come to TOA and raid with us. We could schedule a bit earlier raid so that it's not so late in the day for the EUers. We could do a 12 p.m. TOA Friday. Maybe Joker would be down to come too. And we could send. Let's do it. We'll do it 12 p.m. this Friday, yeah? Who's LMGD? LMGD he plays from Georgia. So you have Joker from Malta and LMGD from Georgia. Not the state. The country. No, I'm from Georgia. It threw me off because LMGD was like, I'm from Georgia. And I was like, nah, me too. I live in Atlanta. Where do you live? And he's like, nah, the country. Bet. So I was like, all right, bet. Well, my bad, you know? Go Dogs. Yeah. Dracula is from Georgia. Really? I thought Dracula was from like Transylvania, which was in Romania or some shit. But what do I know?
Iron Man game mode. Like, well, they left because they shouldn't have played Iron Man. And before I give my opinion, I don't want to influence what your opinion on this is. What do you think about that? Should they have played Iron Man? Do you think they'd keep playing if there remains? Like, what do you think about that talking point?
Yeah, that's a really good one. So I've talked about this a bit, and my general opinion on the matter of like Iron Man versus like main, right, is I think as a streamer, unless your focus is going to be PKing, right, or perhaps like going for like some crazy PVM achievements and stuff like that, right, Iron Man makes a lot of sense because you're prolonging your content. Right? Like whenever you get an item, it's like a hype moment on your stream because you got the item,
Super
you
hype.
earned that item, right? Versus just farming GP. So I personally
Actually, there are some moments, they don't even have to be items, where it's hype as an Iron Man. Early game, mid game, if you get a Raynar seed, you're hype. It kind of brings more joy to mundane stuff, but it also makes the grinds longer. So it makes some things better, some things worse, but ultimately, Iron Man is a better version of the game for streamer, and that's why I'm still playing it.
think like Iron Man is the most logical way to play as a streamer. As a normal person, like a non-streamer, like it just depends who you are. Like maybe you want more slow gameplay, you play Iron Man. Maybe you want to farm gold all the time and you want faster paced stuff, you play a main. But as a streamer, I think you're more pivoted to play Iron Man. And this is not even bringing up the social pressure.
I'll never
which
forget the
some
Dougie
streamers,
for the
like, talk a
RCB
lot about,
drop.
like, the
Let's
social
go.
Pressure, people expecting you to play Iron Man. Yeah.
The throwback right there.
I'm not even bringing that up, but that's also part of it. But I think regardless of that, like you just have more content.
Yeah.
You have more to do.
And
know?
I think
that's the
that
one thing that you want, you know?
I think that stems also maybe like from a, and you can tell me I'm wrong here because
Level
I'm
up,
not a streamer
completed.
and not a
Attack
WoW
level
streamer or a
83.
streamer. But like I think one of the issues there might have been like, okay, well, WoW streamers are coming in with the perspective of World of Warcraft, so it's combat focused. That's the most exciting parts of WoW streaming, right? Is like risking your hardcore Iron Man, for example, not an Iron Man in WoW, but hardcore account in WoW, right? Character in WoW. But in RuneScape, because there's so much downtime between intense combat, you might feel rushed to get to that like hype streaming moment. But that's not really acknowledging that a lot of old school players, a lot of old school Twitch watchers and whatever streaming platform you use, they're fine watching you chop a tree for a while because you're just engaging with your audience. You're maybe watching a video with them or whatever. And that's just a very natural element of RuneScape progression that people enjoy watching, while maybe in the WoW space, and you can tell me I'm wrong, maybe they're not going to feel as excited to watch you like go pick herbs for a couple hours, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of the same though, because like if you're like, let's say you're streaming a lot of PVM and then you start like chopping trees for 4 hours, people are not gonna be want to watch that, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Okay.
And it's the same with WoW, you know, like let's say I'm always doing raids and then I'm gonna just pick herbs for 4 hours. It's the same thing. They're gonna get annoyed by it, right?
For sure.
But end of the day, if you have to do it, you have to do it. Like obviously, I try to do most of the boring stuff off stream. Same in WoW. But I think sometimes doing it on stream and like maybe watching a video or just talking and yapping, it's fine. And honestly, like you were mentioning something about like there's not as much combat.
Chat, I'm going to tell you guys something. Streaming RuneScape and on an Iron Man specifically, I feel like it made me a better streamer because it forced me to learn how to do just chatting and talk and create conversations because the content doesn't carry. It actually forced me to become a better streamer. I am infinitely a better streamer now because I've played OSRS, and that's just my personal opinion. But learning how to become a good just chatting streamer is something that is just the way that it works now. It's just the way that the meta is. If you can't have good conversations on your stream pretty much the entire time that you're live, then it's going to be tough for you to succeed unless you're one of the best players in the world because gameplay doesn't always carry. And RuneScape, like when I was doing my Infernal Cape, that shit carried. I didn't have to talk at all. I didn't have to say one single word. 5K viewers. But you can't always be doing the Infernal Cape. You have to work to that point. So it's tough to you just gotta get good at just chatting. That's the meta. So I just wanted to point that out.
That intensity in RuneScape, I kind of disagree a little bit because in RuneScape you could technically just do content that is only combat back to back to back to back to back
Over and over
I
again.
barely have time to even my chat because WoW would be like, oh, I have to find a group first. I have to wait for the tank to show up to the dungeon. I have to wait. There's a lot of waiting in WoW. With RuneScape, there's a lot of waiting and skilling.
Yeah.
But when it comes to PVM, I would be like, dude, that's like 100% locked in type shit, you know?
Yeah, I mean, even the raid lockouts are waiting. Like, waiting equals content. Dude, Asmon used to always say this when I watched Asmon when he played WoW, like, years ago. He's like, oh, okay, Blizzard, waiting equals content because they were time gating everything. And you're just waiting around a lot. You're waiting around a lot in WoW. It is true. It's just how it is.
You know, like I'm doing Doom, bro, for 4 hours. Like, I'm barely looking at chat. I'm like, I gotta focus.
No, I mean, Doom is crazy.
That's why sometimes I stop doing it. I'm like, dude, I want to just read my chat and relax and let me do some Slayer.
Yeah.
You know
Have you done
so-
deep delves at Doom yet? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I'm just curious. Have you done like an 8+?
I reached 8 only 3 times.
Okay.
I've not even come close.
8 is
I died
insane.
instantly.
8 is insane. It took me a long time to get past 8, like get an 8 kill and then get past. It's really, really hard. 8 is just a huge step up over 7 because of the double boulders. It's crazy. Sorry.
Chat, the day I start doing Doom, how long is it going to take me? How many days of sending that thing all day before I get a level 8 kill? How many days? 5 months. Stop the cap, bro. 1 day to 3 days. I'm seeing 1 day to 3 days. No, it's got to be harder than that, guys. Somebody told me Joker doesn't have a level 8 kill yet. It's got to be hard. And he has decent gear. He has Elite Void and a Skullbow. No, it's got to be hard. I'm thinking maybe a week or something like that before I get an 8. I'm thinking it's maybe like a week.
It's
Yeah,
totally
I've
off
only
topic.
beaten 7 3 times, bro. So like
That'll
I'm
happen.
really far.
He's got
away from
3
it.
kills
But,
on
like,
7.
It's fun though. I like the challenge.
It's an
of it.
incredible fight. It's an incredible. So to bounce off what you said there, it's interesting because I agree with you. Like you can just, I love the fact that you can just grind RuneScape and you don't feel locked to a specific, issue of finding a group or lockouts and like they are in WoW. But I guess my point is more so like if you're maybe a WoW streamer or just not familiar with RuneScape or what it entails, you might like, okay, I want to focus combat because the PVM is really fun in RuneScape, especially in the mid and late game.
Yeah.
But like as an Iron Man, I'm also locked to my supplies. And if I'm rushing through those supplies and only getting what I need, eventually you're going to run out of prayer pots, you're going to run out of resources and utilities, and you have to go back. And I think for you, you maybe intentionally or not, or maybe you just like the skilling, as you said, so it came naturally. But like, was farming your first 99 or one of your first 99s?
It was, yeah.
Yeah, that's a perfect example of like you being able to manage that side and set yourself up to being able to do hours and hours of PVM.
It's just a puzzle,
Unbroken.
man. Iron Man is just a puzzle for me. Like
Yeah.
it's mostly about like decision making and like what skills to pursue. And that's what I've been enjoying about it. It's like trying to solve the problems.
You need this so you can do
Just
this,
like
but you need this before you can do that.
Like Path of Exile, you try to solve your
That's
mana
RuneScape.
problem where you can sustain it, or you
Yeah.
solve your health and defenses. And with Iron Man, I feel like, how do I solve the fact I'm running out of supplies? Oh, I'm running out of like seeds. Which boss drops these seeds? I go on the wiki, which by the way is amazing. I love
Yeah.
the wiki of this
The
game.
wiki's insane.
Oh my god,
It is good.
It's so good. It's so good.
Very good.
I love going and just reading and learning stuff. Like you go on the wiki, you look up the item, like, oh, it can drop from this guy. Phantom Muspa, Hui can drop 40 of them. Maybe
Yeah.
go kill that boss. What else can I get from that boss? Oh, I'm now working towards 3 things at the same time. And it's just
There's no way he calls it Hui. There's no way, Joker, that you're calling Huey Hui.
so satisfying. Instead of just like picking one thing and just tunnel visioning it, which you could do, by the way, you can pick something and build off it and work towards multiple skills at the same time, multiple goals at the same time. And that's what for me feels so good in this game. It's just amazing.
It's why I always say that, people say old school RuneScape and RuneScape in general, it's a rhythm game, it's a point and click adventure game, and I agree with both of those. But I always say it's a management game too, because half your time spent in the game is considering your inventory, your supplies,
it is.
the part that makes someone invested in a game to me is not just the process of playing it, but it's like logging off, going to bed, and not being able to sleep because you're just thinking about it so much. Or just spending like an hour in the shower just
theory
thinking about
crafting,
it.
right? I mean,
Yes.
that's your name.
Theory
right?
crafting,
Yes,
yeah.
That's it's nice. It's nice.
That's
No,
the
like
part
I'll
that I
give you an
connect with.
example, right?
Mhm.
So people are like, dude, why are you not using cannonballs? And I'm like, well, it takes time to make cannonballs. I have to consider the time it takes to
Yeah.
make them.
Is it worth?
The time it takes to get the steel. So maybe sometimes
For me, cannonballs are not worth anymore because I'm already 99 range. So I don't benefit from the skill anymore. It takes time to go and craft them, and I need melee levels. So it's like, even if this skill is slower, I'm benefiting. I get faster Slayer XP, but I get no melee XP. So is it really advancing my account to use a cannon and to go stop what I'm doing right now to go farm cannonballs? When there's some tasks that I could use on a cannon, or I could just skip those tasks at the Slayer Master with 30 points. I could skip the cannon task. So it's a constant battle of weighing what you want to do. And there might be a right answer statistically if you like spreadsheeted it out. But a simple solve for me is to just not use the cannon and do melee until I max my melees. And then start using the cannon once my melees are all maxed.
it's not worth it for me to do that. It's not always about what's the fastest way to do something. It's also
And that's
like,
not a bad
what are
solve.
the costs associated with that?
Mhm.
It's like, let's say I want to level fletching or woodcutting. Okay, I'm leveling woodcutting this morning doing ironwood trees. right? It's like kind of easy escape. I don't know if you know about them. It's
Oh,
like
they're
90k
crazy.
an hour.
Yeah, they're insane.
But
Yeah.
you're not getting any fleshing XP back.
Yep.
So maybe I would have to consider killing some boss who drops like use or magics, or potentially going still back to Privdenas and getting like U-locks there. Or maybe I do Miscellanea and get my maples. I have to think about all of that while I'm doing this cool new method. So it's just like opportunity cost, right? And I love that. Like even though WoW has stuff like this, but I feel like RuneScape has a bit more in depth like thought to it, right?
It's
and
more
I do love
interconnected.
theory crafting. It's so much fun. Oh yeah,
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, that's the part that always resonated with me. Like I call it the intersectionality of all the different skills in the game, and how like not only can you multitask them, you are benefiting off of doing that by just like cross-pollinating so many different upgrades, right? Like my two favorite skills in the game
cross-pollination
are construction and magic, because what they influence, magic combat, sure, but what they influence more than anything is just utility.
Chat,
right?
any
like being able to
cross-pollinators?
switch your prayer books, or sorry, your magic books, at your house is such a big time saver. Having teleports to 30
It's
different
insane,
locations in your player-owned house.
Yeah.
You know, not to go off on a player-owned house topic here, but RuneScape's player-owned house doesn't have as much customization options as most other popular modern MMOs do, but it's my favorite POH system.
Sailing is
because
hella cross-pollination?
there's an actual
Hell yeah.
purpose of it. It's not just
It's
a
so
cosmetic
good,
thing,
dude.
right?
It's so good.
I love.
When you get 83 construction, the game changes. It's a different game.
I am
It's a
like
different game, bro.
I am so like, you know, I like the player-owned house so much in old school because I am not a cosmetics-driven player too much. But
Same.
But because I go there so much, it made me want my house to look cool. Like I put all my league stuff in there because I go there so much. It's like, why not? Like like in WoW, my main criticism with like the one coming at midnight is that it's fully instanced. I have no reason to ever go into it other than like, I guess spending my.
I love nerds talking about video games. I think I'm gonna do this until I'm gone. This is so much fun. Just nerding out talking about video games, guys. Whether you agree with my takes or not, you gotta admit, this shit's fun. I love doing this.
Time like adjusting a candle recolor or whatever. But like at the end of the day, the loop of World of Warcraft is finding group, go do dungeon, find group, go do raid, go do your weeklies and dailies and stuff. At no point does that take you back through 2 loading screens to go to your fully cosmetic player-owned house. But in RuneScape, I am constantly going back there, and I'm constantly taking different teleports. Oh, my farm run, my Weiss teleport. Oh, Lunar Island if I need to, right? Like so many different like paths just stem from that singular location that gives it so much value. I love the player and housing so much. And same applies to magic, right? The different magic books and all their crazy utilities, just the high alching, the superheat items, all the different teleports. So much value just from that singular leveling is so satisfying to me. I want to really quickly loop back to what you said about the WoW streamers and Iron Man mode and all that, because I 100% agree with you. Not to go on off a different tangent here, but like I've always said that I don't think they would play the game for longer as mains at all. Maybe privately, sure, but like as streamers, you're going to get all this stuff given to you. You don't know what any of it means.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's no journey there. There's no progression there. It's not going to be
They would
interesting.
have quit months ago.
Yeah, like
That's what I think.
it's going to be way less interesting watching Sordako do Inferno with full Bis, full Ancestral, and
Yeah, I don't like that everyone assumes that the streamers would accept handouts if they played a main. I think that's one thing is I would play, if I was going to play a main, I would play it the exact same way I play an Iron Man. I would just use it to skip some of the farming, essentially. But it seems like everybody has this take, and I also agree with this take, that if you played a main with handouts, nobody cares. That's like a well-known thing, that no one gives a damn if you accepted handouts. Which is why I would never do that, right? So it's like, this is not even an option. I don't know why people even talk about it. It's so obvious that I don't even know why people bring it up.
Tumek and Shadow and a Tebow, right? And Full Masori. Like, that would be not as interesting. And you can say, well, just don't take that stuff. That's possible, but also like
easier said than done.
Yeah, easier said than done, right?
Just don't accept things from people. Yeah,
exactly. It's such a it's such a hard thing to stop doing, especially when you're so used
people
to
would just
skipping
assume
grinds.
that you did anyway.
Yeah.
They would just assume that everything you have, people just gave it to you.
That's the problem with the main right there, is they assume that you didn't earn anything, which is why they need a bronze man mode. Official, in my opinion.
All the mainscape accounts on Twitch and on YouTube and all that, they're all either amazing PvPers like Odablock and Dino and West Ham, or they're just really good at PVM, right? Like No Monkey and Mulgoat Kirby and all these people. Like, it's very rare you see a main that's just kind of like chilling out playing the game, and maybe if they have a great personality and they're really funny or whatever, right? As a streamer, as someone who wants to experience the journey, I think Iron Man is the play. Now, I would advocate for Group Iron Man. That's how I started playing the game.
Group Iron Man is
really
awesome.
Helps smooth out some of the harsher edges. But like Iron Man, it makes you see all the content in the game.
Absolutely. I think you're right about Group Iron Man as well. I think in theory that's like the best way to play.
Yeah.
But obviously people would just quit anyway, and then you're like stuck, right?
Man, like again, obviously hindsight, but
how do they
think
fix
if
that?
some of those.
How can they fix people quitting a Group Iron Man? Is there any solution? You can't. When I see a problem, I start thinking about solutions. You can't really fix that. You can't really fix it. Is there any way you could allow people to form new groups with a penalty, a heavy penalty? The green helm is the penalty. Okay. Huh. Is a green helm a new group that's not the original group? I don't understand green helm. Oh, it's unranked group Iron Man. And they reform. Okay. They reform. Someone left their OG group. I got you. I get it. Okay. It's unranked group Iron Man. It's Green Helm. I'm understanding now. Now I understand. It means their original group died, but they keep playing group. Okay.
Players that left, and maybe they'll come back, who knows. But the people, I feel like they would have stuck around for longer if they did Group Iron Man, because it really alleviates.
Some of them
the
were
resource
Group
grind.
Iron Man though.
Yeah, that's true. But it was
Some of them
Zaru,
were
Not many
Soda,
of them, but a few.
Yeah, it was Zaru, Soda, and
Peekaboo.
Peekaboo. Yeah, too. You're completely correct. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. This is a dumb question, but I asked this of Sordako, and I feel bad not to ask this of you too. If you had to take one fight from World of Warcraft and just map it onto RuneScape, and one RuneScape fight and put it into World of Warcraft, which ones would you take and why?
So a boss from WoW to RuneScape, and then the other way around.
Yes.
I don't know. I'm just gonna give you a stupid answer. So like, kill Jaden from Legion and RuneScape.
Do you remember? I don't know. Do you remember the pillar mechanic in Kill Jaden when it like splits into a cross beam? That
was not my job, by the way. That was not my job.
No, fuck that.
Someone else was doing that.
No, but that would fit so well, though.
Guy, bro.
Oh my god, that would fit so well.
Yeah, I feel like,
RuneScape.
unironically, that boss has some mechanics that you could deal with, right? That's just randomly thought of it. And then from RuneScape, I don't know, maybe Doom, but
the car.
I will have to think about this question a lot more. It just came to my mind about Kill Jaden.
I do. You know, the one in RuneScape that I always think of that would like perfectly map onto WoW is Akka from TOA. I feel like every one of his mechanics, apart maybe from the prayer one, is like perfect for WoW, right? The memory game, you know, all the different like kinds of like AoEs that he does. I feel like that fits so. I think most TOA fights, honestly, would work well in World of Warcraft, right? Even like the Warden. I don't know if the developer who made it was inspired by Ulduar, but he has the XT deconstructor heart mechanic where it pops out, you do extra damage to it, you know?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Cool fight, right?
Now Aka's like really cool actually.
Yeah, Aka's
I
really
think
cool.
that would be a fun boss.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, that's kind of I mean, I'm sure we can yap a lot about World of Warcraft and RuneScape, but that's kind of all for now. So I want to really thank you for joining me on this podcast. It's been a pleasure to talk to you. It's awesome to speak to someone who not only knows a lot about World of Warcraft, but knows a ton about RuneScape now. And I'm really excited to continue watching your end game journey now. I feel like you're really entering the end game with TOB, late game TOA, Doom, and Chambers of Xeric, which is its own separate beast, right?
Oh yeah, like that's what I'm doing.
TOB
tomorrow,
win?
actually. I'm gonna do Chambers of Xeric with some viewers and try to get the that prayer that extends.
Did he
your
ever get
preservation.
this? Guys, did Joker ever get this prayer? The one that extends your preserve. Did he ever get preserve? He got it? Nice.
stats?
Yeah.
Yeah, because that will help me with my skilling a little bit, you know, because I'm at that point where I want to max my Sailing Bow, but I need like a bunch of woodcutting levels. So I
Right.
could like cheat a little bit and maybe only get 89 woodcutting and then boost +3 every time, you know?
That's smart. I mean, listen, my God, Chambers of Xeric made me pull my fucking hair out learning it. But now that I know it, I mean, I learned it to do it in trios and I learned to do it in solos.
I
And
feel
it
like
is
his
like
Chamber's not that
so
bad.
frustrating because it's so like unintuitive. Every mechanic is just you breaking
Oh
the
yeah,
game.
I had some really bad things to say about that raid. It was a very bad first impression, but
you are gonna
I've done
hate
it
it for like
twice.
10 hours, but you're
I feel like a lot of RuneScape is unintuitive until you plug in scape the crap out of it and learn it. And then once you know what you're doing, it's not that bad. But until you do that, it's rough. The plugins kind of like save it. And the rune light. TOA was fine. I didn't have any issues with TOA. I learned that pretty quick, but I still prefer it with the plugins. A lot of plugins. It's just better. Straight up.
it's gonna become better. I
it's
feel
getting better. It's getting
Yeah.
better. That's all I'm gonna say. Like
Are
the
you doing
other
it
raids
solo?
made more sense early on. No, I've only
Okay.
done it with the WoW guys.
You seen Gearscape?
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
I have my
okay,
Gearscape
okay.
profile set up and all that.
We had like a
Love
4-hour
Gearscape.
chambers the first time, bro. I wanted Alta 4 the game.
Oh my
like I was
God.
like, what is this? You know?
dude, it like it just
Like,
it's just so janky. It's so janky, but it's, you know, when you get it, like when I learned to do the mage skip roll, when I kind of understood how it worked, I was like, okay, you know, it's annoying, it's a bit janky, but like now that I can do it, you can really do it without taking a lot of damage. But yeah, it's so different than the other raids.
A lot of things are like that in RuneScape where they're super hard early on, but then
Yeah.
you see your progress, right? Like we didn't really talk about this much, but one of the things I like about the game is, let's say I'm farming a boss, and a way of me seeing progress is the amount of kills I can do per trip.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for sure.
This is something that doesn't exist in WoW.
doesn't exist.
At all. There's just period. There's just no concept like this. Like if you're in a dungeon in WoW and you kill the boss, you're done. Dungeon's over, right? But in RuneScape, the boss respawns. It's
Yeah.
so weird, but like at the same time, you like in the beginning, it's like, dude, the boss spawns too fast. I can't keep up. And then at some point, it's like, dude, they should make the boss timer quicker respawn because I'm just sitting AFK. Because you see your progress improve like that. Like
Yeah.
God Wars, for example, you know.
Oh
Like
yeah,
Gold Wars, I used to hate it, but I like it now.
yeah,
I actually like Gold Wars.
it's same as
What?
Chambers of Xeric, right? Where like you hate it initially because it's so like
Yeah.
you're just breaking everything.
Maybe I'll
about
like
it.
God Wars,
Nothing's
guys. I
intentional
don't like
at
it
all.
right now.
But when you did you do the? I know you did Zamorak, right, or Krill, right? But did you do Bandos, the door altar method for Bandos, or
I've
no?
been doing bandos, yeah.
Okay.
Door altar,
I'm
I
still
did
really
that.
bad at the door altar, but
I'm insane
starting
at
to
door
click a
altar.
little
That is like
Yeah.
one of the most frustrating places to die. It's so
I'm so insane at bandos, guys. I've almost gotten a kill.
so expensive. You have to.
That's how good I am at
Door
Door
Take
Altar.
like 15 minutes to run back. It's so frustrating.
Yeah,
but
that's what makes you want to
yeah.
get better.
Yeah, exactly.
Because of the punishment. If you would just like kill him and your dice just go back instantly, it's like whatever, you know.
Yeah, who
but
cares?
knowing that it's like minus 20 minutes or 10 minutes makes you want to solve it. Like, what's the best way to do this?
I mean, yeah, exactly. And I know that, like, I'm sure you're gonna. I know you did Yama with Sardako a little bit. I'm sure you're gonna get on that grind at some point too. Yama's an incredible boss fight.
I'm trying to
finding a good
get
duo
my,
for that.
really good boss.
It's really, really, really cool.
Demon Bane weapons.
I've
so
done
we can
100
do that.
KC on it already.
Oh, okay. So you're deeper. Have you gotten anything yet?
But I played with a Zuck helm though. No, I didn't get anything. I was just doing it for that charge, double that charge.
Oh yeah.
So you just get 100 KC and that's it. But yeah, it's a really fun boss. Same thing by the way, Yama. Like if you get
Joker's
better,
got
at it,
100
you do longer
KC.
trips,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah,
Instead
I
of
mean,
1 KC trips, you do like 4 KC trips. or
figuring
whatever.
that fight out with my group Ironman was so satisfying.
Chat, is it cool if I get some Zuckhelmers to carry me through some Yama kills? Since Joker already did it. I need to catch up to him. All right, sick.
Like we did 1,100 kills because we were not lucky at all. And figuring, you know, going from like a 1 kill trip, 2 kill trip, we were doing like 8, 10, 15 kill trips at some point because we learned like the
Dude, there's so many
tech on it.
mechanics on the boss.
yeah, a lot of mechanics, very punishing, but really satisfying, really cool. I just love how every RuneScape fight kind of does one thing that's just totally out there, right? Like with the Doom and the punish mechanic, with the melee, right? Yama with the 1-tick agility into like the rune mechanic. It's so unique. Every fight, every raid also is super different from itself or from each other, right? Very cool stuff in that regard, for sure.
I had
but-
like no idea, dude, about Yama. Like that, if you're like closer to Yama when you go on the sigils, you take more damage and lose more prayer. And he
Yeah.
actually cleaves people. So I was always standing in front of the boss. Like there were so many things that took me like 100
RuneScape
tries
is
to
already
learn them.
anti-carry
Like,
anyway.
wait,
If you don't
this
contribute, you
actually
don't get
works this
loot.
way. Like,
No, 100%. I just, man, some people criticize, I guess, modern boss fights because they're not as like, I guess, emergent. As,
I think they're better, man. I don't know.
They are better. They are
I
better.
feel like, and this is a good thing. If they're
Yeah.
making better bosses, that's what you want. That's
Yeah.
what you want, right? The fact that like the later bosses seem to be the more interesting ones, like who knows what raids 4 are going to be like, you know?
Yep. And
Like,
we
RuneScape
see
players
that.
should be happy about
Yeah.
that, you know?
I mean, we see that too. Like, I mean, Scurious is a great example of like a modern boss fight. And compare Scurious to like Dagonoth Kings. I mean, it's fucking night and day. Scurious is such a good fight for early game, right? Well,
That's the
Dagonoth Kings,
Calphite Queen. You
Calphite
want more
Queen.
Calphite
Oh my
Queen bosses.
God,
you know,
dude.
like I don't think so.
you didn't play leagues because you weren't playing the game at that time. But I don't know if you know, in the previous leagues, they reworked a lot of fights that are really old and shitty. Like they made like hard mode versions of them called Echo
Oh, really?
fights. Yeah, it was.
Oh, that's what Echo is. Okay.
Yes. And they made it an Echo Calphite Queen, and it was like low key one of the best fights in the entire game. And I'm like constantly messaging one of the designers, one of the developers, Modern Arcane, who worked on this stuff. And I'm like, dude, just add it to the game. Just add it to the game. Please add it to the game. I would grind Calphite Queen if you added this.
Why
to the
not
game.
add it as an option?
Right.
And like, if you kill that version, you have higher chances at the loot. I don't know.
Exactly.
Like that way you don't.
Combat modes for each boss. Harder boss equals better loot. Like CG. Do you guys think that every boss should have a combat mode with higher chance of loot? A challenge mode. A lot of bosses have hard mode. I like hard mode. I like hard mode, better loot. Harder content, better loot. I think it's a great idea.
Force it, you still have the old content, right? And
Not every
and then
boss, but some bosses.
You have this version you can fight. I don't know.
Exactly.
Okay,
And
I like that. I
dude,
like
they
that.
did one for like KBD and Dagonoth, and all of them were so good. They did one for Grotesque
That
Guardians.
sounds really cool, actually.
Dude, it was so cool. I mean,
Yeah.
oh my God, it was so fucking sick. Anyway, again, I know we're running a little bit over, so thank you so much again for coming. It was been a pleasure to talk to you. I'm excited to see where you go next, and yeah, I mean, it's been awesome. Thank you so much.
Oh, this was an awesome conversation. I enjoyed it myself as well, and I almost leveled the mining level.
Hell
so,
yeah,
it's not
yeah.
bad.
I had 84 sailing during this, so very nice.
Damn.
Very good
Oh
stuff.
shit!
Yeah.
I'm almost 82. So I think if I
Since we're all sharing, I got a defense level, an attack level, a slayer level, and a prayer level. So yeah, I leveled up. I've been leveling up over here, boys.
time my mining boost correctly, I might be able to get Runite from
But
the mother
still
Rune
no
mine
synapse.
when I like
Damn.
put my hopper in.
Oh, so you're going
'Cause
for
I need like
Runite.
100.
Where the heck's my synapse at, boys?
Yeah, because I need 100 more Runite for my what's it called, like the keel of the boat.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm forgetting
and
where
I don't
want
want
to
to go kill
from.
rune dragons. You know, I just want to level mining anyway. So it's like 2 and 1, right?
I think I got my rune
Yeah.
from I'm forgetting where I got it from. I think I got it from what's it called? DT2 bosses. I think they drop rune ore. Because I'm like, where did I get my 1,000 rune ore? And I think it's from my DT2
Or
grind.
raids.
Or
Dude,
raids.
give.
Yeah.
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 I did a top, it gave me like 50. You know.
Yeah.
But
yeah, that might
I'm
be
like,
it.
it's an excuse to level mining for me. You know, like that's kind of why I'm doing it.
Exactly. I
as
mean,
well.
I got burnt out after Leagues 5. Oh my god, we keep going. But I got burnt out of Leagues 5 in December and in January
keeping
and stuff.
going.
And I ended up like just AFK grinding skills in RuneScape on my other computer while playing games and doing work or whatever. And I got 399s. I got 99 mining, fishing, and thieving.
Damn.
Just from just AFK nonsense over the course of like two months. And I regret doing that because what I should have done for mining is I should have done the prayer training method in Valar and got my prayer to like 95 or 96.
Oh.
Yeah, that was a big mistake on my part, but you know, it is what
He
it is.
should
But
have
it's
mined
fine now.
prayer.
You got frost dragons. You know,
Yes.
those guys give a lot of prayer.
Yeah, I have
It's
not
gonna
tried
be
them
okay.
yet, but I know it's insane there. So I'm very excited.
You're almost there. Just 3 more levels.
Yep. And then I'm
You
sending
can't
it.
boost for it, by the way. Don't try.
Oh,
It
really?
doesn't work.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah.
Honestly, yeah. So 87 is going to be the end goal. I might get my spending
Yeah.
up as
Is
well.
that a good
And there's
AFK
like a
activity,
fairy ring
guys?
there
You
as
mine the bone shards, and you get mining and prayer XP. Is that a sick AFK level? Pretty good AFK. It's all right. Okay. Might do
Also,
that.
like you just use the fairy ring. You're right next to the double cannon, like the twice as fast cannonball making, and you just climb up and it's instantly a safe spot.
Oh shit.
So yeah, it's pretty good.
Okay, perfect timing then. Oh my god. Okay, I'll definitely get to that in the next day or two. Yeah, that's sick. Okay. Again, I don't want to keep you going, but I'm sure we could if we wanted to. So thank you so much again. You're always invited to come back on whenever you want if you want to chat. I'm sure that everyone's gonna love listening to it. So thank you again. Yeah, let's get it done.
W interview, man. Dude, I love these podcasts about OSRS and WoW. Some of my new favorite things to listen to. If you're just tuning in, guys, we are 439 tormented demons in. I'm going to kill 11 more. And I'm probably going to be getting a synapse. So you're all in time to watch me get that. My very first synapse of the game. Also, I want to thank everyone who gifted a sub today, guys. You are all legends. Thank you very much for gifting a sub in the stream today for the Dragon Scimitar promotion. Everyone who gifts a sub right now is getting a Dragon Scimitar badge on Twitch. And I don't have a lot of Twitch badges, if I'm being honest. So this is definitely my favorite badge. I'm probably going to be rocking this bad boy for a long time. So I've already got my Dragon Scimitar. I gifted a sub earlier and got that. The Skimmy. Have you watched episode 2? We watched episode 2 of GG yesterday. We watched... What else did we watch yesterday? The Settle video. The Settle video. The new Boatletics video. What has he called it? Called it something else. Dock locked. Dock locked? Rafletics. Doc Johnson. I like Doc Locked. He should. That's a banger name. Doc Locked. Doc Locked Iron Man. He called it Doc Johnson. Okay, Doc Johnson. Settled is into docking? Doc Johnson is way funnier. What's the meme of Doc Johnson? I mean, I'm old. I remember a character named Don Johnson from this show called Nash. And my mom used to watch it at night. Or was like was that Nash Bridges or Don Johnson? I don't know. I don't remember. I was like 8. These Zoomers don't know about MASH? Yeah, that's a long time ago. That's a long time ago. I honestly don't even know about MASH, and I'm up there. MASH is before my time. I can only kill 8 more of these on task, which means I'm gonna have to kill 2 off task. Is that okay, you guys? Is it okay to kill 2 tormented demons off task? Could be a cardinal sin. But we're gonna have to do it for gambling purposes. For the love of Gamba, I think we're gonna have to just lock in and do it, okay? Nothing I can do about it. My hands are tied here. And that's final. Yep. Time to pot up. Melee. Big damn. Man, whenever you finish a tormented demon task, it feels good because you're killing these guys for quite a while. These are great XP. Great Slayer XP. 14k an hour. Don't look at that. That's not right. That's wrong. It's gotta be wrong. Obviously, I'm getting millions and billions of XP per hour here. This is insane that they would say 14k. Probably some calculation errors with the game and all that. Obviously, I would not be getting 14k an hour. I am very, very efficient at playing this game. Probably just server side. Probably some server side lag or something. Yeah, I might have to just reset all that. Reset. Oh, by the way, I hit my second 99 yesterday, boys. If you weren't watching the stream yesterday, I hit 99 hit points. A big day. A big day for me on the stream. My second level 99. I now have 99 hit point and 99 range. So we're growing up in the world. We are evolving. Congrats on the Cape frames. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that, man. Chat, you know what I've been doing off stream? I've been doom watching some videos about AI taking over the world. I've been doom watching hard. I'm fascinated with the end of the world. I'm wondering, like, when's it gonna be, you know? There's this thing, the guys that invented AI, like some of the CEOs of it, not like the dude. Not the dude who invented ChatGPT, but like the guys who invented like AI robotics and stuff. They were interviewing him. And he was saying there's something called, was it super? I already fucking forgot. But it's the point where AI no longer needs humans. Not singularity. Super intelligence. It's super intelligence. And I thought it was fascinating because he described it. He's like, I want you to imagine AI is the assistant to the CEO of a company. right? And the CEO of a company he's very dumb. But because he has a good assistant, he can tell the assistant to do something, and the assistant will do everything and get it done. And that business model is fine. It works good. But the bad part is when the assistant decides they no longer need the boss to run the company. And that is the moment when AI would take over the world. And as long as that never happens, then AI can be a good thing. But eventually it's like, would that happen? You know? So I've been kind of like doom watching all that stuff recently. It's been fascinating. It's been fascinating. I'm loving it. We wouldn't be here much longer by the time that happens. Yeah. So basically right now, AI is kind of replacing... Well, AI in the past has like replaced muscle and machines. So you got like machines that can dig holes instead of humans doing it. You have the assembly lines. Like the first AI/machine industrial revolution. You had the industrial revolution, right? And now we have AI replacing intelligence, like actual intelligence. And the craziest thing is that when a human dies, we lose everything that we've learned. But like AI is capable of transferring everything like before it dies or whatever. Like, it can transfer all of its information to another AI instantly. So it never forgets anything. It's continuously learning. It learns at a faster rate. It never dies. It's like, it's very scary once you start thinking about like how fast these machines can learn and how they retain information, and they're able to transfer the information instantly to other AI. So they're 1 trillion times faster than a human at just about everything to do intellectually. And it's scary to think about something like super intelligence running everything. Because you do kind of get to a point where there isn't much of a need for humans anymore. Like AI can figure out a way. So that's why they're saying like jobs where like manual labor jobs are probably going to be more in demand here in the next few years. Like people that do plumbing and electrical work and stuff like that. And like those type of jobs will be pretty sought after until too many people start doing those jobs, and then you have too much competition. I don't know. I like to think about stuff like this, but I'm so dumb. I'm just so dumb because I've just been streaming for 3 years straight doing nothing but video games. I do no research. It's kind of fun to listen to people who are actually smart talk about this, and then I can pretend like I'm a fly on the wall listening and pretending to know what the hell they're saying. But I do like, you know, I do like talking about this stuff every now and then. It's kind of cool. Sometimes people sound smart, but they have an agenda. Yeah, I mean, everyone has an agenda. My agenda is to get better at RuneScape, right? Unfortunately, it's not working very well. Even though I play every day. I'm still ass. With Infernal Cape, you're in the top 10? Chat, am I a top 10 RuneScape player because I have an Infernal Cape? Top 10. Top 10%. Top 10? Top 20. Okay. How many people? Okay, let's do the math. Let's do the math. Oh, my arc light is dead. I have no weapon. Can I still use it? Still works. Doesn't really do anything, but it works. I got to get back in the catacombs. I need to kill 5 more of these. We got to just let it ride. Maybe I should use the Tazarkat Maybe I should just change to the Abi Mauler. Let's do some math real quick. Are we able to calculate what percentage of RuneScape players have gotten an Infernal Cape? Are we able to do this right now? How many people play RuneScape? How many active subs does RuneScape have? Let's do this. Let's do some math. No. 200K is how many people are online per day. That's concurrent online players. That means there's infinitely more players than that. No, we can factor in the people that bought their capes too. Okay, listen. Sticky note. Ready, guys? 147K fire capes since 2017. How many active RuneScape OSRS subscribers are there? There's no official total for active OSR subscribers. They don't release this data. However, recent reports suggest there are 1 million total members if you combined with 170K concurrent players. In August, we hit a total of 240K concurrent. Which would put OSRS around 650K to 770K members. This is members. This is people that pay for membership. I'd say about 1 million. 1 million. 1 million active. 1 million players. There's been 147K fire capes since 2017. Right? 1 million people actively play the game. So how do we break this down? How many percent of fire capes are purchased? What percent? Inferno capes. Sorry. Are we going to say 40% of Infernal capes are purchased? It's more than that or less? Let's poll it. New poll. What percent buys an Infernal? Okay. Okay. Start poll. What percentage buys an Infernal Cape? One to 25, 25 to 49, 50 to 75, or more than 75%. Chat, are we really kidding me that 50% to 70% of players are buying their Infernal Capes? Okay. Wow. Okay. We're just going to take the medium answer here. The medium answer here is literally 50% of capes are bought. That is the medium answer after all these polls. It's like 80 here, 80 here. All right, 50. No one's going to answer that. Okay. 147 Infernal Capes since 2017. 50% of those capes are bought. How many people do you think have played RuneScape since 2017 to now? Is it more than 1 million? There's currently 1 million. Are we going to say that at least 3 million have played since 2017? Gotta be at least 3 times that, right? I'd say 3 million players since 2017 have tried RuneScape at least. Are we going to subtract bots? Are we going to subtract bots from this? I think we should. Let's say 3 million players since 2017. Okay. And then we're going to say what percent of the 3 million players are bots? Another 50%? Half bots or 40% bots? I think it's 40% bots. So we're going to say, I think it's 40% bots is what the actual statistic is. You know what? We'll say 50. So 1.5 million minus the 50% bots. This is very okay. So we're gonna say 75k capes, 1.5 million players. Since so you take the 1.5 mil, divide that by 75,000, or you do 75 divided by 1.5 million to get the percentage, right? I think it's 75,000 divided by 1.5 million. Less than 1%, half of 1% of players have an infernal. According, is this 5%? This is 5%. I read that wrong. 5% of players. 5% of players have an infernal cape. There you go. Top 5% if you have one. Top 5. We just calculated it right there. And how many of those players have it on more than one account? You got to subtract them too. Wait a second. Could be a lot of people having it on multiple accounts. So we're going to say less than 5% of players. Less than 5% of players have infernal capes. Maybe it's closer to 4%. Is that greater than? Less than. I know a lot of you guys are impressed with this math right now. A lot of you guys are probably saying, Sard, have you done math before? And that answer is no. But I am glad that you guys are impressed. Hell yeah. Type shit. Yeah, the math teacher, she kind of liked me, man. The math teacher, me and her go way back. She was nice. She let me sit at the front of the class and do nothing. I let her wear my jersey to the game. It was a good exchange, you know. I didn't have to do shit. I'm pretty sure I failed that class, but I didn't fail. So, W, Miss Smith. Hey, being an athlete had his perks. I ain't gonna lie. Oh, yeah, and what percentage of those capers are Iron Men? It would be way less. Less than 5% of all RuneScape accounts ever created have Infernal Cape. Is it impossible to determine the exact percentage? Only accounts created since 2017. Dang, Tech! My math was spot on. That is crazy. Less than 5% of accounts ever created have gotten an Infernal Cape. A lot of those are dupe accounts of people who already have them, and a lot of them are purchased. So it's less than 5% of people have actually that have ever played RuneScape have actually gotten their Infernal Cape legitimately. I'm going to go on a limb here and say it's actually closer to like 2%. It's probably about 2% of players who have ever played RuneScape have actually earned an Infernal Cape. That's just some quick math. Not 5%, 0. You guys are saying less than 1%. Wait, you're saying 0. You're saying 0.46%? Oh. Damn, you're saying a fraction of players who have ever played RuneScape. This number right here, 0.46%. 0.046%. Damn. 0.046% of accounts. That includes free to play though, which don't even have a chance to get it, right? But that balances out with people, that will balance out a bit with people who have purchased capes, but also bots will inflate that number too. So it might be higher than that. And that's a lot of inactive accounts and accounts that were created that never even logged in. All right, so that number is a bit deflated. Is it frowned upon for buying a cape? It's not only frowned upon, it's against the TOS, and you can get banned for it. And a lot of people have. Does it stop anybody from doing it? Maybe a few. It's safe to say that if you have an Infernal Cape, you're in the top 5 players to ever play RuneScape. Okay, we'll take that. We'll take that. Top 5 players. No, top 5%. Oh my god. Chat, this is my last one on task right here. My last one on task right now. I'm using a freaking weapon with no, it's got no juice. It still hits 38s. Not bad.
Slayer task completed.
Nice. I need to kill 2 more for the prediction. I'm out of prayer pots, though. Sad situation here. Sad situation. We're going to have to burn another teleport. It would be insanely interesting to get an actual number of players who paid for cape versus didn't do it themselves. I'd love to see that. But there's no way, right? I mean, the thing is, if Jagex had that information, they'd ban all those accounts. Those accounts would be gone. That would be obviously sick to know, but you just kind of, I think right now we're chalking it up to 40% of those capes were purchased. Actually, chat thinks it's 50%. Chat literally thinks it's 50%. Apparently, there was some statistic back in 2019 that 90% of capes were purchased. Because back then it was too hard for people to do. Can a bot do Inferno? Yes. So why did we take bots out of that equation then? Well, some of them can. They have AI bots. An expensive bot can do an Inferno. Oh my God, I didn't even think about this problem. Guys, remember we were talking about super intelligence taking over the world? Pretty soon, AI will be able to pilot your character and just do things for you in the game. Shit, that already happens, but like advanced things in the game. Are we cooked? Is everything just cooked? Oh, man. Guys, I was using WoW Glider to level my WoW account when I was 15 years old in TBC and Wrath of the Lich King. I put it in a circle and it would farm 6 mobs. And it would sit down when it needed to heal. And once it was at full health, it'd stand back up and kill the mob. I'd wake up in the morning, I'd be 3 levels higher. I've been doing that since I was like, I did that when I was 15. That's how I leveled my WoW accounts back then. That's crazy. Now it's to the point where it can literally do Coliseum for you. Oh, man. This is crazy. I'm not going to lie. It would be fun to program an Inferno bot. I guess from a challenge standpoint, it's almost like a game in itself for a developer or a programmer to try and see if you could beat the Inferno without touching the computer. That's a crazy way of looking at it, but you get banned for that. That's why a lot of people make bots. It's almost like another game that you're playing. It's like a development. It's like a developer version of beating like a bot developer game. Somebody who's a developer, they're trying to beat the game without touching the keyboard or the mouse. Wait a second, that could be a new Settled series. I beat RuneScape without touching the keyboard or the mouse. Holy crap. Somebody get Settled on the horn. That's crazy. No foot pedal. So in order to beat RuneScape without touching my keyboard or my mouse or any other forms of inputs into the computer, I needed to become a developer and learn how to develop a bot that can play the game for me. And for this challenge, I used this coding software in order to program the best tiles for me to stand on that gave the maximum chances of survivability. Today, we're going to take a look at RoboCop 3.0. And before we start today's video, I want to give a quick shout out to my sponsor, AG1. Today's sponsor is sponsored by ChatGPT. There's no way. This seems oddly well scripted already. Guys, I'm just like that. All right? I'm just a YouTuber. Let me get some Rambwans. I got to go back and kill 2 mobs. This is a waste of a TP. But I'm a man of the people. We're going to do 450. Okay, guys? We got to do 450. No exceptions to the rule here. No exceptions. My friend bought it to max with his own scripts for everything. So he actually did that challenge, getting to max in RuneScape without touching the keyboard. Damn, the no keyboard, no mouse challenge goes crazy, huh? Apparently there's lots of people that are doing this. What weapon that? It's a dead arc light. It's a dead light. A lot of people are using the dead light these days. People are saying it's kind of like the new thing. A lot of people think it's like one of the best weapons in the game. Hard to get too. Really hard to get. Max accounts sell for a lot of money. Are you guys selling your accounts for money? What are you guys doing, man? That can't be legal. What? No way, dude, with the 5 gifted? Let's go. Chat, a lot of gifted subs today. Thank you guys for the gifted subs, man. Absolute legends today on the stream. A lot of people getting their dragon simmy for gifting a sub, and that's awesome, man. What a great promotion. You know, every now and then, Twitch does a promotion that really helps out the streamers, and this is one of them. Twitch is definitely helping me out big time right now. So that's just me saying thank you to Twitch and to you guys right now for supporting the stream and getting your DSIMI badge. So thank you guys. So much for bankrupt Bezos, dude. The primes don't work. The primes just don't work. Yo, Icy Stone with the 5 gifted. Let's go. Chat, we're gonna kill one more tormented demon right now. One singular more. And we will be getting a Synapse live on the stream. Here we go. Haters are going to say it's not true. Haters are going to say it's copium. Haters are going to say stop the cap. Come on. This is the one. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Big damn. Swap it up. I got no damage. My damage is so bad with the Dark Light. We've got to get an Arc Light back ASAP. I'm going to have to do some Catacombs. Catacomb Slayer or something. We can't be seen doing literal, like, negative DPS out here. We're trying to save the prayer sip, if possible. Spec him. Big damage right there. Might have to prayer flick. $36, not bad though. Punisher! Boom! There it isn't. God dang it. All right. All right, guys. I'm almost out of bloodrins again. This is tragic. Pay out the doubters. Pay out the doubters. Pay out the doubters. Dang. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it. It's just a sad day, man. It's just a sad day all around. Time to hit the gym mine. Never lucky. 450. Am I really about to go dry on another item? Is Jagex not boosting the streamer accounts like to at least, you know, advertise their game a bit? Make people want to play it? Like, oh, look how easy it is to get items. You know? Maybe I'll play that game. They could be using my account as an advertisement for players or something. Only for Jokered. Oh. It's about the journey, not the destination? Well, this journey needs to hurry up. Are we there yet? I need some new shoes. I got to get my dragon boots ASAP. Wait, my fit's going to go crazy. How do I dye my Slayer helm? Slayer Master. 500 Slayer points. Oh. $1,000 points. Ain't no way. I need a black Slayer helm. Have they lost their mind with that cosmetic cost? 1,000 points. I gotta set up my block list first. I like how this weapon looks. You're just toting it around like this. Not bad. The Mauler. Man, when is my Bofa going to be corrupted? I'm tired of looking like a noob out here. 61%. I've been shooting this thing for ages. Cow fights. Cow fight queen hype? I already did one cow fight queen KC. I already did the cow fight queen KC. It could be good for dragon pick. Cow fight queen is a green Slayer helmet? Nah, I don't need that one. I'm going to use melee here. Give me the pros. Where's the pros? Wear this. Give me the... I got the Berserker ring. Good, 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 good. Empty the bank. Deposit all. Like 5 of these. Melee. And I need my cannon. I could probably use the rest of my cannonballs on this task. It's pretty quick if you have some cannonballs. How do I get... I need an Artie. I need an Artie cloak. Okay. I need a weapon. I don't know what's better, zombie axe or Maka waddles on cow fights. Or blue Karis. Where's my blue gem? Don't even tell me I alked it. There it is. That would have been crazy if I alked that. I need gold. Oh, anti-poison? Let me grab some. Let me grab some anti-poisons real quick. Okay. Or should I do an antidote? All right, let me go get my cannonballs out of my ship. Got him. Teleport. Wait. BIQ. Here we go. Am I going to completely smack these cow fights with this weapon? Should be some big damage here. Dinakina! Ahoy, sailor! What's going on, Dinakina? Are you planning on playing a little TBC hardcore? Dinakina, what's the word? What's the future looking like? Set up the cannon base. Boom. Fire. I forgot to bring pots. No. Crush. Crush his bis. Ultra hardcore naked group found mage no world buffs on Titan Reforge. Huh? That was a bar right there, Dinakina. That was a lot. Use steel cannonballs? Done. Oh my god, are you guys seeing how fast I'm killing these? We might have to mute the sound though. These things are a little annoying. Oh, separately Titan Reforged servers. Dude, I've been seeing so many WoW players playing on the China server. I don't know what's going on with that. Is it just Wrath? Because I don't like Wrath of the Lich King. That's probably just something to do, you know. I'm one-shotting these things. How many times is it fun to level up on Classic WoW? Maybe the first 5 times. It's pretty good. I think it is more interesting when you limit yourself. Play hardcore and other things like that. It's something else to spend money on? Ah. I think that for the most part, you know, people just enjoy being in the World of Warcraft universe. It's a community. And so the community is always just looking for something to do. You officially have your sea legs. I do. I'm 52 sailing. Which I only did sailing for 2 days. So that's not bad. But sailing doesn't have a lot of combat, and I'm a big combat kind of person, you know? So we'll get more into the sailing, I think, later. This cannonball task is... This is so fast. I love being able to use cannon on a task, actually. This task would have taken forever without this. Bro, I'm smacking them down. Made any sea shanties? No, I have not. I have not. It's like a 2006 game design with a mission board. Okay. Use bracelets of slaughter, it'll go faster. Oh yeah, I forgot to get slaughters. I gotta get slaughters on these tasks that I need to skip. Ooh, Raynar. I'll put my slaughters on after this. Cannon out of ammo. Fire. Brother, cannon with 99 range is so much damage. This feels like cheating. Why does this feel like cheating? Oh, don't you mean... Yeah, expeditious. You mean expeditious bracelets. Yeah, this... Say, yeah, I know what you meant, though. I got the head. Got it. Ooh. I'm going to Triumphant tonight for a board game night, guys. I hope Savage is going to show up. He better not be lame. He better not be lame and not show up. Do you guys think that Savix would move to Texas and then not hang out with me? There's no way, right? There's no way, right? It's gotta be, for sure he comes tonight. In fairness, Texas is big. He lives 30 minutes from me, guys. And I'm driving to him. I'm driving to his neighborhood. Savix and Triumphant live in the same area. They live close. He's gonna be out running errands. What can he possibly be doing, guys? Don't even tell me he's hanging out with a girl. Over me. Are you kidding? Surely not. He's busy washing his hair. You wouldn't understand. Okay, how long could that take? Pick up. Done.
Slayer task completed.
Gym mine. Oh, I'm typing. Run it back. Now there is another dilemma I need to figure out. What am I getting to eat on the way to Triumphant's house tonight? I could hit Chick-fil-A. That sounds pretty banger. Yeah. Or Torchy's. We could hit Torchy's Tacos. Or, if I wanted to get crazy with it, I'm not even kidding, guys. The best donut in the world, Round Rock Donuts. Y'all ever heard of Round Rock Donut? This place is crazy good. They got a donut. This is the one I used to hit up right here. Brother, these donuts are crazy good. It's like they have like an orange looking dough. They got this one. Texas sized donut. Sheesh. Guys, this thing is as big as the oven. This thing is only $12. It's the biggest donut, brother. It's this big. Like, I don't know. I have to get a Texas-sized donut, bro. This is diabetical. I don't know how this company is still in business. They charge $1 for donuts. This is the cheapest. This place is like Blizzard. They haven't raised their prices since they started. And it's been 100 years. They've been in business 100 years and haven't raised their prices. It's insane. I don't know how they make money. I will go there and eat more donuts. I will eat donuts until I puke. And they'll be like, $6. It's insane. I don't know how they're still in business. Okay, assignment. Black Demon. Chat, are we getting another Zenny? Are we getting another Zenny? Only 6 donuts? Guys, I can eat 6 donuts, but I will puke. But I will, dude, they're so good. They're so good. I might have to pick up a couple of those donuts today. I might have to cave and just completely give up on my diet. Should I go weigh myself? Let me go weigh myself real quick. I need to see how much I weigh. If I'm under 200 pounds, I'm getting a donut today. 196.8. Not bad. We might be able to get a donut today. We might be able to squeeze one in. Tracy, thank you for that 3-month. I've been recently getting your vids recommended a lot. I have to say, I've been enjoying the open view on the game so far. Keep going. Thanks, Noon. I appreciate that. Legend, my friend. And welcome to the stream. We can squeeze in the donut. Yeah. All right. I don't feel like doing any more Slayer today. Let's go kill Ziliana. How do I do it? Zyliana guide.
Hello everyone, Chaos here, and welcome to another old school RuneScape video. Today, my Commander Ziliana guide. Also known as just Sarah, she is the appointed leader for
Sarah
Women's forces in the Godwars dungeon. Out of all of the 4 original bosses here, Commander Ziliana is definitely the easiest.
Hell yeah.
After next, we are starting with her as the first stepping stone into completing a set of guides for all Godwars dungeon bosses in 2024. Boys and girls, if this video is useful and helps as motivation to start your Godwars dungeon grind, remember to subscribe and drop a cheeky like for the YouTube overlord. If you're looking for more tips, you can join our Discord with a link in the description. To get into the Godwars dungeon, you need partial completion of the Troll Stronghold quest, or the easy combat achievements for Gomel's Hilt 1, which will teleport you right to near the entrance. To access the Saradomin encampment, you will need an additional 2 ropes which will also stay there forever, and 70 agility
Did that already.
all the way down into the boss room. By finishing the quest to making friends with my arm, you will be able to build an eternal fire just after the obstacles blocking the initial area.
Did I do that already?
Prevent your stats and run energy from being drained right before you go into the dungeon. Finally, I recommend both the Desert Treasure 1 for additional healing after the main fight thanks to blood spells, and the Hard Lumber's Diary to bring bones to
no,
each stats,
2 hours of
since
blood
all
runes.
the monsters here drop bones when defeated.
Oh no.
Being a lower difficulty boss than some of the beasts we have talked about in this channel, Ziliana is not really that demanding if you're looking to get into bossing with a pretty easy fight. I recommend the minimum base 75 stats for some mid-level gear we will check out next, including agility since we will be running around quite
I'm gonna bring
a
my
lot.
bow for the heal.
Even if you don't have the best in slot ranged or mage setup, you could bump those stats to 85s or 90s to equip better gear, do more damage, and of course, a Necklace of Anguish.
I'm gonna go in with 99 range. I'm going in with 99 range. All right, hold on. Let's build a loadout. Let me build a loadout. We're about to frag out. Empty the bank. Okay. Exit, exit. Give me my archer loadout. The archer. Bow of Farhadim. Guthix hide boot. Okay. And Anguish. A little Gwish. All right. And where my legs at? Okay, here we go. No, that ring is ass. Shadow ring. Okay. We're going with the same loadout that we did Infernal Cave with.
Gloves, and keep those blessed Dragonhide boots for the Saradomin.
Or I could craft a suffering. I could craft a suffering right now. Oh, I need a backpack too. Mass. All right, I got the similar.
When you have this and want to upgrade your ring, a Ring of Suffering will help us with both defensive and prayer bonuses. If you have the best in slot range to setup, you probably don't even need this video, but when you get a Twisted Bow...
Don't get baited into suffering? Guys, I'm just going to get another Zenite soon. I'm doing nonstop Slayer for a month. You think I'm not getting another Zenite soon? I don't even have the crafting level to make a Tormented. It's just sitting here right now. I could make a Suffering right now if I wanted to.
This is one of the best places to use it. If you don't have Masori yet, downgrade to full Blessed Dragonhide until you can afford it. And the last thing for the Chad look will be a Dishonest Quiver.
I could make one. Let's just go without it for now, though.
Zarite Van Braces, and a Ring of Endurance if you want to stay here for longer.
Alright, let's
Not
go.
recommended here. In order to get to the God Wars dungeon, I recommend teleporting
Okay, I know how to get there.
to monster drops.
Oh, wait.
Going down
Wait.
the ancient spellbook. Go down the mountain and then north through this passage, for which you need either 60 agility or 60 strength. Alternatively, you can use a Gomo encampment can be found right before the rock. Go through and then down the hall. The Saradomin encampment can be found east. If it's your first time here, use a rope on each of the rocks going down, and you will end up near the boss room. You need a maximum
I need
of
2 ropes.
Already Saradomin Essence to go through the door, going down with completed Tiers of Combat achievements. If you don't want to do this,
I think I have hard CAs done. 35.
you can bring Ecumenical Keys instead, which you can obtain from the Wilderness God Wars dungeon monster drops. You can have a maximum of 5 in your bank, and when you use them to enter a God Wars dungeon boss room, the key will be consumed. Commander Zeliana, along the other 3 God Wars dungeons,
Wait, don't I need something to so I don't get attacked by these mobs or something like that?
dungeon.
He didn't say anything about what I needed. Don't I need immunity to certain mobs or something? Remember I had the god item? You need a Sarah and a Zami item. So Zamarok Bracer. I wonder if imbued Zamarok Cape works. What about Blessing? Do any of these blessings count or books? I'll bring the book. This is a Sarah book, right? Holy Symbol is a Sarah item. Holy Symbol is a Sarah item with a Zamarok Bracer. Good to go? Holy Symbol and Zami Bracer. You don't need the Zami? Oh, I have a Holy Blessing. Oh. Are you guys, why are you guys saying I don't need the Zamarok? I don't need the Holy Symbol or the Zamarok. Wear the bracers and deposit the Barrow's gloves. Just wear them. Okay. All right. Okay. I don't have any blood runes, so we're not going to use any. What I need is range pot, defense pot, and a blowpipe spec for some heals. And a bunch of Karambwans. We're just going to do one attempt. I'm just going to go in and learn the boss a bit. And then we'll try to get more efficient at the runs as we go. I don't have Bones and Peaches either. We ain't got none of that. We're just going to go do our first run, and then we'll get all the quality of life stuff later. Do I need a stamina pot? Bring thralls? I could bring thralls, but I'm also almost out of blood runes. I could summon 7 thralls right now. We could do 1 thrall per boss. I gotta do blood rune crafting for a few hours. I just don't really want to do it right now. Okay. Are we good to go here? I just need all food now. Right? I need the Gommel's Hill. Gommel's Hill 3. Less prayers, more food. Telly out. A telly out. The book for thralls. Done. Wait, where's my blowpipe? All right, here we go. Good to go? Add new setup. Sarah. Done. I'm so slow. My brazer's not lit. How do I light it? Gilly Suber. Thank you for dropping 5 on the stream. The salts from Weiss. I have all those. Do I really need it? Bring an ancient item to use the next bank. Will prevent you from having to get Sarah KC. 10 kills, that yields 40. Sarah, once you're done, you walk over to the next bank and get KC. Use the bank, rinse, repeat. It's quality of life. Oh, my stuff will go back up. We'll get it next time. Is it this way? East. Is it here? Tie rope to the rock. Climb down. Okay. Tie rope. Climb down. Now what? Am I supposed to be killing stuff? Mages. Spiritual mage? Not in here. Go back up. Can't do mages. Priest, Ranger, Knight. Knight of Saradomin? Or spiritual rangers. Knights are a little bit less. Maybe knights are less HP. If you're 80 Slayer, kill the mages. I'm not. My Slayer's still in the 70s. I've only been doing Slayer for 4 days. 78 Slayer. I'm potting here. Attack the stuff that's in combat with other things. Oh! Okay. Saradomin Priest? I'm on him. Spiritual Warrior? I heard a little ding right there. Ranger. If you just hit them once when they die, you'll get credit. Mages I can't attack yet. Attack the warrior. Okay. Avanci. I wonder if an Avanci counts as a Saradomin. That's Arma. Okay. Guys, I gotta kill 35? This is gonna take forever. I need to watch the video. How do I do this?
Boss room, the key will be consumed. Commander Zeliana, along the other 3 God Wars dungeon bosses, can be fought a little more efficiently just by using the Ground Markers plugin. Check the Google Doc in the description for her respective tiles. Other than this, I recommend boss timers to know when she's respawning, and for Zeliana specifically, get to the menu entry swapper to change the left click on the unicorn to walk to avoid attacking it. Zeliana's mechanics are nothing to worry about, because as long as you run correctly, she isn't even going to touch you. Just in case you mess up, I will show you how to survive her special attacks. Zeliana can attack you with both melee and magic, only if she is right next to you. Her melee
this
attacks
guy is
are the
freezing
deadliest
her?
because she has an attack speed of 2 ticks, meaning her accurate melee hits will hit you every 1.2 seconds. If you're not careful, this will definitely sit you down in just a few seconds. Her second attack is what I would call a pretty standard magic attack. She will flutter in the air for a few seconds, and summon bolts of lightning which are also pretty deadly if you're not praying against magic. There's a third mechanic where Zeliana will stop for a few seconds and her sword will start glowing. This is the perfect time to get away from her, so use it to gain some distance and keep attacking. As soon as you enter the room, pray Mage and Rigger and start running clockwise next to the wall. When you gain enough distance, attack on the red tiles, and right after your attack animation, click on the yellow tiles to stay 1 tile away from her. There's a plugin called the Tile Packs, and you can add the tiles for either a 4-tick bofa, or a 5-tick crossbow, twisted bow, or tunic and shadow. drink stamina potions whenever necessary, and repeat the process until she reaches 0 HP. When she dies, attack the mage minion first, being the lion. When you defeat it, make the melee and ranged minions stand on top of each other, and here is where you can use blood spells to heal. You can prayer flick them to negate all damage, but if they're attacking at the same tick, I recommend praying ranged since it is a lot more accurate. If you are still missing some health, grab all of the enemy's bones and use a Bones to Peaches tab. Each of these items will heal 8 health, so that is a 32 HP heal for free at the end of the fight or
So
during
you
the
pray
next one.
mage when you're running?
Before Commander Ziliana spawns, head back to the middle blue tile, attack her twice, and rinse and repeat as you drink those stamina potions to last as long as possible. Even though this looks easy, I will now perform a quick KC with live commentary to show you how to do
Let's watch the whole thing.
perfect KCs. We will quickly go over 2 more methods after I show you how to dispose of her with minimum gear. Okay, Scapers, time for our minimum gear Ziliana KC. I want you to set your quick prayers to magic if you have rigor, and of course preserve because we are going to have normal bastion potions on. When you have your ecumenical key and if you have the combat achievements in order to get your private instance or not, you'll have to skip around or hop around to find an empty world, but we are going to step right in. As soon as I go in there, I want to attack Ziliana once or twice, and I want to get away from her enough. If she hits you once or twice, it's not that bad. But after you get into a good rotation, I want you to hit her only
she's
from
slow.
the red tiles. And on the yellow tiles, you are going to walk, because that is going to create a perfect distance for you to do a perfect rotation around it. What I'm going to do is I will do 1 or 2 cycles around the arena. Right now I'm doing a
I ain't walking.
And as you can see, remember to drink your stamina potion, walk on the yellow tiles, attack on the red ones, and that is basically it. I am going to speed this up a little bit because as you can see with minimum gear, yeah, let's just say that this is not the fastest boss to deal with as a mid-level player. But I am going to show you that was a mistake, sorry.
Okay.
And yeah, I'm going to show you how to close out the kill and how to start the next one. So let's see how to finish off Ziliana. Okay, that was honestly not that bad. It was a great KC actually for a rune kite shield. Now what I want you to do is you can stay here praying magician, or if you get good enough and if the minions are not attacking at the same time, what you could do is you're going to pray range, magic, and you can basically flick them depending on if they are on the same attack speed, which hopefully they are not. And of course, here you just want to get rid of Growler. And once you do that, what I want you to do is go for your mage gear. And if you want, go ahead and auto-cast the blood spells. Or what you could do is freeze these, of course, pray range. Go ahead and freeze these, and then you can just attack from a distance. And that is going to save you just a little bit of damage, and you are going to, you know, hopefully finish them off before Ziliana respawns. So if you have enough DPS to finish off the minions, which in this case I was able to, miraculously, when Ziliana spawns, I want you to attack her twice from this starting blue tile, and then after the second one, you're just going to start the normal rotation, attacking from red tiles and walking on to yellow ones. As you can see, Ziliana has to
Wait, why didn't I bring Sarah Bruise
from you just so she doesn't damage you?
I'm so dumb.
And the good thing about it is that whenever she charges that, you know, like magic attack where her sword is glowing, then you're not really going to have to worry too much about it, and you're going to have a few seconds to breathe. And yeah, that's basically it for the 2024 Ziliana guide with barely any gear. Live commentary to kind of show you what I'm thinking of at all times. Because these tiles at the very beginning when I was testing them out kind of didn't make a lot of sense, but when you know what to do, it is really not going to be that bad. So, let's get into some extra tips, other ways to kill Ziliana, and let's continue. If you want to bring a Bofa instead, use the Bofa tiles in the Tile Pack plugin, and follow the same process of attacking on the red tiles and clicking on the yellow ones as soon as the attack animation begins. If you have a Ziliana Slayer task or
Bofa tiles? Where they at? Download the Tile Pack plugin. Tile Packs. Click the Tile Pack plugin. What does it look like? Screen markers, radius markers, tile packs. Ziliana Bofa. Add tiles. Done.
we're just looking for the pet and want the highest KC per hour, we will be doing the same thing with the Tumikin Shadow along the best in slot maged gear. This is just to show that damage goes absolutely crazy here, and we will be doing the same process of healing off the remaining 2 minions. This time we're using the Shadow on everything, because it will just melt everything in its path. The final thing I will show you is that if you want to do this with a friend, there's something called the ping pong method. The first attacker will stand near the spawn, and the second near the door. The closest player will attack Zeliana once or twice, and run to the northwest corner of the room while being close to the wall. For the second player to grab aggro, he or she will have to attack Zeliana twice, and she will switch targets. As soon as she turns around, attack her twice so she switches again. And repeat this process until she is dead. Dispose of the minions quickly with either a blowpipe or blood barrage, and either wait for a new spawn or hop worlds to get even more KC per hour. For extra tips, remember that if you are wearing a Saradomin item, you can click on the altar every few minutes to fully restore prayer points.
Really?
Check your game chat to see how long you have until you can do this again. If you want to get fancy, include a serpentine helmet in your loadout and attack every minion with a blowpipe at the beginning of the kill. If you hit, this will guarantee venom, and they will be heavily damaged after Zeliana has been defeated. If you bring a Zeros item, you can teleport out of the room by using the altar, go to the ancient encampment of the God Wars dungeon, get enough Zeros KC to enter the preparation room before next, and bank here to keep all of your Saradomin essence so you don't have to use another ecumenical key. A trend you will see with all God Wars dungeon bosses is that their drops are absolute garbage, and their GP per hour is purely carried by their uniques. Without them, Zeliana has average drops of 20 to 25k GP, amounting to around 300 to 400k GP per hour. But she can drop things that are literally worthless, bringing this total down. We are of course looking for items such as the Saradomin hilt, and the crown jewel being the Armadillo crossbow, which is dramatically expensive just because of the Zerite crossbow. She can also drop blue skulls, and most importantly the pet with a ridiculous rate of 1
the
in
God Sword
5,000.
shards. But if you get the hilt, then you stop farming Sarah and you go farm bandos. Right? ACB is nice. It's just the upgraded rune crossbow. So yeah, I mean, anytime you're fighting dragons with a dragon shield, maybe you use that. Okay. So I'm going to go in here and I'm going to attack on the red.
Perfect rotation around. So let's see how to. Now what I want you to, if you want to bring a Bofa instead, use the Bofa tiles in the tile pack plugin, and follow the same process of attacking on the red tiles and clicking on the yellow ones as soon as the attack animation begins. If you have a Zeliana Slayer task or just looking for the pet and want the highest KC per hour,
click on the red, move to the yellow when the animation begins. It's kind of like Muspa. All right. Let's just go. I pray range and I kill the ads, and then I pray magic. I pray magic when I go in. I'm just going to run and shoot. I'm just going to outrun her. Okay, here we go. I'm just going to run around and shoot. Oh, shit, I'm scared. Okay, here we go. Open. Ow! Ow! She dead? Range prayer? Pray? Why are these things hitting me so hard? Frozen key piece. Summer pie? What's food right here? Can you pray at the altar? I need the sound higher. Only out of combat. Okay. And that gives you full prayer. Fudge! She's back! Go! No! No! Run! No, I clicked the bottom of the screen. No! Why am I moving towards him? No! What's happening? Auto retail! No! Go! No, I'm attacking too soon. All right, I got a 2-kill trip. I'm out of here. 2KC! 2KC hype! 2KC hype! Not bad, guys. Not bad. Got 40K from that. So here's the thing. Next time we go there, I'm thinking we bring Serapots and barrage spells to get our health back up on the ads. And we siphon them up. Kind of like that one video, like when you're in the Inferno and you use the Rangers as medkits. That's what I'm thinking. I think those tiles are fine. I'll learn how to use those tiles a bit better. We'll blood spell the minions. And we could even freeze the meleeer. Couldn't be, well, maybe not bad. Bodhi is a good guy for this. All right. Well, next time we go there, maybe we'll watch another guide too. And see how well it goes. Type she. Okay. Chat, I never get to raid Fox because I never stream this early. 07's in the chat. Guys, thank you for hanging out with me today. I'm going to raid the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Fox. Thank you guys for all the gifted subs today. I got to head over to Triumphants for game night, so I'm getting off a bit early. That's why I streamed early today. I'll be back regular time tomorrow, 3 p.m. Central. If you want to watch a 3 p.m. Central streamer tomorrow, I will be there. Have a good day, guys. And flex your D-Simmies in the chat right now. Look at all the D-Simmers. 1 gifted sub in any stream gets you a D-Sim for life. So, you know, make sure you throw down a gifted sub if you want the Dragon Sim. And I'll see you guys mañana. Peace.